Hello. Can you hear me? Oh, looks like my mic's working. There we go. Hello, come on up. What's up, everybody? Everybody's blue now. I got this other phone on my hotspot, and I can see who wasn't blue. Earl, Lisa, David. The link's down there. What's up, Jesse? Joe? Dave and Lisa? Okay. Count storage is full. You still here, Blind Cube? Put that link. Come on up, Dave. Come on up, Earl. 10 people on. I can put 10 people up, yeah. All right. We had a long night, but a good one. New. Take time. Yeah. You get them. Heard this in Earl. Unless you heard it before me. I had the real Bluetooth. Whoop, whoop. Hopefully, that was a good time, Earl. I had friends come over. I'm usually just rude and keep going, but I didn't want to do it. Smartphones are dumb sometimes. Yep. Yep. Like we got lift off. Anybody want to come up? Roller coaster. Fire in the hole. That's what I'm saying. I'm about to play a song that's one of my favorites. 3 times my 30 song. You can't hear? Oh, we're working on it right now, huh? It'll be all good. Hold on. I got you. How's the volume? Buckle head. Whiskey shivers. Man. Hey, growing with Mr. Blueface. Good to see you. Oh, what happened to Blind Cube? He's supposed to up your plate. Deliverance. You got a pretty mouth. Clucko hand. The video is pretty tricky. Now it's time to fire it up, right? Hey, okay, dude. Sorry. Take your time. I didn't know. Internet's been crazy lately. I think everybody. play some music. So, yeah. And what redneck. I just play a little bit of song. So get, hey, Darlene. Juliana, Big Mac, no pickle, Texas special. So, yeah. Jimena, quarter pounder with cheese, man. Get off my shit.
Thanks, Dad.
Buenos dias. You got it. La 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 la.
Enjoy any
try to talk over the commercial, right?
like a Big Mac or quarter pounder with cheese for a limited time at McDonald's.
Just gonna play like you. Yeah. You can guess who this is. Play guess the song. Just when I comes up. You can guess. I doubt he might get it. I listen to a lot of new stuff. I think that new, but pretty new. This year, last year. Slow Neil Ball, kind of smoke.
Never needed a reason.
You
Find another
wow.
like a cancer running through my veins. Oh, never gonna give in, never gonna give in, never gonna give in. You must lend to the slaughter, to a soldier's lamp on the altar. I was an element to drink that water. Now remember me when I run. Heavy is the crown.
Heavy is the crown. Fish doctor. He's in the back room here. That's it. There he is. Finally. What's up, brother?
Howdy, howdy.
How you?
Yeah.
You can turn up your
a little bit to log in, but I'm here.
I think I can turn up your mic. Might turn up your mic. You're a little bit quiet on my end, anyway.
Okay then. Let me make sure you're here. Working?
I'll give you the whole screen so you can do your thing. Go at it. Hey, Brian. Hey. Your volume's kind of iffy. Okay.
I can't eat anything. I'm thinking I'm not. I don't have anything. I can't go out and turn it off.
Hey,
Hey,
you can play as long as you want.
you can
Play
play as long as you
violin.
want. Play violin. So what now?
So you can play the guitar and
You
the
can play the
violin too if
guitar
you
and the
want to.
violin too if you want to. Yeah, I got my guitar and my violin.
I got a guy playing piano on my live stream. I just thought, what the heck, open for a minute. Yeah. He did a friend of mine in Alaska playing. Really,
I don't even know what song that was, but I was probably practicing for a little bit because I knew some of the notes before I even hit them. Sounds
good, dude.
good, dude. Thank you. gotta throw myself out there in public, but got no monies to do it. That's okay. I don't know. I'll just keep. I don't know how I got it last. I don't know how I did it last time. I don't know how I got donations for just playing for y'all.
I think you have to have
I
a
don't know how I did that.
PayPal link or something.
I have one on my channel, and I just I don't know.
Well, you commented in the
Just,
chat earlier.
I think I do believe I did.
Or I can share it. I'll share it in there.
Probably that's the little
Sounds good. Sounds good.
little fish kind of. I don't have any spray heating here. Okay. Very distracted.
What's up, dude?
Nothing much. My mom just came in because like last week or a week before last question mark. I think it was like we were looking through that freezer that's over by the door, and like one fish, frozen fish, fell out, and then it went down into the corner by the wall in the freezer.
Stinky?
And I was just like, is that freezer going bad? Nope. Checked it. It's fine. It's frozen. It's getting worse. Checked it again. Undrained the little plug on the bottom, and I was like, there's no water. There's no smell. Nothing.
Yeah.
So I looked around the freezer, and it was just like, wow. Like,
It's nasty. One time, this guy that had a bait shop, he died, and he gave it to his son-in-law, and he would never open when he was supposed to. And I got mad one day, and I took my stringer and threw it behind his cooler, and for like 2 months, it smelled like rot.
let me see how this thing would do. Because I have a microphone on my headphones here. Let me see if it's any better.
Yeah, 'cause it's kind of little. It's not very loud. I don't know how loud I am, but
All right, you're pretty good actually. Your conversation, loud conversation? Question mark? Question mark?
hey, if you want to, why don't you tell them your story for a minute. Let them know what's going on.
Oh yeah, welcome.
Tell them with every day.
Oh, like what I have to kind of deal with and overcome on a daily basis?
Exactly.
Well, the name Blind Cube comes from the fact that when I was in a car accident, not too long after that, I had visual impairment, couldn't see color, shapes were difficult, letters were impossible. It was just a part of my my brain that I injured. And in the process of learning Braille, I also had a Rubik's Cube with me. And I went ahead, spent the time to braille out and to look at all these different colors that were on there. So I made a different symbol for each one of the. Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Let me see here. Hold on. Let me see. Virtual background camera. Here we go. Not working. Nope. Backwards. Virtual background. That's probably it right there. Virtual background. I don't know how to turn it off. That's okay. It's okay. This is exactly what I was trying to show. Hold on a second. Backwards. Okay, that's fine.
It's fine.
All right. Anyway, I brailled a Rubik's Cube, a standard one. And I got this down to where I could solve it in under a minute to the viewing public or to an audience who I happened to be talking to on the bus or any place I happened to be. Because at the time I was homeless. And it was just a matter of sparking a conversation and then saying, hey, I can show you how to solve one of these whilst I solve it. Pick a color, any color. Pick the white side. Pick the white side. Then make sure they line up on the edges here. Make a cross. Yeah, white cross. Well, anyway, we carry on. I go about solving corner and edge just like a normal Rubik's Cube solve would be. And by the time I get done talking, almost all of the cube is almost all the way solved. Whoopsie. I broke it. All right. I lost the cap for the top one, but it's okay.
How fast can you do one now?
About 25 seconds, maybe a little bit more, depending on
Wow.
The amount of time I have to look at it. So,
That's creepy.
yep. I gotta find the cap. I don't know where the cap
I
went.
saw Justin Bieber can do that real fast too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing on some show one time.
Yeah. Well, anyway, due to a car accident, I start in the same place every single day, and because I wake up and I don't know what day it is to what year it is. It's always the year of the car accident I was in if I have to remember anything. So there's literally 1,000 days where they're exactly the same memory-wise. So kind of difficult to get one day to work and process just some of these, emotions and some of these things that I feel like I don't have the right to inhabit because that was consciously that was 12 years ago yesterday. This memory thing, I don't understand it in the slightest, but I have trained my mind and my body to that feeling of deja vu you get, and you have to kind of like dismiss it to not look into the entire why that deja vu thing kind of happened. That's kind of how I live from day to day.
Well, earlier when we were talking, you said Mark comes to mind. You didn't know it was my name, but you knew it was, but you didn't know.
I didn't know, and I knew. It was like a stranger on a bus kind of thing. It's like, hey, I remember you from somewhere. It was like it was like in passing 12 years ago, even though it could have been yesterday. It would
You don't
always have
remember
that.
playing last time, do you? You played for a long time last year, maybe. It's
Oh,
over almost a year.
oh, really? I didn't know that.
You know the guitar and the violin.
Nice. I haven't busted out the violin, and I know for a fact a long time because that is the first instrument I ever played as a kid, and it's just it does bring back some emotions, both good and bad. So that's where the training comes in,
Yeah.
I probably didn't even do a very good job explaining what's wrong with me. I
Hey, hippie.
I know, maybe not. Hold on. Yeah.
Play some music. Hope everybody's having a good time tonight. I know I am. Right on. Man. A honk burning it up. Luckily, I got the hot spot on my phone. You know, that, you know what I mean? play. Okay, this is David Devine, who comes here all the time, singing with the Ramones with Johnny Holiday. It's David Devine singing. Upside down. Oh, there he is. Look how long hair he has. Look. That's David right there singing. Isn't that crazy? He looks like Tesla, like look at a rock star. You know? He is a rock star. There he is.
What's going on, buddy?
Yo, yo, yo. How's it going?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, he plays the piano, plays the guitar and the violin.
Yeah, buddy.
Sorry for
That's pretty cool.
booting out
Pretty cool.
sorry just for booting out like that. I'm back.
Hey, here. You gonna pick that guitar? You wanna do some picking with your guitar?
Yeah, let me go ahead and bring it out of his case. I'll be right back.
Yeah, he was live a while ago, and I popped on there and asked me when he played last year, but he doesn't remember. He has amnesia. I mean,
Right. I caught part of that. Now, is he totally blind or not? I'm not. I didn't catch everything.
But he rides his bike to work. He plays music in a Mexican restaurant on the piano. But it's hard to, cause I haven't talked to him in a while, and then he didn't know who I was.
Yeah, right. I've heard of that before.
Phone number, and I texted him the link. You know, once I'm around him, I spend a lot of time with him on here.
That's cool, dude. That's cool. He's got some really neat talent.
Oh man, he has been a policeman. He's been in the military. He's done all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I seen the captain's bars on his hat.
No.
A set of butter bars up there, I think. I couldn't tell though.
Crazy weather up
there. All right.
Hello, Brian Cube. I'm on the panel with you. My name's Ron. Good to meet you.
Hi, Ron. Jeremiah. Pleasure to meet you.
Yes, sir. Pleasure.
Exactly like the bullfrog.
I love to hear that piano play.
Oh, I do too.
I'm glad to be here and to be able to play for y'all.
Right on, bro.
So, like I was kind of explaining before, is like I have a condition where it's retro and interior grade amnesia. So I don't remember what year it is or what day it is. As soon as I go to sleep, everything Sandman comes and takes it all away. You know.
Yes, sir. No worries.
That's best way I could explain how it feels. Somebody taking all your sandcastles away. I mean, it's not the end of the road, like by any means. It does feel like it sometimes when I have to do things that have multiple days on end kind of thing. It does make it a little difficult. Let me move it a little bit around here.
Your microphone's got a little bit of static in it, like I don't know what it is.
It may be this phone. This phone isn't all that great.
Might be better off just using the microphone without the headphones on, unless you have to. It might pick up better.
Thank you guys again for letting me be on your channel. Mine always kind of fails. My channel always fails. Well, we didn't at one point or another. I would literally purposely trigger myself and spill open this amnesia every single day, and you guys would put me back together.
Hey, I'm glad
I
you came.
mean,
You're doing a lot better when I ran into you. Release that.
I think we are.
Playing music kills everything. Playing music kills everything, don't it?
That's a pleasure to hear you play.
It's a pleasure to hear you play.
Yeah, I think I got. There you go. I had your echo cancellation off. It's a little bit louder that way.
Oh man, I gotta charge my phone already. This battery sucks. Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Oh, you ready to die?
Yeah, my battery's already dying. Oh, this battery.
I'll be on here till.
Hold on 1 second.
Come back. I ain't going nowhere. Too cold to even go outside.
You know, I think it'd be a lot easier if I injured myself, like I don't know. This car accident took me out, and it still takes me out every single step I turn or around a corner. If I'm not prepared or ridiculous.
How cold are you? It's 11 degrees here. It feels like 1 degree.
Turn this up here. There we go. I can probably hear you.
So I can't believe it's 11 degrees here. It's warm with the wind chill, so it's kind of nippy out.
Is that what your temperature is?
Yeah, it's 1 degree with wind chill.
One
It's supposed to get
degree.
below zero. I think. Wind chill.
We're really in a heat wave right now. It's 28 degrees right now.
Yeah, see, and you're in Alaska and I'm in Missouri, and you're warmer than me by 37 degrees. There's nothing wrong with the weather in the world.
Well,
We got a little bit of snow here today.
You play Dust in the Wind?
Yeah, I just recently rolled, I think, 100 subscribers on my channel, and then we had a troll come back and then flip. I thought was my crew. They all freaking turned troll and just started hackling and laughing. I'm just like, this is literally the point. I'm in brain damage land, and you guys are fucked. Ah!
Well,
So
we
that's
just
what I've been kind
subscribed.
of dealing. Every time I go past a certain point, everybody just starts screaming. Every memory starts screaming. I'm like, shut the hell! I need to turn this off. Anyway, that's my issues I've been trying to deal with.
I've been there. I've seen it. I mean, it didn't last long, at least.
I'm glad it didn't. I thought their group would have been pretty awesome, you know? Freaking a bunch of stoners watching some half brain dead dude laughing his ass off while trying to navigate my way through brain damage. Yeah, that pissed me off to no end.
Hey, karma, they can get paid back for it.
But luckily, I won't remember anything anger-wise. Anything that makes me mad, it's just that spot over there now is the spot where I legitimately think I'm gonna die. I'm gonna try to block it out as much as I can. I'm gonna block out a truck or a
What do you think of that movie? 50. Remember 50 First Dates? Drew Barrymore. 50 First Dates. She kind of had the same thing, but she could only.
Yep.
I kind of tried not to watch horror movies. That for me is a horror movie because
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
sure
want
it is.
that to be my life.
It could let people, what you deal with because it's similar,
Yeah, I do. I wake up every day in the same place. I mean, trains of thought and everything that 12 years ago, I had a house, had a son, had a wife, had a peace of mind, everybody, everywhere I went, there was a peace of mind. My friends, my family, everything that I personally held dear, every phone number I memorized, every person I was close to is all gone. And I still don't know how to make anything meaningful right here so I can say I'll choose to remember this. No matter how meaningful it is, I'll never remember it. But if I know, like for a fact, as I bring the right foot forward on almost everything I do that involves other people. Handshake, right? Hi, how you doing? Handshake. Just like with normal every day. And then if we carry on right foot forward through that conversation, through any interaction, I know for a fact that we chose right. Because that's just how it works. I've been trained by the Alaska State Troopers. I was a cop for over a year. I've done all sorts of jobs throughout my entire life. Commercial truck driver, school bus driver, security guard, cashier, parcel cart pusher, lumber associate at the Home Depot, and I've done all sorts of jobs.
I've almost had 50 jobs in my life. You know what I mean? I know what you mean.
Yeah, I can.
I'm a jack of all trades, master of several, is what I always say.
Yeah.
It's an amazing story.
But I think I've already blocked as much the so-called crewmates from last time my crashed ship.
Say hi to Tony. This is his first time ever being here.
Sasquatch, brother. Sasquatch.
You doing okay?
Sasquatch, my friend.
Right on.
Is that Shelby Sasquatch, my brother?
No.
Hope you're doing okay.
Shelby Sasquatch.
Hang out with the music when he gets through, we'll talk.
What's my audio like, brothers? Because I've got bad audio.
Oh, you do? Let me check and see what.
How's my audio?
Yeah, I can't.
Cheers, Tony. Cheers, buddy.
Can you hear me, brother? What's the audio, brother?
You guys write in the chat.
You're the I don't forget a thing. Oh, your guy from television, like, hey, I don't forget a thing. I'll play the guitar. Here we go. Here we go.
All right.
There we go, buddy.
I'm a professional. Here we go. I haven't played in years. I'm a bit rusty, but here we go.
There you go.
And this cheap little guitar, I smashed my guitar up, but here we go. Listen to this.
Are you in Australia? We have dueling guitars.
Oh, can do it. We're still alive, lads.
Really good lad. We worked it all right.
You gotta have a laugh, aren't you?
Yeah.
No, here we go. No, I know how to play, but I'm just having a crack. Hey, son of Sasquatch. Can you hear me? Because my audio's Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Well, I'll let you carry on then.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna play guitar again, then you can come back and play if you want to after he gets through.
Oh, little go. I've got no nails. You want to do a bit of speed, do you? Listen to this then. Listen to this. Hang on. Here we go.
Yes. Yeah. Was that yes? Owner of the owner of a long yard?
I like
Yeah, I
that.
have no pick. There you go. Go on. There you go. Good. Go on. Look. That's right. You don't be afraid to go to look. I'll go to the next one. Go up the neck. Don't be afraid of going up the neck. Don't do all this. Go up the neck.
Hey, can you guys play flamenco or Spanish guitar?
You gotta go up the neck. That's it. Go on. Right.
Give me that go.
I know that's it. Go up the That's you got it. Brilliant. Bloody hell. Amazing. That's a bloody hell. As soon as you went up the neck, did that not sound a lot better? Fuck all that fucking down the neck. That's learner shit. That's crap. Get up here, get up the neck, look, bring it round up, open stingy, right? So a knee's there, right? And then get the G. Just if you want a knee. Sounds better than that. That's boring, isn't it? That's boring.
Who had a pretty mouth? There you go. No cough. Yeah. And Rick will cough a lot. You don't have to cough to
Fuck
get
all
off. You know how to play dueling banjos? You guys do dueling guitars. Up and down under.
Yeah. Yeah, they make it out there.
Rockin' and I will 500 miles and I will walk 500 more.
Come on.
Who can it be?
Last. I see another thing in that. There you go.
He's in the last year as far apart as you can get.
It's all about it now. He's moving up and down the neck now. You got to loosen him up. Loosen the up. He'll get up and down.
I don't think he drank as much as you to be loosened up. I'm pretty high. I feel.
There ain't enough high in the world.
You
I know, I
Julio
still
had a
gotta-
song. I'm kind of high and I'm kind of drunk. Beer drinker.
So,
Chicken to Julio, I gave away.
Alcohol person. Cheers, Budgie.
I'm a good guitar. That's what you
Hey, hey, Blind Cube, are you familiar with a band called Gypsy Kings?
What I used to do for years.
Gypsy Kings. So there's a song called Escúchame en español.
What's it called?
Escúchame. It means listen to me in Spanish. Escúchame.
I like saying it's sweet.
I used to do that for fucking years. But all of a sudden, I got Santana, right? And he said, say it, go. You know, go up the neck. Look at sounds right, doesn't it?
Be around about.
Forwards. When you go up the neck, look at that, look.
Hey, Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't want to get you in trouble on your live stream. Can I play a small sampling off of Spotify for that
Go
song
ahead.
I'm telling them about?
I got
Hey,
those same things. I got 31.
Hey, Blind Cube, listen to what I'm going to play. Can you hear me,
I'm
Blind Cube?
monetized, so it doesn't matter.
I'm going to play you a sample of this song. Listen.
Escúchame, escúchame. Silencio de mi estómago, corazón. Dime por qué, dime por qué.
What do you think?
Sounds like you're saying Gucci Mane.
Escúchame is listen to me.
Gucci
Escucha.
Mane.
En español, escúchame.
Escúchame. Same thing. Escúchame.
They're called the Gypsy Kings.
Oh, yeah?
The Gypsy Kings.
I guess if they're from Mexico.
No, they're right around Spain,
Oh, yeah?
area, European Spanish. Yeah,
España.
España, sí.
What's the capital of Brazil? Brasilia.
España por allá.
Porquito español.
Yeah, I said it's Spain. It's way over there. The other Spain, the other Spanish that most Americans don't think about.
Right on, Tony.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to go ahead and sign on off. I got to go for a trek here in just a little bit.
Okay, hey, I'll anytime I go live, I'll send you a link in your message on your phone. You can come anytime.
Okay, that's awesome. I still have
And you got my phone number. You got my phone number. Call me if you ever need to talk, just call me.
Okay. All right, we'll do. You can
Write
send
it
me a
down.
message on
Write
Thanks
yourself
for
a
coming,
message.
brother. Thanks, y'all.
Instagram. I think my Instagram is Chewy Starship. You got to probably look
Is
for
it?
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Actually, I'll
If you
just show
want to
you a
come back in
picture
the
of it real
chat,
quick.
drop all your links to your stuff, you can,
Okay. 1 second. Let me go back to. I'll show you my profile on my Instagram real quick.
Okay. I do have
You
Instagram.
can look for probably Blind Cube or.
There you go. Right
There
on.
you go.
Hey,
I'll
did
just
all
run
your
through-
do you erase them or do you put them in?
chat? All right, drop it in the chat real quick.
Show me Sasquatch. Can you hear me,
Yeah.
brother? Ah, yeah, I think because I did a bad microphone with fucking camera. No, honestly, brother, it's nice to brother. Big respect to you, my friend.
I shave.
Yeah, I know you're awake. Yeah, I mean, we can't talk too much on the channel. But you know,
Right.
man, brother, you're awakened, my friend, and it's
Go
good to
ahead.
meet you. I thought you know the script. You know the script.
Oh yeah, I'm old. If at my age, if you don't know now, you're pretty stupid. As much shit as I've been through.
Hey,
Yeah,
brother.
a little darker there. You got that old.
Yeah, about a decade or something. You know, the chemtrails started me off. Yeah, and then when I come
9/11.
yeah, corrupt. It's from the core, mate. It's from the core, from the fucking core. All the civil service.
Operation Solar.
The councils are the worst. Everybody picks on the police, don't they? But it's the councils. They're the corrupt fuckers. The councils. But anyway, I won't say too much. You know.
I love my country. I just don't like my government.
Yeah, exactly.
Got a crusty old guy that can't remember his name. Wasn't as important as George Floyd to the world.
Hey, Earls of Orkney, I can see you there. I've got bad eyes, but I think is that Earls of Orkney?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
how you doing?
Nice to meet
how you
brother.
doing, boss? Yeah, it's pleasure to meet you. Cheers, mate.
We met briefly, didn't we? Of our man, I can't think of his name, but you know what I mean. The guy from England.
Yes. Was it Streets of Gold or was it?
See, you got it. You got you straight away. Streets of Gold. We met on Streets of Gold.
Well, I've been live streaming with several gentlemen out of England, several different groups of people. Okay. So I had to think about it for a second.
No. What it was, I was busy that day, but I do remember I did go on. Cause what it was, I had to go in and out. I was only on for about. In fact, I was only on for about a minute, weren't I? And
okay.
No, but Streets of Gold, what a nice guy. What a nice guy.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I like being on his channel, and I do remember seeing your name as soon as you came on. I was pointing at my wife. I was like, "Hey, look, he's back. We saw him earlier."
God bless. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hey, right, God bless you. It's good to run into
you. And get this phone charged. I don't want to charge when I'm live streaming for some reason.
Yeah, no, isn't that funny? Because I only seen you that once at Streets of Gold. And yet, I seen your name and I showed you out just then, didn't I? And that's because of that time on Streets of Gold.
Right, yeah, no, he's got a good ministry.
Yeah, I never forget a name. Yeah. And, hey, you're a top man, you what? You know?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I go through all different levels, but at the end of the day, it's that I was awakened, about 10 years ago, and it shocked me. Once you realise what's going on in the world, it shocked me.
Can't see it, can you? Mine's been a slow process my whole life, but
yeah,
I've been seeing things, signs and symbols, and just crazy stuff my whole life that I've never been able to explain. But the last 6 months has been profound.
Well, what it was for me, I was indoctrinated and brainwashed most of my life. It was only like 10 years ago. Luckily, my older brother, my older brother was in the RAF, and he told me, he says, do you know them chemtrails that you see in the sky?
Oh,
And this is like
man,
10
here we
years
go.
ago.
Right.
Yeah. And no, he says they are contrails, condensation. I said, and now everybody laughed at him. Everybody was laughing at him. He says, of course, it's just condensation from the planes. He says, no. He says they're spraying boron, aluminium, and all that shit. Because he was fucking doing it. My brother was at RAF. They paid him to do it.
Yeah.
I said, bro, obviously, I believe.
Well,
Yeah,
there's proof that the government was working on this back during the Vietnam War, cloud seeding.
Exactly. So yeah, that ain't no conspiracy theory. That is actually proven.
No,
It's
they
actually,
admit it, using what, silver oxide or silver nitrate to seed the clouds to make it rain along the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
they spray it. So that goes into the soil. It goes into the food. It goes into the water. So no wonder we're all fucked up. No wonder we're all fucked up. You know what I mean? And that is fact. It's actually been, and yet everybody's just sat there not bothering. I mean,
Yeah, we keep electing these monsters to rule over us, and we just consent to it one right after another. We don't need none of them idiots telling us how to do nothing, but we just keep letting them do it.
No good vote. We don't vote. There's no such thing as fucking democracy. It doesn't exist.
No,
it doesn't even.
No, it's totally false. It's like fairy dust.
All that shit. We're fucking ruled by evil fucking monsters that are feeding on us and fucking leeching off all the fucking our life souls. They're trying to take our blood and souls, dude.
Yeah, parasites, parasitic by nature.
Parasites, yeah, parasites are ruling the world. Why do you think it's so fucked up? Because parasites, but everybody's fucking. They don't realise it. They're indoctrinated. They're all brainwashed.
That's why I dropped out of school in the 6th grade. Well, not the 6th grade. I dropped out of school of my freshman year, but I quit engaging with school in the 6th grade. I just couldn't take it no more.
The universities are all corrupt. They're all corrupt. They don't tell you the truth. They're just indoctrination. It's all
there ain't no way I could go to no university if I just,
Thank you, brother.
I know a lot of people like them, but to me, it's just a school of indoctrination to further beat you down and just make you regurgitate the same nonsense over and over again with no free thought.
No.
Yeah, we all. But what we've got to do, we've got to keep cool, because what it is, when you first realise, you get all like, oh, I need to tell everybody. But if you go out and tell everybody, they just laugh at you, don't they?
Yeah, Chicken Little, the sky's falling.
Jack and the Beanstalk. Yeah. Because don't forget, it took us a few years to adjust. They can't just adjust instantly. You've got to just put the little seeds there. You know what I mean? Put the little seeds there.
Yeah, I've been trying to plant some seeds. Yeah, I hear you. You know what gets me? What blows my mind more than anything is, even before I was really waking up, I would see things and I would point things out to people, and I'd be like, "Hey, why does the sky look like that, or why is this like that?" And people would just be like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "All right, never mind."
Orkney, man. Yeah. You know, well, look at me. Right? I mean, I met you through Streets of Gold. I've met Sasquatch. I've met you, Orkney. So that's just the hippie knows, and you know what I mean. Right. And even people don't know fully. It doesn't matter. You don't need to know fully, but as long as you're waking up a little bit, you know what I mean. As long as you don't believe.
The biggest thing is just don't go to your deathbed believing all these pack of lies they've been pouring in our ear for the last I don't know, couple 100 years or maybe a couple millennia. Hard to say.
I mean, just don't be a lemon. Don't be.
Don't jump off the cliff with the rest of them, right?
Yeah. They just use fodder.
Yeah, fodder, cannon fodder, bunch of pawns.
Oh yeah, just don't be foddy, like, you know what I mean. And
the bad part is there's a bunch of pawns and they don't even realize they're being played with chess. You know, they think they're playing checkers, and they think they're going to get a do-over.
Compartmentalization. It's like a pyramid system, isn't it? So yeah, they think they know it all. Yeah. Oh yeah. They've got, I mean, because I like that. I don't like money. I just like, but I mean, I get enjoyment from just giving things. It could be anything. But enjoyment and happiness comes from within it. It's not external, it's internal. You only get that. You get happiness inside. You don't get happiness from outside. I mean, obviously, when I was young, I mean, I'm a motorcyclist. I like super bikes. Used to ride super bikes. Which, I mean, I still like super bikes, to be honest. I mean, if you had money, I wouldn't mind a super bike. But no, I've had my spill. But I mean, but that's my, that's my. Everybody has a vice, don't they? A vice. My vice is super bikes. I love super bikes. You know, fast bikes. I love them.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I used to like to freestyle rock climb. Well, I don't know. I guess they call it like free solo, or I don't know what they call it. I didn't belong to no clubs or nothing. I started when I was a teenager. I climb 10, 15-story buildings.
No ropes or nothing.
Huh?
No, you've got guts, mate. You've got guts to do that. What, so you was hanging on it?
When I got a little bit older, well, yeah, rock climbing. I used to climb mountains and vertical cliffs and stuff with no harnesses, no gear. It was just something I started doing when I was young, and I always loved doing it. And I never joined any clubs. I climbed by myself. I'd never go with nobody. Nobody would go with me.
No, but you did it because you enjoyed doing it. That's why you did it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I love being in the wilderness. Deeper in the wilderness I am, the more happy I am.
Oh, I know. When I look back, I used to ride my super bikes, and I used to ride them. You know, when you bank them over, and that back tire, if I'd have hit a fucking bit of slippy road, I'd have been dead. But I still banked it over. But you know, the chances are, it's like, you know, it's only an outside chance that I would hit something like that. So I just crank it over anyway. And I did, and I'm still here talking to you now, just like you. Just one little mistake, you're dead, ain't you?
Yeah, I climbed a place in southern Illinois called Garden of the Gods in Shawnee National Forest. It had about 110, 120 foot vertical spire, like a chimney rock. And you could scale up it from the bottom, but once you got to the top, if you made it, you had to jump over a, I don't know, 10 or 12 foot wide crevasse to get back over, because there was no way, if you climbed up it with no ropes, there was no way you could climb down it. So once you got to the top, you had to take a leap of faith and jump over a gap that was 10 to 12 feet with a 120 foot drop.
No, I'd have died. That is my worst nightmare. But it ain't to you, but to me, being stuck on a little thin rock.
I'm not claustrophobic. Heights don't bother me at all. You know, none of that stuff. Fires, you know, big fires, people get scared and panic. It don't bother me. I don't get excited
because you know that you enjoy doing it, and you know your foot. It's all about your footing, isn't it? I don't know. I've never climbed.
Well, you know, for me, it's like I feel more alive when my adrenaline surges, my heart's pounding, and the noise inside, the noise in my head goes down, and I get clarity like you wouldn't believe.
Just thinking about it makes me feel dizzy. But that's your thing, isn't it?
It gives me like you riding that bike. Yeah, I mean, you have single-minded focus on what you're doing.
It's about speed on me. It's all about going around the bends, you know, and trying to
come over. Feel it. It's how you feel it.
If that back tire goes, I'm fucking dead. I'm doing like 160 around the fucking bend. If that back tire goes, I'm dead, innit? I'm in the tree. I'm dead. But you trust that back tire.
Yeah, buddy. I had a semi doing about 125 miles an hour across the salt flats of Utah, a fully loaded semi.
You know, super bike at high power and powered it out like at high speed. You know what I'm on about. Is that not a buzz? You know, like you can the G-force. You know the G-force coming out the bend.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you cranked a proper bike orbit at high speed? And you fucking, and then you power it out of the back wheel. You can feel it. You know the engine. You tether that fucking engine. You know, is that not the sexiest fucking thing?
That looks like the locust trees around here. There's some nice morels. You got morels over that way?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Sasquatch. I thought Tony Tony was showing pictures. Hey,
Sasquatch. Yeah. Sorry, Squatch. So it's me and him. We get on. Hey, Sasquatch, brother. What gets your bloody thing going, brother?
You know, Tony, I didn't get on no motorcycle because I like to do dangerous things. I always have, and I just figured if I was on a motorcycle, I'd be dead for sure, because there's no way that I would have a vehicle like that and not drive it to the extreme.
No, the only reason I'm alive is because I'm a professional motorcyclist. Oh yeah, you can't just jump on a bike and fucking blast it to fuck, you'll be dead. No, the only reason I'm still alive is because yeah, oh yeah, no, yeah, sorry, yeah, you can't just jump on a fucking super
No,
bike.
I get it. I get it. I know that's why I didn't get on with. My wife used to race motocross though. She used to
Oh, the
race a
only
dirt bike.
Yeah, no, the only reason I'm alive is because I did it from like a young age. I used to ride bikes from like when I was like 4, 5, 6 years old, and so I know all about all that shit. You know what I mean? Oh, you can't just jump on a bike and fucking yank it on a bed. You'd fucking kill yourself. You know what I mean? Oh no, but if it just becomes part of you, doesn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you find whatever that adrenaline is, and
No, but what it was, I mean, I was dragged up me. I didn't have money. I only had bikes when I had to buy my own bikes. I mean, I weren't born in like a family that bought me bikes or nothing.
right.
No, nothing like that. I mean, my dad. I was born up in a rough fucking area of England. You know, England, the northwest. Have you heard of Lancashire? Have you heard of Lancashire in England?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Never been there, but
Yeah.
I've seen it on maps. I've studied a lot of English history in depth, going back, over 1,000 years.
They didn't use weapons. No, you don't use weapons. It's very rough, man. It's like it's just what it was because nobody had anything. It was all right, like, but I said if you say you're going to do something, you do it because if you don't, you'll get twatted. Simple as fucking that. It was that rough,
Hey,
you know what
you
I
want to
mean?
know? You don't want to know who I'm related to? It's gonna blow your mind.
But
Sir William,
Lancashire,
Sir William Wallace.
All right. Hey, do you think the sun's 93 million miles away? This is a Truman Dam. Look at the lake. Look
I
at
know,
that.
right? Right.
Oh yeah, it's
Looks like it's like 20 miles up, maybe.
look,
It's I think it's 1,000.
Sir William Wallace, who the fuck's Sir William Wallace? I've never heard of that.
Hey, Mel Gibson played him.
William Wallace, Northern Scotland, Edinburgh Castle. The first.
I'm in England, man. Oh, yeah, I know Edinburgh.
I understand, but he was the first. He was the first person to unite all of the British Isles.
Well,
Ever.
I've never heard of.
After all the tyranny, they was going to stop.
I'm
Long
fucking
before-
English.
Yeah, I
I've never heard of.
understand. No, I know, but when you look up the history, right? I'm an American. I was born in Germany, but my military family. But when I was studying history,
I've heard of Stevenson because he made the trains. I've heard of Stevenson. Wallace, I ain't no fucking one. The Scots are fucking pussies, man. They can only fight with knives. It's true that, mate. It's true that. Well, I'm living in Ireland now. I'm in Ireland at the moment, and the Irish are fucking hey, they don't fucking attack me with fucking blades. If the Irish want to fucking, I've had a few fights with a few of the Irish, but I'll tell you what, they use their head and they use their fists.
yeah, them Irish boys like to trade blows a little bit.
They're plastic fucking paddies. The Scots are plastic. They pretend they want to be fucking Irish. I'm in Ireland now. I live above no, nothing bothers me. I've been here 5 fucking years, and look at I'm English all the way through, mate. All the way
Hey,
fucking through.
don't sugarcoat it for us. Just tell us how you really feel, bro.
Mate. I'm just saying it as it fucking is, right?
Yeah, that's cool. I like speaking plainly.
Yeah, I don't need fucking backup. I've never had needed backup, right? But
Yeah,
anyway,
that.
I don't need fucking backup. I'm not a gang waller. I fucking smash gangs up, me. I've always done it. I'm getting old now. I can't do it now, but I used to do it. I'm fucking 53 now. Fucking.
Yeah. Hey, what's up? Here we go.
Yeah.
You want to play music?
You need to start taking over now. I mean, fucking Orkney and fucking Sasquatch. You need to start. It's your turn now.
Oh, he don't care. We're just shooting the shit.
Hey, I'm gonna be on here all night. I don't give a no rest. I'm here. I'm just here to let people do
Islands. I'm on about, you understand about having the drinks as you do. We're men, ain't we? We're not fucking pussies. We're men.
No, the world's been pussified. I'm a man's man. I ain't no baby. No, I don't wear light in the loafers, if you know what I mean.
The world has been pussified. They put the female in front and they fucking.
I only wore a mask one time because I had to get license for my car. No one's ever said nothing. I never wore a face diaper because in our world's turned genderless. No one's got any balls to say anything.
The world has been pussified.
Yeah, everybody's too damn sensitive.
Plastic and everything else.
Right. Because at once the women in front of the men there, you can't say boo to a goose or else you get called fucking sexist. Do you remember when about 20 years ago when they brought out that female revolution? That was all planned, that, you know. That was all planned.
The women's suffrage, the women's right to vote, it was the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds bringing the woman out of the home because she instilled all the morals and values to kids. Now the boys club and the government raises kids.
It's all corrupt from the core, from the hospitals to the schools to the college.
And once you become aware of what's going on, you see it all. And that's where you can't stop it. It just keeps coming, you know.
That's a crazy reality we live in.
And it's
I tell people when you don't make sense, they're missing the two senses: eyes to see and ears to hear. They have all their senses.
Yeah, ain't no doubt.
Hey, I'm talking to you, and I'm talking to and we're all awakened. I mean, it's great. I know, honestly, it's great talking to like men that I don't need to explain to that actually know what I'm on about. I mean, normally you get attacked, don't you? Say,
it doesn't work right.
Man,
people are too damn sensitive, and they want to sugarcoat everything and put pretty ribbons around words. Just say what the hell you mean.
Lads, doesn't it make a change, lads? Talking to somebody that is on your side that actually knows exactly what you're fucking on about and agrees with you, man. That is, nice one.
Your pants your crack, you know what I mean? Like, come on.
Change, man. Oh, no. It's a big respect, brother.
I said in one of the videos I made, Tony, I said, you know, basically about society and signs and symbols, how they hide all this shit, but they do it right in your face. I said, it's like they take a big old crusty dog turd and they roll it in pig slop and then they roll it in sugar and ask you to take a big old bite of it.
That's exactly what they do. That's what they do, yeah.
And they want you to smile while you do it.
How many times a snake shit is still a snake?
Right. Yeah.
Well, there's an old saying, isn't there? There's an old saying, right? If 99% of people believe a lie, right, it doesn't make it the fucking truth, does it?
Joseph Goebbels actually coined a phrase: you tell a lie loud enough and long enough, eventually everybody will believe it. That was number 2 of the Nazi Party, 1930s, 1940s.
We all know for a fact. I mean, it's that AIDS. You remember? Do you remember AIDS, HIV?
Yeah.
All your America. It was that was a big piss take. They were just testing the grounds. Yeah, they were just testing the grounds. And yet it's a shame though, because you know what killed the people was the medication. So then people that give it, the government that give them medication, they should be done for murder.
Sounds like deja vu all over again, doesn't it?
You know what AZT is? You know what chemotherapy is? And AZT for AIDS, it's fucking mustard gas. Do you know mustard gas? That's exactly. That's all it is.
Sound like the shit the Nazis used, Zyklon B.
Killing it, yeah. Well, Zyklon, no. Oh, do you think the fucking all that bullshit existed? The fucking everybody goes. That didn't exist. The fucking what do they call it? The Holocaust. That's a lot of crap as well. A lot of fucking bullshit. That everybody died in the Second World War. It was a massive fucking war.
250 million people. What they say?
Oh, it went to 11 million, then went to 6 million. Oh, all of a sudden there's only 4 million fucking Jews died. A lot of crap.
I was talking about the whole. Right, I know that number changes a lot, but I'm talking about the whole war. They said 250 million died in World War II.
No. If you're fucking starving, right, you needing machines, are you gonna take your time to kill people when everybody's against you? Are you gonna make all that burning people and kill people? No, you're gonna get them working, you're gonna get them fighting. You're not gonna bother killing them, are you? What a lot of crap.
You know what I always have a hard time with is how there could be thousands and thousands of people in a concentration camp and only a handful of guards. If you realize what's happening, how could you not just handle your business and take care of shit?
I'll tell you something now, and you must know it anyway. Do you know them little fields, the brainwashing fields, where they're like shoveling all these empty bodies, like all that? Oh, they're all the Jews and all that. No,
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the footage.
no, the Americans filmed that. The
Right.
Americans filmed after the war. That was
Yep.
all people starving because everybody was starving. They weren't Jews; it was just everybody.
Yeah,
Remember the
everybody was
film?
starving. They were starving for years after the war. They were still rationing. Even in Germany, they were doing the Berlin airlift.
And yet, what they labelled that, and they said, no, they're the Jews that are being killed. That's
Yeah,
a
there
lot
was
of bollocks.
millions of people all over Europe starved to death after, during, and at the end of World War II, and for years later.
Do you think what are you stupid? Do you think you'd have concentration camps when you're at war with somebody, right? Are you going to fucking spend all that resources having concentration camps, burning all this shit, burning bodies when you want to be at war? No, you're going to have people working, ain't you? There's
Yeah, making
absolute
shit and building shit.
propaganda, pure propaganda. Pure
Yeah, there's you can't even know what to believe with these people because that's all they do is lie from the time they open their mouth. All you need to do to
No, not even my own brother. When I said it to my own brother, he was RAF trained, right, and he was a bit away. He was on. He told me about the chemtrails, and when I told him about the concentration camps being a load of bollocks, even he said, "Tony, no." But no, when he looked into it, even the concentration camps is bullshit. It's all bullshit, mate. It's all fucking bullshit, mate. If it's
hey,
mainstream,
Napoleon Bonaparte was famous for a quote too. He was famous for saying, "How to go? History is a set of lies agreed upon, and that's
by
agreed
the
upon
winning,
by the people who win the war."
yeah, by the victors. There you go.
Yeah, it's a set of lies agreed upon.
I knew it because it's the truth. So all this concentration camp crap, it's a lot of crap, man. A lot of fucking crap. In fact,
Sasquatch, what is that thing?
It's a cottonmouth. It was on a stringer. It swallowed a perch. Bluegill.
Wow.
if you think, oh, sorry,
Cut its
Alan,
head off.
sorry. Anyway, I'm going to go off, guys. It's been great talking to you.
Yeah,
Sasquatch,
cheers, mate.
it's been
Anytime.
amazing. Really enjoyed it, brother. And
I'll catch you on your
chat again. Yeah, it's nice looking to awaken guys and big love, man. Big love. Never give up. Come on, we're gonna. I know we're only the small, but eventually. Could you heard of the avalanche? Didn't you?
I'm standing strong here, standing my ground, standing strong, not bending my knee to tyranny.
The
I
avalanche
won't bow to
effect.
anybody.
Yeah, it only takes 7%, and everybody else will follow. It's called the avalanche effect. But you need to get to 7 or 8. Yeah. Once you get to 7-8% of the truth, the rest will follow. The lemons will follow then, but we need to get to 7%. At the moment, we're not point. No. Yeah.
Well, there's already a chain reaction happening. There are more and more people waking up every day, and that's why they're censoring all of social media because they're trying to slow it down. But it's going to have a natural progression of its own.
Well, what it is, you get the chain reaction first, and then eventually you get the avalanche. Exactly. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to snowball, and it's going to turn into an avalanche.
Hey, we might be fucking only the small at the moment, but all you need is, like you say, is like a chain reaction, and then once you get the chain reaction, what do you get after that? Then you get the avalanche.
The chain reaction starts with a nice set of balls. You got to have a little bit. You got to have a little bit of balls and not be afraid of every damn thing.
And it takes people like me and you that know the truth. Who I'm not after nothing. Just people with fucking brains who are looking around and actually observing and questioning things. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, you got to quit listening to men. You keep listening to men, they're gonna lead you astray every time.
Hey, Sasquatch, right? Sasquatch. All I'm doing is questioning. I'm just saying. Well, I'm just questioning. I'm just saying. Well, you're telling me. I'm just questioning. That's all. I'm not doing no harm. I'm just questioning it. I said, well, why am I doing that? That's all we're doing, brother. We're only questioning things.
I don't believe nothing I hear, no I see.
And then when you question things, you find out that it's a load of fucking bullshit. You think, well, hang on, there's no fucking answers. There's no fucking answers. I'm asking questions, and I ain't getting no common sense fucking answers. I'm just getting a load of fucking conceited fucking bullshit. Where's the fucking answers? Am I right or wrong here? I'll just ask a simple question, right? I mean, where's the proof? Where's the evidence? And they can't come up with the proof, the evidence. He says, oh, well, everybody else thinks that, so it must be true. No. Just because everybody else. Well, look at the Pied Piper, right? The Pied Piper. All the
like the Pied Piper led right through the street.
Yeah, but that's fucking following that, cunt. No fucking way. If there's a whistle, go the other way, mate. I've always been like that, brothers. I've always been like that. If everybody goes that way, I'll go the opposite way.
You know, I was born walking my own path. That's just how it is, man. I mean, I see people, everybody doing the same thing. I want to do something totally different.
Hey, I don't follow the path, I make them.
There you go.
Yeah,
Trailblazer.
What's your name? What's your name, brother?
Ron.
Orkney.
Ron.
Ryan. Right, hang on. I'll look on my computer. Hang on.
No, it's Ron, like Ronald McDonald. Ron.
Orkney. Earl of Orkney. Are you Earl of Orkney?
Yes, correct.
That's it. I've seen you on the Streets of Gold. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah. I have a different logo on the YouTube channel I run.
I do. Yeah, no, I'm just double checking.
It's actually the thumbnail or symbol on my YouTube channel is my family crest.
Oh, I've really enjoyed it speaking to you, brother. I think Streets of Gold said I'm just down to earth, man. I just say as it fucking is.
Yeah.
But I'm
Speak plainly. That's why I love it. Just say what you mean and mean what you say.
But I'm not crazy. I'm a boy. You know what I mean? I know all the ins and outs. I know all the councils are corrupt. The courts, the councils, and fucking everything. It's all corrupt, dude.
All of it. All of it.
All of it. You got it. Thank you.
Ephesians 6 says, for our battle is not against flesh and blood, but against authorities and rulers, against the evils in the heavenly realms.
And we're living in it. And it's people like me and you. 99% follow the narrative, but I ain't following the narrative. You're not following. Neither is fucking Sasquatch. You know, show me Sasquatch. I mean, you're a legend, are you there, Sasquatch?
Yeah. I was swinging through a tree on this one.
No, sorry, Sasquatch. I mean, me and Orkney have been called in. Oh, you're awakened, Sasquatch, didn't you? I know that, brother.
Oh, yeah. I'm old.
I bet you have Streets of Gold.
In no less than a month.
I met you on Streets of Gold, didn't I? Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're a fucking top man. Well, you put input in. Come on, let you speak.
Hey, Sasquatch kind of helped get my channel going just by the pure nature of him being the kind guy he is. I mean, when we started talking, I'm just being honest. I mean, I was just being honest and saying that, you introduced me to a lot of people that are of like thinking and like mind. We definitely don't agree on everything, but we agree on most.
Long time to connect with people. Like, you lose a lot along the way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and that's, I don't care about differences. I like differences. I celebrate differences. That's what it should be. I like to understand people better in every aspect I can.
Nowadays, some people are just nuts.
You all fucking thought the same, wouldn't it? What a boring world would it be?
People just have a narrow way of thinking, and they've been trained this. They've been indoctrinated to think this way. Like, over here, people go to high school and they take, say French for 4 years, and as soon as they graduate high school, they couldn't go, order a meal. They don't know nothing, and it's crazy. It's crazy. Our forefathers spoke 3, 4, 5, 6 languages. It was normal.
Oh yeah.
Almost everybody spoke Latin.
Latin.
Latin's a base root of most everything nowadays.
Yeah. But you don't have to be polite with somebody and not normal decorum just to say hello. Like, if they met somebody, they just go quiet. They wouldn't even know how to communicate. Just like me and you are communicating now. It's called social skills. They just go quiet. They won't be able to do what we're doing now. They just go quiet, and yet they've got fucking degrees.
Hey, crack.
Right. Yeah, and they couldn't talk like me, like Sasquatch and you. They couldn't do that. They had no social skills.
Frack, Bricks and Brooms, and Darlene, good evening. I'm
Well,
just talking to
is
a few
that
people in the chat in the chat box over
is that Darlene McGee? Is it? I
Yeah.
can't see the
there.
chat of
Yep.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Darlene and Bricks and Brooms,
Look,
Frack
Darlene.
Centurion,
Yeah.
Sandra Mina.
Hey, right.
She
We got good
me.
Darrell guitar. Is that Darrell? Oh man.
I just saw Daryl something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's Darrell.
Darlene, yeah, Darlene's in there.
Yeah, she come to me about a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
I don't know if you got talking about playing guitar the other day somewhere.
Daryl Guitar Madman dropping in to say hi. Greetings.
Top girl. Yeah, big up, Darlene McGee.
He can
Yeah,
play
'cause
guitar,
it's-
man. If it's the right person, I'm sure it is. D Vincent. I have to look and see if he changed his name.
See, I can't see the chat properly. Can somebody do the chat? Just if you do the chat, it sort of gets people interested. Because don't forget, we're talking, and
Yeah.
the chat's all bored. Yeah.
I have a bad time sometimes. I don't always watch it, but when I do see it, I try to mention people when I see them because they're engaging like we're engaging.
Oh, just say hello to the chat. See a few, Dave. Say hello to a few.
There's Blind Q.
Yeah, but this is over here getting everybody subbed that is coming up.
It must be boring to them. Just even us chatting away, and they're all, just say hello to chat, innit? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Blind Cube just came in the room. Starting to storm out here. Hi guys. Hello, Blind Cube. Thank you for stopping back in.
Hey, there you go.
Bricks and Brooms. You are my type of people. Love this channel. Always dropping here and there. But this chat has really brought me into know I'm going to be here more. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate it. We just like to be free, independent thinkers and not have men tell us what to do.
Never forget the chat. Never forget
Steve
the chat.
Aloha. We got a Hawaiian islands. My wife's got people over there. My sister used to live there.
Are you there? Can you hear me, Sasquatch?
Hello, Steve. I gave you some blue power there. Darrell, have you got your guitar now or something?
Right, you're an angel, Sasquatch, right? You're a knight and everything.
Person.
You know that, right? But no, never forget the chat, Sasquatch. If you're doing a live, never forget the fucking chat.
Well, hey, when I do my lives, I usually bring people up and let them talk with the chat because
I had to bring it up. Never forget.
Well, there's some good moderators in the room too, Tony. There's some good moderators keeping up on putting up links and keeping up on the conversation though. So there's always some good people in the background paying attention.
Yeah, they're the fans. That's the only reason we're chatting in the first place, isn't it? The chat, really.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. We got to engage with the people.
We've got 10 people, man. We're talking. We've got 10 people in the chat. 10 people in the chat. So imagine being in a room with 10 people.
Yeah.
Listen.
I've had up to 335 before, the most I had in one time.
Yeah. We've got 10 people listening to us.
I know. Isn't it amazing that people care what you got to say? Because nobody's ever cared what I had to say my whole life.
Well, I know I've had people moving. I'm like, good.
I've been seeing these signs and symbols my whole life, and nobody ever wants to listen about nothing.
Well, do you know what feeling we
be a lonely journey sometimes down that narrow road by yourself.
Yeah, you have to. You have to. It's the only way you can grow.
Because I've actually enjoyed speaking to you for the last 20 minutes. That's actually been... No, it's like I've really enjoyed it. I thought, what a fucking decent man that is. That's what I thought.
Thank you. Yeah, it's amazing to run into so many like-minded people in such a short span. It's blowing my mind.
Well, I kept trying to save everybody and convince everybody. Finally, I decided we're all adults. They can figure it out themselves. I'm going to find people alike. Out with them. Drink,
You can lead a horse to water. You sure can't make them drink. You can try to hold their hand under, but it don't work.
Yeah, I heard you.
I'm 50 years old now, right?
Let them plant the seed and grow their own plant. Then it's their plant. You mean?
Listen, to me, it's fucking blow my, because it's the fucking truth. That's fucking. We ain't talking no bullshit the last. We've talked the fucking truth. It's
hey, I went on a damn account, and the teller said, "Watch your mouth." Look, I went on account.
Brainwash fucking freaks. That's what I'm fucking straight me.
So
No,
he
yeah.
gets in the bank, right?
Oh,
And he comes out, he got a bunch of problems. And he says, I got $5 million. I want to open a damn account. And he goes, why? This fucking bitch wouldn't let you?
Yeah, the fuck. See, I'm a one man band. I don't need backup. But these, Orkney, fuck these fuckers. I'll tell
Hey,
you what, mate.
Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Hey, Tony.
Honest,
Hey, I want to tell y'all something.
Because you're the only person that has talked to me in any sense in the last fucking weeks, mate. And you're saying, "Oh, but listen to you. You're the one that's talking fucking sense." Just well, fuck them.
Hey,
Fuck the
Tony.
fucking everything. You know what I mean? You're the one
Tony,
that's fucking.
let me tell you about it. Let me tell you about the strangeness of life. I learned.
I don't. Ali, you're speaking the truth.
Hey, here we go.
Listen.
Here we go.
Hey, I learned this poem. I learned this poem when I was 6 years old, and my whole life has been a testament to this poem. It's called the Poem of Contradictions. You ready for it?
Yep.
Pull up a chair, sit on the floor. I'll tell you a story you heard before. One dark night in the middle of the day, two dead boys went out to play. Back to back, they faced each other, drew their swords, and shot each other. If you don't believe this story is true, you ask a blind man. He saw it too.
That's a great one.
I've known that since I was 6 years old.
I knew that since I was a kid too.
That's been a living testament of my life and the strangeness and the things that I see and have occurred around me as long as I've lived.
Yeah, I heard that. Man, I had to be young when I heard that first time. Okay, I'm making that him now. There you go.
Me and my brother memorized it when we was little boys.
I had one that when days were old and were bold, when outhouses weren't invented, you dropped your load at the side of the road and walked away contented.
Hey, that's good. See, Bricks and Brooms says something about Texas. In Texas, dead smack in the center. I used to live right outside of Fort Hood, Killeen, Waco, Belton, Harker Heights. That's where I grew up as a boy.
Yeah, we always had a plaque in the bathroom by the toilet, and it was like a wooden barrel thing, and it said, "This empty barrel ain't just for show. Please drop a nickel before you go."
You heard that story before, Bricks and Brooms. That's cool. She always laughed at that. Yeah, it's the poem. I remember it being called the Poem of Contradictions, but I could be wrong, but I know the poem.
That's lovely. It's lovely hearing this, brother. Thank you.
When we came back from Germany, I was 2 years old, and I remember distinctly growing up as a boy, and my mother and sister speaking fluent German and would sing me and my brother nursery rhymes and count in German. It was spoken in the house for many years because they were over there for 5 years. I was only 2 when we came back. I have dual citizenship. I'm a German citizen and an American citizen. Just because I was born on German soil is the only reason that made me a German citizen. My family, there's actually a town in Germany named after my family name. There's another town in Denmark named after my family name, Clauston.
Well, I'll tell you what, so it fucking should, mate, because I'll tell you what, speaking to you today, you're a fucking great bloke, man. You're full of fucking intelligence and love, man. So I'll tell you what, I would call the town out of your fucking name. I can sense it, brother. You're a fucking good guy, man. You're a good
the crazy thing about my life is I've always been
very intelligent.
I just had a kind heart, and I've always tried to love people, and I've always been shit on for it. And people take my kindness for weakness, and I've never been weak.
Well, I don't count to the weakness. Oh yeah, I've never been weak, but yeah, I've always been.
Yeah, because I've never cared about money the way normal people think. I mean, if it wasn't for my wife, we would have been broke years ago. Because when I see people hurting and struggling, I would just rather give them everything I got and start over. Because I don't have a problem starting over. I can start over. I hate seeing people struggle and being broken and cut in half to where the society is just taking a giant shit on them, and it breaks my heart.
Orkney, what's your name?
Ron.
My name's Tom.
Think of Ronald McDonald. Ron.
Ron. My name's Tony. Ron. I was the same, right? I've never given a fuck about money. I've had money, cars, bit of fucking all that, but I've never chased it. I don't chase all that shit.
I used to now. I used to chase money, but when we sold our farm in Oregon, we sold the farm and 95% of everything we owned, and we started over.
Yeah, but I used to chase it when I was like young and like a pussy like thing type thing. You know, like when you're fucking like what, fucking 15, 16, that sort of age. But I'm fucking 53 now. And even when I was in I never give a fuck about nothing, me. I've
Well,
always
we
been a decent.
retired early. Yeah, I retired when I was 42. My wife was 44. We retired early. We were just done playing the game, and we were over it.
The only reason, I'll tell you one reason, I used to graft hard when I was like 17, 18, because I had that much energy, it kept me out of trouble. So I knew that. I just used to work, just because if I didn't work, my brain was that spinning with the adrenaline, I'd have fucked up. But once I reached 30, I just fucking relaxed, and I'll tell you what, I just give everything away. I've never had fuck all since. I had a Jag. I've had a Jag. I've had a few Jags, right? Because I used to like cars.
Yeah, we
That
had
was
we had a Jaguar. We had a Ford Mustang. We get a brand new car. We used to get a brand new car every 2 years.
What Jag was it? It has to be an XJ. Was it an XJ?
No, it was just an X. It wasn't nothing fancy. We just bought it. We did.
Nah,
Yeah, it was a little kitty cat. It was like the 6-cylinder.
Sasquatch. That ain't a Jag unless it's an XJ. It ain't a Jag.
Yeah, that was just kidding. It wasn't really a Jaguar. It was just kidding. It was just playing around.
Exactly. You know it, buddy. No, I was.
Oh yeah, I know the difference. Believe me, I know the difference. We bought it real cheap for a few $1,000.
The XJs. No, I was just lucky because I was
Nutter
the right
Channel,
place.
what's up, brother? Nutter Channel.
Because an XJ is a fucking machine.
Grew up on bricks and brooms. Grew up on a farm. Had to grab sheep by the head and lead them in different directions. I'm sorry, I'm reading some comments here, Tony. I'm not going to talk over you.
It was a 1999 XJ because the 2001s got took over, didn't it? It was a 99 XJ, right? I floored the fucking thing. Pisses the. I mean, I'm not. Please, if there's any children listening, don't listen, right? But anyway, I floored this. It was my car, right? It was mine, isn't it? I floored the fucking thing, right? I just floored it. I floored the fuck. How'd you do? You know when you buy a car, you test it out. I just floored it on a dual carriageway. I thought, but I didn't realise. I'll tell you what, I was doing like 160 mile an hour. I'm not bullshit.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Man,
I love driving fast.
Man, it had 360 horsepower. Well, 360 horse, because it was a long wheelbase. It was designed for for X. It was like a long wheelbase, and I've just floored it, man. It was really all wheel drive. The fucking thing moved, man. 160 mile an hour. That's the fastest I've ever been. And I'm a motorbiker, right? Yeah, I ride super bikes, but that's the fastest I've ever been in a car.
That's fast. I'm trying to think. I've probably been about 135 maybe.
An XJ, man. That was an XJ6. It was just an XJ6. That was it. XJ6. Six cylinder. And I was fucking floored the fucking thing. I was doing 180 mile an hour, man.
Hey, have you ever heard of the Ford Lightning pickup?
Oh, sorry?
A Ford Lightning pickup. It's called like the F-150, but it's called the Lightning.
No, you've got the Chevys. You've got the Chevy engines, haven't you? The V12s and all that. You lucky buggers, isn't you?
Well, yeah. Some of the Dodge used to have the V10s. I don't know what's got V12 over here.
You know Johnny Cash, don't you?
Yeah. The Man in Black.
Right, and Johnny Cash told us the Chevrolets. You get is it the Chevy engine? They're the ones. The Trans Ams and all that. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, well, listen, man, they're fucking powerful motherfuckers, man. You know they're fucking. You got the Chevys, the fucking.
I had a 2000 Ford Mustang, long time ago.
The Mustang.
Yeah, Ford Mustang.
Yeah,
it was bright red. Yeah, it was bright red. I got a whole bunch of tickets in that thing. I had to get rid of it.
What was the horsepower on that? Roughly, like, what was the horsepower?
Oh, I don't remember. It wasn't super fast. It wasn't like the real big motors. You can get them. You can get like with a 351 Windsor or Celine or Shelby. It wasn't one of them, but I don't know. I think it was like 250, 300 horse or something like that.
That's power.
It was fast though. That thing was fast. I mean, I could take like if you're getting on the expressway, I could take the on ramp at 120, 130 miles an hour. No problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Nez, what's up, girl? Hey, baby.
Hi.
That was a good painting. I was watching while I was over here, but I was watching you on Jody had it on the computer. Say hi to Nez.
Hi, sweetie. Good job tonight.
Yeah, that was a good painting.
Yeah, good job, honey.
I didn't get to hear nothing, but I was watching.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, we do that barter for a painting. Just throwing out a hint. She loves sunflowers, by the way.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to. Funny enough, I'm trying to do a roll of, tobacco. It's funny you mentioned sunflowers. Bloody hell. But you can't. I mean, do you smoke tobacco? I know it's a bad habit, but I love tobacco.
No, I smoke tobacco and I smoke pot too. When I was in Oregon, I used to grow all my own stuff. We had a farm. We did 65 varieties of all organic, non-GMO food. We had a community-based produce farm. It was you come pick your own, or you could put orders in. We didn't hire labor. We did all our labor was done through volunteers from the community. We'd use their labor in exchange for teaching them how to grow food for themselves and their own families. We were shooting ourselves in the foot, basically because we're teaching them how to grow their own food in their own yard in town. But that was kind of the whole spirit of the farm, was to engage with the community and teach them something useful.
How old are you then, Sasquatch? How old are you then?
Hey, Papa?
Oh shit. Oh, sorry, I get confused. You're Orkney. See what I mean? I get confused.
Yeah, Orkney. Orkney. I'm talking about the farm in Oregon. We just sold that farm last year.
How long?
So we sold it. I think we sold it back in May.
So where are you living now then?
I live in the Smoky Mountains on the eastern part of the U.S. along Tennessee, North Carolina area.
No, because I want to do. Because I've never been to the USA. I'm living in Ireland. You can tell my accent, right? I'm an English folk.
You certainly are an Irish. No, we live on top of a mountain. We're right near the Cherokee National Forest. We live way up top. We're high up on top of the mountain.
Do you know what amazes me, being from England or whatever, Ireland? You know what fucking amazes the Irish and the English and all that? You know what amazes us? It's how vast fucking the USA is.
It's monstrously big. I used to drive a semi. I drove cross country for 16 years, coast to coast. From California to Florida. It's like 3,200, 3,300 miles. It takes like 5 days of driving 12 hours a day.
You look at England and fucking your island, it's like a little island, isn't it? And then
it's a little bitty.
Fucking hell, man.
I don't know how there's so many people over there on the British Isles. That blows my mind.
I know.
And really, I mean, over there, we got it lucky over here. Y'all over there, to own land and own farms, and that's a hard thing to do over there because there's so many people and so little land.
The voice, I fucked off from England. I'm living in Ireland, right? Because England, through politics. Well, you're awake, and you've heard the clergy, haven't you? The clergy plan. Obviously you've heard of it.
Oh yeah, I've been paying close attention to England and Europe in general.
What they flooded England, yeah. The clergy plan, the clergy plan.
I do watch weather stuff, Earl. I've been watching solar flares for a long time, like you do, and all that stuff.
Oh, have you? I'm still kind of learning about it. I've been following it for a little while, but I ain't never tried to.
Outside the sun looked like it was tethered to it like a local
Kerlagi, clergy plan. It was done about 40, 50 years ago. And what it was the white European threat. The white European threat. Because they
Darrell?
knew, the banks, the
Hey, bro.
agenda, about agenda.
There, we got a new guy up here. Let him. How you been?
I'm okay. Yeah.
Did you get to play guitar?
Yeah. Yesterday, past couple days, I've been playing 12 string and my electric. My friend has a 12 string.
So are you got a place you're staying now?
Yeah. I'm moving into an interim place tomorrow, but probably in the morning I might, like around 11 or something, or 10:30, play some live stream. But yeah, I mean, I wish I could, but I can't. I'm not in a place where I can really do it.
You're getting stable somewhere, dude.
Well, it's
That's what you want to call it,
Yeah. I mean, I can't live like this anymore. It's really taking a toll.
I heard, dude. I've been there. Believe me.
Yeah.
What's everybody up to? I was listening to what Earls of Orkney were saying, and
Didn't I meet you a week or two ago, Darrell? Didn't we talk once before?
Yeah,
you were out walking around or something, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's homeless.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I knew that, but I'm not trying to, make an ass of it myself. But I remember he's out walking around. We was talking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we was talking good sense. We're on the same boat, and we're all talking common sense. We're not talking.
Your job
nonsense.
still going good?
Yeah, I love it. It's pretty damn good. It's
What are you doing?
I'm a dishwasher, but it's one of the best dishwashing jobs I've ever had. And
Hey, no matter what you're doing, it's the money that counts. You know what I mean?
It don't make no difference. People put way too much stock into what they're doing and what title it holds. All you need to do is survive and do your thing and be able to get by. That's all that matters. I put way too much stock in titles most of my life, and I don't care about none of it no more.
I'm not a dishwasher, but it's something I have to do.
Yeah, whatever. Shit.
I know what I am. That's important.
Exactly correct.
That's it.
I was helping my neighbors do stuff for next to nothing, just here over the last few weeks, help cleaning gutters and things like that. I don't even care about, just make a little bit. That's fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
I just don't care. Just enough to get by. That's all I care about.
They'll make you a pot of chili or something in gratitude for helping them.
Yeah, absolutely. I've already had neighbors been dropping tins of cookies off in my mailbox and stuff like that.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, because I call them because I track the weather all the time, and I'll send my neighbors text messages, say, hey, there's a storm coming, make sure you got your stuff put away, things like that, or help them with little stuff, that they can't do on their own, because of age or infirmity or whatever. Just go help them out just because.
That's good.
It's amazing the way things come back to you. Well, I've been this way my whole life. I learned that from my mother. She was kind of a Jekyll and Hyde, but the best of me come from her. And no question about it.
That's good. What is Tony doing?
Oh, he's just listening right now. Looks like it. We've been talking like crazy.
Flag there for Donnie.
Yeah. Who's the guy that asked you for Tony? What's your name? I'm not doing no harm. I'm just looking for booze.
Hey, we had a bunch of boats together in the dock last year in the coast, about 50 boats, and there was only one. All had Trump flags. This guy came in, weightlifting dude in like panties, and he had Biden. It was funny to do.
Neither.
No, no. I mean, I always look for booze, but what it was, I was brought up in a rough area. I was brought up there. I've always drank, so me looking for booze is no big deal. I mean, it ain't no big deal to me. Well, I'm 53 years of age, so if it was a big deal, I'd been dead, wouldn't I? So, you know what I mean? No, I'm just, I just like a bit of booze. Just like peace and quiet. My brother, what's your name? What's your name, brother?
Who?
That's the moon. Who?
Okay.
No, you said who's that Tony? I heard you said who's that Tony.
No, he's talking to Darrell.
Okay.
It says Darrell right there. That's my name.
Yeah, he wasn't sure who you were. He can't
Oh, I got
look at
it.
his phone. He has to hold the thing close to his ear.
I was awakened, yeah. No, I'd like a
I'm
few
looking at the
beers
side of
now
his
and
head.
again.
Yeah, because he can't hear any other way.
I'm talking like a phone. No, because what it is, the microphone's crap. Hang on, I'll put it over then. Hang on. I'll put it
No,
over.
it's fine. I don't care.
Good. Can you see me better
I'm not
now?
into propriety. It's all right. Good evening.
Oh, yeah. Pretty good. Can you see me now?
Yeah, I can see everybody.
Can you hear me now?
Good, man. Yeah, no, but the modulation. No, I'm all right, man. I've lived the world, and I'm awakened. You know, I know what's going on in the world, and I'm just looking for a bit of booze in the kitchen. I got this given from a girl. She just gave it me, like a friend of mine, a girlfriend of mine, and that's it, really.
I like this. It helps turn the noise down in my head.
So hang on. Well, if I'm doing video, hang on. I've got a computer here. I've got Darrell. There's Darrell.
It literally makes the noise quiet down. My ears ring real bad. My mind runs crazy, and this helps. Keep everything calm. Because I think a lot. I don't sleep a lot. I just think, and I think about all sorts of things, and sometimes it's hard to turn it off.
I know that I need sleep.
What it is, I've got to keep
my body's telling me that I need to sleep, and then I can wake up and jump right into action.
Yeah, me too. I wake up like a snap, but I've had insomnia really bad since I was like 5 years old. I don't get normal. Yeah, it started when it's a crazy story, but yeah, Anubis, the Egyptian god, came to visit me when I was 5 years old. My insomnia started back then.
REM sleep. That's what I need.
I don't hardly ever get that. It's rare. So once in a while, I get real tired after weeks or months of not sleeping, but a few hours at a time, I might crash for 12 or 14 hours.
My battery's at 17%, so I'm going to have to dip out, but I wanted to chime in to show me Sasquatch and thank him for...
Yeah, I just checked on your channel, dude. They unsubscribe me again. They do it all the time. You know, I just subscribe back to you again.
Really?
Make sure we get on his channel.
Well,
okay.
That's cool. I mean...
If you're going to play guitar, you say maybe tomorrow morning?
Yeah, in the morning, I'll probably live stream for about a half an hour. Try to get some yayas out, because I just feel better after I play.
I'm sure.
Last time I talked to you, you didn't have nothing to play with. You said you were walking around or something. Where'd you get your hands on? Oh, you got your hands on something.
I didn't have anywhere to live.
Right, I know, but you get your hands on something to play with. You got something to play with now and all that.
Yeah, I had my guitar in storage. You know.
Okay.
Didn't have anywhere to practice.
Right.
So. Darrell, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. How are you doing, brother?
I'm better off than I was about a week ago. You know?
Yeah, what happened? What's going on, brother?
Oh, it's a long story. I trusted the wrong person again, and he was schizophrenic, doing methamphetamine. He did the wrong thing with the rent money, and then I lost the place December 15th, and I was homeless for about 30 days.
Bloody hell, man.
I was really pissed off, and all the guy's back out of the hospital, so I can't wait to run into him again. It's gonna be
No, you're making a mistake. Keep yourself to yourself, for fuck's sake.
I do.
Don't to nobody. Forget about the mistakes and keep yourself to yourself. That's what I do. But what the fuck you playing at?
Well, I learn from my mistakes. I try to.
You're not doing. You just said to me a second ago that you're going to meet him next week. That's the biggest mistake.
No, I said I possibly could run into him because I live in a small town on the beach, so it's only a matter of time.
No,
turn around and head the other way. Ain't nothing worth giving up what you've already sacrificed to sacrifice even more.
And you fucking plan to meet him next week. Don't give me that crap.
Well, it'll be
told you on it. See,
Tell us how you really
man.
feel, Tony.
Hey,
Darrell.
Darrell, I just want to say God bless you. Look, I've been out of the penitentiary for 25 years, and
Good.
I've had to swallow my pride a lot here and there to stay where I'm at. So just hang in there, stand strong, brother. You know, keep following the path, and the right things will happen for you.
Yeah. You guys take care and have a good night's
Hey, I'll
rest.
pray for you, whether you believe in God or not. I'm gonna pray for you because He believes
I
in you
believe.
one way or another. Yes, sir.
Take care, Shomi. Yeah, take care, Tony.
Thanks for
Good
coming,
night,
brother.
man. Bye-bye.
I mean, me, you've done about me, but you've got, you know.
Hey, Bricks and Brooms, I just wanted to say I read your comment there, and there's some strangeness for some of us. Some of us see and experience some bizarre things.
I mean, Streets of Gold knows, Orkney knows. You've got to get it simple, man. You know, if
Call
you want
Streets
a
of
fucking
Rubber.
party, but I ain't interested in that shit.
Sometimes, well, for me, I would say most of the time, life is actually stranger than fiction.
Always.
Definitely,
Fiction's
definitely.
there you
Thumbs up, Orkney on that. Thumbs up. Without fucking question. yeah. Without question, mate.
go. Friend of mine, crazy. He got little big tires on the back and the big ones on the front just for doing this.
Without question.
You could smell that for an hour after he left. You know what I mean?
No, we would, but in fact, I just learned this yesterday, right? I mean, I'm a classical. I've spent all my life playing guitar, right? So so I can play guitar, so you know. But I've never been able to play this, right? And I never played for years.
Play some more. Pick at it.
Yeah.
Hey, Tony. Hey, Tony, let me say something to somebody in the chat real quick. They were talking about an experience they had, and Bricks and Brooms. And I just want to say, Bricks and Brooms, that I've had many experiences, that being the first one I had.
The Blue Oyster Cult, man.
There you go.
Sorry,
Anubis was one. The Hat Man was another. You ever heard of the Hat Man? Hope you don't ever see him. He came to see me about 18 years ago. He manifested right in front of me, in front of my wife. I could see it, but she couldn't see it at all. He was 8, 9 feet tall. Shoulders about 4 feet wide. Had a giant arachnid manifest in front of me. I was inside a room that was fully engulfed in flames, could feel the heat, could smell the smoke. I don't know how to explain certain things. Evil has a funny way to manifest. All I know for sure.
My fingers are going all weird, man. I had a drink today. My fingers are going all weird.
Scared each other, huh? Yeah. I've had some odd occurrences, I'll say that. Was that riding the storm out? What is it? I'm trying to hear that. What is that?
Fucking hell. That's the booze, man. The booze fucks you up, man. Jesus Christ.
You know Eddie Van Halen? He was born in Holland, and him, his mom and dad, and his brother came over with $50 and a piano to the United States.
I don't know why bricks and brooms, but some of us, for some reason, I don't know, I can't figure it out, but for some reason, there's some of us that this evil likes to play games with directly. I can't explain it. It's been around me my whole life. My wife has experienced a lot of it too. But for whatever reason, there are a group of us Christians that they like to single out in particular. I don't have the answer to that riddle. I only know it's real and it does exist. So, you're not alone in that. Know that for sure.
Well, I mean, I was talking like a fucking phone. I mean, it was only the bloke earlier said I need to put the video. I mean, I'm in a piss and I need to fucking piss. I'm in the toilet, but what it is, if I put the camera on the thing, I can't fucking hear the audio because it's only a little machine here. It's one of them, the Amazon Fires. Have you heard of an Amazon Fire?
I'm having a hard time hearing you. It's kind of like a loud echo. I can't hear you very well.
So when I was talking to you, Orkney, I was talking to you like it's been on the phone. I wasn't even bothered about the fucking video. And then some come on and says, I'm not the fucking video. I was talking to you, I was on the phone, I was talking to fucking Sasquatch. And that was us, I can't give a fuck about the fucking video. And then some come on saying, oh, you need to go to the fucking video shed. You know what I mean? You always get some fucking. I say, all right. I mean, if only read a bit about it. I mean, there's an option on these to turn the video off. But I'm not like that. I mean, even if I'm going to have the video.
Hey, try pulling the phone away from your head just a little bit. It sounds like it's echoing really bad.
Yeah, that's it.
That's a lot better, actually.
Yeah, it's something like that. But you always get some clever cunt saying, oh, you're on the video, how come you're not showing your fucking face? I said, well, I'm only doing fucking audio anyway, mate. You know what I mean? You take the fucking piss, man.
You gotta go, shit.
I was talking about Sasquatch, I was talking about fucking Orkney, I wasn't even fucking thinking about the fucking, I only brought the fucking thing up to my face so I can hear the fucking audio. And you get some clever cunt saying you're in the fucking video. Fucking.
What did you say about the video? I can't hear you.
The internet's been screwed up thing for everybody.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've had more trouble the last couple of months the whole time I've been up here.
You not need filters except for your telescope. You only need them when you get into astrophotography. Oh, excellent.
Sasquatch, see, we're doing it. We're ignoring the chat. Big up, chat, man.
I can't hear.
I can't wait for this telescope to get here. I've been wanting telescope since I was a little boy. I just never had time to mess with it because I worked too much for too many years. But I don't do that no more.
Say a big up to Meep's music in Macclesfield. It's fucking brilliant. He'll appreciate that, man. Check his fucking channel out. Meep's music, Macclesfield, man. I don't know. But big up the Real North Media. But he goes around there. Meep's music says Rob is called. Big up Rob. Tell him spunkfish fucking said fucking. That's fucking right. I always back him up. No, Meep's music can play, man. Check his channel out. Good lad, good lad.
Play us a song, Tony. Come on. Strum on that thing.
Oh, fucking bro, I'll fucking get you a fucking song. Well, alright. Here we go. I'll fucking
Hey, can you play Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here? Hey, play some Pink Floyd. Play Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Come on, play that.
Don't fucking hell. It's hard to play when you're hang on. shit when I'm pissed. It's too fun. Hang on. I'm a bit pissed.
Hey, that's good, buddy. That's good.
Oh, hang on. Here we go. Here we go. It's hard to play when you're pissed, man. It's on a little
Thank you for all
plastic.
your help, Frack.
Hang on, I'll play you one now. This is the best. I'll play it now.
All right, let's do it, Tony. Hey, Frack, I appreciate all your help. Keeping in touch with us and my wife about something that we're super excited about, and yeah, we might have to reach out a little bit here and there. But I got a curious mind. I like to learn, so I'm looking forward to it. It's not even a challenge. It's just pursuing something that I've never had time to pursue that I've always had a passion for. So you love what you do. You never work a day in your life, right? I love research and knowledge, history, psychology, philosophy, language, astronomy. That's doing pretty good, Tony. Thank you, guys. Sounds good. I like it.
No, where to go?
Well, we all have good days and bad days, but even on a bad day, it sounds better than nothing.
Where to go?
It's pretty good. I could feel the music. I liked it.
Whoop. Hey,
What we got there?
all right.
Is there anybody
Me.
in?
We got two Tonys up here.
I know.
Meep's music.
Me.
I can tell you this. But
It's fucking great, man. Big up, me.
Tony, I love you dearly. Thank you. But Tony plays a zillion times better than me. But he's had a few too many. Yes.
hello, Meep. It's good to meet you. I'm Ron.
I am Earls of Orkney. Hiya.
Yeah.
He's one of a kind, Ron. He plays great music and sings and records all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's cool. We just
Hi,
subscribed to his
Squashy.
channel.
By the way.
Yeah,
Nah, Nick knows a lot. He knows that. He knows the old
Isabella.
He knows the
Tony, I don't know
story.
anything. I'm just hacking it all the way.
Hey.
Got that link come up, Isabella. He plays guitar too.
Oh my goodness.
No, Mate knows the one. He knows it.
Okay.
You're onto his channel, Make Music. No, because it's fucking brilliant. But he does like, like these. I mean, I can't see where to go.
Oh, all right. Well, I knew that was Tears in Heaven.
Tears
so
in Heaven,
you didn't do too bad.
He got the Jabberwock. He can't guitar now.
They can do it all. He's a fucking genius.
Thank you for playing, sir.
Come on, Meep. You got to play and sing. Come on.
No, but people ask me to sing every time I go on. I get.
Well, that's what happens when you're a celebrity.
I couldn't carry a tune in a bucket with two people helping me.
Mate, brother.
Oh gosh. No,
Hey,
can I
Morty.
can I just talk to you for a while before I actually start to play? Because I like to speak to people.
I see. Here you go, brother. Orkney.
Got all
That's what. This is the real fucking deal. I don't fuck about. Meep from Macclesfield. It's my mate Rob's mate. It is the real fucking
I'm not
deal.
from Macclesfield, but
Morgan.
thank you.
Oh, that's a nice nug. Oh
It's
my!
celebrating
What is
Christmas
that?
here. I got myself this tree.
Is that a single cola, bud?
Yeah.
Before.
Oh, buddy.
Make my
Now
mouth
you're
water.
talking. Now you're talking. I just like to take a big old bite out of it like an apple.
What flavor is it?
No, darling.
Did you know like was on about? You remember earlier on was on about?
I like to put that in a 20-ton heated press at about 220 degrees.
That looks like White Widow. You know what?
Hey, just wrap a big ass piece of parchment paper around it, put it in a 20-ton press for about 2 minutes at 220 degrees. Get some pure press rosin out of that.
Frenchford, yes.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, is there anybody out there?
That's bigger than a damn soda can.
You can sing that song. You can sing that song in any minor key, whether it's that or
to me, it's a real deal. It's a real deal. It's a real deal.
I am, but not at the moment. I'm not. I can tell you that. If I try to play something, I'm going to completely balls her up in it as much as what you did. By the way, Tony, my name's also Tony. I don't know if you know.
Uh-oh, there we go. There's something. Got some curves to it.
I know, but I was an autopilot.
It's been shit like that. Fucking hell, man. Come on now, did you hear that? You can't play it, it's fucking doing shit like that. Behave.
Nobody knows how to play. Huh.
I'm gonna buy Tony a guitar tuner. That's all he needs.
Yeah, man. Digging that sound. Somebody's laying down some medieval.
Well, it is, man. That's what. No. Actually, it's beautiful. It's so good.
Yeah, that sounded really nice. Keep doing that. That's great. Wow.
Well, I'm doing really well myself. I'm surprised because I didn't think I would be, but it's probably the company I'm keeping.
Don't talk to me, right? We'll all ignore me. All keep quiet, and then Meep will do the music. That's the key.
Tony, I'm not going to ignore you because I love you so much. So I'm like,
I love you too. But no, I'm going to have to keep quiet because you need to play. Right, we're all listening now. Here we go.
No, I'm not. I was just like trying to get some atmospherics in the background. I'll sing a song or maybe.
Well, what you do? I'll do it. I'll do it. You're going to get ready.
Morgan will do something.
There you go. You're ready now.
I'm listening intently for something, man. Y'all are strumming in the background. Y'all got my attention. I'm trying to shut the hell up.
Frank Centurion said, "For the first time, I don't cringe when I hear the name Tony."
Yeah. Yeah. Roger
all the good Tonys are going to heaven, but like Tony Fauci, etc., they're all going to like the other place.
Oh, it's the Here we go.
Long live the Queen.
Here we go.
He's lizard.
Hey, Tony.
Which
I'm gonna
one?
show.
Which one?
Spunkfish Tony.
All right.
Ireland. I want to show you something here real quick. Hold on, let me find it. Where are we at here? Oh, we need to go to this for a second, okay? Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna show you something on the camera here real quick. As soon as I figure out what I'm doing. I'm not really good with technology, but I get there eventually.
Is that Orkney?
Yes, yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you a video I posted on my channel. I have a way with animals. I don't know if you've ever seen this type of thing. You might have. You might even be able to do it. I don't know.
Dr. Doolittle.
It's not real common, but let me flip this camera around so I can show you.
I'm on Sasquatches now. Just put the list on there. I'll get up to your channel, brother. Yeah.
I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Okay.
Hey, that's me sitting there in the chair.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. I'll do it.
I am the Eggman.
I got away with animals like that, all kinds of animals. Not all animals, but a lot of them. I get hummingbirds that land on me, birds that land on me.
I've
All
raised
kinds of animals
alligators.
come up to me.
I've had an eyelash viper, canary yellow. It's the most poisonous snake you can have in the U.S.
Meat music is the real deal, man. Relax, it's just relax. He'll relax you, man. He'll take all the shit that's going on. You'll forget about all the shit. Yeah.
The funny thing about those hummingbirds, those little bitty hummingbirds, if I'm in a bad mood, they won't come near me.
Right. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Make music. Make music. Here we go.
Nice.
Yeah, they're like black, almost like
Black tar, man. Black tar hash.
Yeah.
And if you oh nice, man.
I got so many. I'm a rock hound.
It's like Moroccan almost, but it's more like I'm trying to Moroccan. That's Moroccan. Oh,
that
the cheddar. Oh
Nice.
man, it's like, remember the scene with Pink Floyd, The Wall? And he's sitting there with that on the piano. Remember that hash that he had there in Pink Floyd, The Wall on the piano? Yeah.
What do you have on the piano?
Yeah, remember that Pink Floyd?
No, what was it? What'd you say was on there?
It was a chunk of hash like that, man, on the piano.
I didn't notice that.
Oh, yeah, man, he's got a chunk of hash like that.
No, I'll have to go back and watch that shit, man. I've watched that so many times, but I ain't never watched it.
Boy. Oh, for real, bro. It's awesome.
I never watched it like, like sober.
Oh, hey,
Ever.
bro, I was on that. Hey, man, I know. I was always watching, Yeah, man, I had that on tape with Up in Smoke and Confused. And that was tape too.
I watched it sober, that's why I didn't notice it. That's beautiful what you're playing, Morgan, there in the background. It's like something from Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
I love that, man.
Yeah, or even Heart. I was listening to Heart in my van when I was driving a couple of hours ago.
Barracuda.
Hoping to find one you can. Ooh, Barracuda.
A little louder.
It's
I
in
like
G
that.
minor. It's in G minor. It's in G minor.
I'm a,
But can we get meat on now, can we?
I'm eating. I'm trying to eat my dinner. I'm trying to eat my dinner.
There's no raspberry. Just back mellow.
You on now. Come on, meat, don't be shy. Get meat on. I heard you got a lovely tone. Come on.
Tony, I'm not being shy. I'm like bending my mouth while trying to consume this food like that I left in the oven slightly too long.
Oh, just give us one little one. Give everybody a little tune. Come on, mate.
No, because Morgan's doing what he's doing, and he needs to like finish it.
Relax and give us one of your tunes. Come on, mate. You know you can do it. You've done it before. You can do it again.
Tony, thank you. Morgan, Morgan, ignore him.
Here we go.
Well, Sasquatch's headhunter lights, like I kind of like the music we're playing.
Well, mate, good.
Seizure medicine.
Mate, will you do it, please? Come on, mate. I'm tired.
I'm trying to raise my blood sugar by eating.
Please. Look.
Oh,
There was one of your things. Come on. What it is, the songs, it does fucking happen at the days. Make the songs, it does proper songs.
Earls of Orkney.
I know you're tired, mate.
No, Tony, I'm
Hey, that's for real. Look, that's OG because that's grown. That was grown within 10 miles of the ocean, of the coast.
Wow.
So OG, ocean grown for real.
Meat plays is so relaxing. The strings just vibrate slowly, and it got the chords and all that. Come on, mate. Come on.
Morgan, I'm trying to appreciate what you're doing here. Can you tell these other people to let you carry on playing?
I know. I owe you one. I'll play one. I'll play one after you play one.
Hey, this is honey I found in an old wine cellar from 1974.
Oh wow. That's
Got the
the
comb
honey
in it
from
and
the
everything.
wine cellar. Nice.
I've got 8 cases of mason jars.
Professional. No, I mean it's professional. I mean it does stuff proper. You know what I mean?
I'll be right back. I'm going to show you something here.
I shouldn't even be eating with the microphone on.
That sounds all right. Yeah, that's all right, brother.
I'm eating chicken tikka masala with pilau rice, by the way. Pilau, Indian.
That sounds good, brother. Yeah, that's good. Get rid of that good.
Yeah, man. Oh, spread the love. Thank you. Thank you.
That's good. I like
it.
that.
So, I mean, it's beautiful that inspire me to play.
I'm trying to clap.
So if you all weren't so beautiful and inspiring, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't be as amused, right? You're amusing. So isn't that interesting how it's opposite, right? It's like, that's amusing. It's like, no, I find you all amusing, therefore I play because I'm amused.
I'm waiting for fucking meep, I am. Because
I
meep.
know, but I've got a technical problem at the moment. I'm trying to sort it out, but there's like
Just give us one of your simple ones. Just, one that you know. Just, come on.
I can't. I got a
bloody hell,
mouthful of
man.
chicken. I've got a mouthful of chicken, Tony.
Well,
me. I'm fucking live. Don't give me this crap. Go on, fire one out. Don't tell me you can't play. Fire one out.
And spells.
I've heard you on video as well. He was on video when I seen you last. He was even video as well.
Can't I just finish my dinner first?
I'm just getting some liquid here.
Everybody fire it up.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's something left for me, but to write me actually, but I'm trying to speak with food in my mouth.
No, you're good, mate.
Okay, you ready to see something? It's an arrowhead that I found that weighs 25 pounds.
Click over to the other one.
Tony, you blow my credibility at the moment. I'm trying to speak with food in my mouth.
I'm not blowing your credibility. I'm blowing your credibility up. The complete opposite.
I'm enjoying the boyfriend experience. Oh, I thank you.
That's 104 pounds with no fertilizer.
Lads, am I giving me credibility? Yes or no? Yes or no? Am I giving credibility?
But not always in the right way.
Style and credibility, style with credibility, walk with
I know you can fire
back down to the garden.
Walk with credibility.
That wasn't credibility. That was another word, but I can't remember what it was.
Microwave cheese with
keep going
personality.
Can you keep going. Can you
I can just flip through.
just one right after the other. Now can you just scroll?
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is here we go.
Lay it on us. Just go, strike a pose with bows.
go, lads. Here we go.
Today's episode is brought to you by Big Zach.
Fucking class.
By the time continuing, 60 seconds later.
The Crow, when you could
No, hey, lads, here we go. It's professional. Here we go.
No, I've got food in my mouth still. I can't possibly sing with like remnants of rice and chicken. Like,
get on.
I'm trying to clear it, but I have a problem with my epiglottis. So
Sinterklaas and Sinterklaas and.
I'd like to see else. I'd like to see you do it as quickly. You couldn't.
Lad.
Now I've got the hiccups, so
we're waiting. There's no rush. There's no rush, mate. We're waiting. There's no rush. Take your time. Take your time.
All right, give me another minute then, and I'll be ready to go. Oh, excuse me. Shit. Oh my goodness. That's the food I was eating.
What are you wankers up to this evening? God. You all got the bloody jab yet?
Yeah, a bunch of Muppets.
Put it right in there, Joe.
I didn't. That's probably why I'm so like firing really high at the moment.
Ignore the recognition. We're all waiting, mates. We're all quiet waiting.
Colonies have failed. It's a failed experiment.
We're all waiting. The chat's here. Darlene, Fred, Fred, Julian.
What are you talking about? You know it, so do I.
Morgan, that's perfect.
Good, isn't it?
Nobody can excuse Morgan because this is puppet talking.
Calling keys, mate.
Canada, we love you. We love you, Canada. Hello, colonies. Hello. Hello. Yes, thank you for growing body.
Meats as a professional.
No. I am not possibly even going to attempt to like steal like Morgan's thunder right now because it's perfect.
I know it's camping.
Quiet, lads. Can we keep it quiet, lads? Let's Meats work. Let him do his thing. He can prepare. Let him prepare. Please.
I know, but Morgan needs
to
like
tease the sheep. Don't tease the sheep.
Morgan can hear me, so he knows he can just.
Because you're a major model of a modern major general doesn't mean that you're. I know you know. I am a major model of a modern major general. No one asked you to do that right now, Rogers and Hammerstein. They don't appreciate good art. Screw them. I'm out of here.
And I believe it could be something good. String sounding out of the peace train.
Morgan, that was class. That was class.
Come on, the peace train.
It was.
Turning from the peace train. Come on, the peace train.
No radio still works perfect.
Be quiet.
No, I'll just keep playing until everyone's ready.
Are you ready to play?
I am playing.
I got it in my
Here we go.
Watching fire and I've seen rain.
But I'm enjoying our guest speaker. I'll just go for it. Listen, I didn't want to take the limelight because what he was doing.
Oh, be quiet. I'm going to be on here all night.
I know, but what he was doing before was gorgeous. It was. So I'm just going to carry on.
Put meats on Sasquatch. Put meats on Sasquatch. Please, put
what do
meats
you make Trump into a god?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Shush, shush.
Sometimes when I'm alone, I think of heaven. I close my eyes and I drift far away. There is a time and place where I can be at peace. When this master race is truly fast asleep, inside I hide from the tears of this world. Light moves so gently, caressing our ears. I have a master plan that I can understand. You know, I recommend that you place it in your hand. When we were children, we'd walk in the meadow. Innocence always the dreams of a child. There came another time when you left those days behind. And you became so blind, and then you lost your mind. Innocence always repels wicked people. Past tracing ways are the days of a fool. There is another time where you could be released. But this master race is really still asleep. Words are the essence of feelings inside. Autumn's child haven, those feelings ran wild. It's hard to understand how one can be so cold. You better hurry now, because we're all just getting old. We need that master plan to help us understand. And don't you scurry now, or you'll sink in the sand. One day we'll see humanity running so free. That's you and me. Why Why don't you realize those people you despise? Why can't you hear their cries? Hear the cries. Hear the cries. Hear the cries today. There you go. That was the best I could do.
Haunting. Absolutely haunting. Haunting.
Thank you. Can someone else do something now? Because I'm tired. Thank you, people in chat, by the way. I appreciate it.
That was really good, man. Wow. Wow.
Well, blame Spunkfish Tony. He like pushed me into it. He was like,
We're going to expect at least that good or better from you.
Darlene, thank you. Thank you, Darlene. I know Tony's been trying to do Don't Fear the Reaper, but there's sometimes when it works and sometimes it doesn't. Depends where we are on this planet.
Yeah. Same thing with Dust in the Wind. It works sometimes. Yeah.
Especially when we're both wasted.
Well, it's got
But put it this way, I won't do a song.
And they come after each other in succession.
I know. Put it this way, I won't do a song unless I know I'm going to be able to be on autopilot and add expression to it. In the mix.
That's man. No, you're a professional, mate. I know it took a while, but no, I mean you're respect, brother. That was a nice fucking tune. Great guitar playing, great tone, great lyrics. Fair play, brother.
That's got muscle memory, Tony. It's got muscle memory with a little bit of expression on top of it. But thank you.
That's right. That's right.
Well, at least everybody knows how Meeks doesn't fuck about. When Meeks does a tune, he does a fucking tune. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm on CD, so I've done the same song like 700 times.
That's good. Groove, man.
I've known Meeks for a few months now, and I know he prepares and he executes. He gets the song, he gets it prepared. And I'll tell you what, he fucking does the job. He does the job. He does a fucking good job.
Tony, love you too. Yeah. That's all I can say.
The fan either brings in cool air or it doesn't.
You don't need to love me. I'm just saying it as it is, Meeks. I'm just saying it as it is, brother.
Yeah.
You know, if it was crap. You know, honestly, if it was crap, I'd say you were crap because I'm cruel, me. I'd say you were fucking crap.
If I was crap, I wouldn't play if you was listening. I'd have, oh my god, he's going to destroy me now.
No, I like it, man, and I love your tunes because they're all written. You write them songs, man. They're great chords, man. Great tunes.
Yeah, they're full chords, full songs.
Well, I'll tell you what.
We'll play a full song. We'll just play chords.
Yeah, listen carefully. What I'm about and what I'm about to grow to be. It's very important because
Could you put the little melodies in between? You know, the high-pitched melodies instead of doing the chords. Put stuff in. I appreciate that.
I'm going to be focused on the homeless people in my community.
You know, instead of being boring doing the chords, you put like the high-pitched melodies in between, and like in between the vocals. That's fucking amazing when you do that. You know, that's class, that, brother.
I do, you know what I mean? With my guitar and then another guitar player on top of. and then add a few vocals on top, and then add compression.
Looks really like that Nirvana guy did with 3 on the floor.
And then you go on, we go. And then you always put it.
Simple
You always
melody.
put it out. And I know it. Today, oh, there we go. There you go.
Before you continue, there's a non-governmental organization bot in the chat. So depending on what they're promoting, you might want to let them stay or go. VUM NGO.
Oh.
That's an interesting extension, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to tell you straight.
It was a lower end, almost as if they would say, all right, we're non-official, but we're trying to tell you something here. I just hope it isn't a porn bot.
Yeah.
Right, Sasquatch, right? Sasquatch. Was he worth the wait, yes or no? I'm going up. Sasquatch, was he worth the wait, yes or no?
I can't hear you.
Sasquatch, can you hear me?
I can't read my mic loud tonight. I don't know why.
Can you hear me now?
My headphones.
Sasquatch, was Meats worth the wait, yes or no?
Oh yeah, definitely. I could listen to him all night.
I know, but that wasn't Squashy speaking. I know Squashy's voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. This is Earl.
I can hear you.
I know.
Oh yeah, I forget I'm on camera sometimes. This is new to me.
El, I promise you, I was listening to your voice. I wasn't even looking at the screen.
Okay, right.
I've known Sasquatch for a long time. But put this way,
well, you know now.
Me and Sasquatch have both got our birthdays on the 25th. Put it that way, coming up.
And it was worth the wait. I mean, Darlene McGee asked me, and I told her, says, wait on, hang on, and wait on. And I think Darlene McGee, because she said, oh, what's going on? Because she didn't know Meeps. And I said, oh, wait, he'll be good. And she's put a message saying, I think he was great.
Me and Darlene,
as usual,
me and Darlene McGee have been friends for a long time.
Who has?
Me and Darlene McGee, we've known each other for a long time.
She was coming in and she was coming in. Beautiful veggies and all those, your garden, Joe. Everything looked delicious.
Yeah, Darlene's one of my original subscribers from my old channel going back 5 years before this time last year.
Well, she was calling me then. She said, I'm going to bed and all. And all wait and all that. Yeah, I got you. She knew better than me, the little bugger. You're a bugger, Darlene. You're a bugger, you are.
Tony, that's before I went AWOL and completely destroyed my old channel because I got paranoid one night over an issue that I'm not even going to talk about.
I know, mate. Yeah, I know you 2 months ago. Oh, brother. I know.
But put it this way, I lost my sanity and completely maybe I didn't lose my sanity when I deleted YouTube.
But I won't mention names if it's your channel. I told you, Sasquatch. I told you, Orkney. Come on, do us a little bit of that's it, the guitar stuff. Go on, come on, Meeps, come on.
I don't like it to be all about me. I wish other people could do something as well.
No, come on, just carry on what you were doing. Just carry on what you were doing. Come on, we're listening. Do it, please.
I'm going to do a completely different, or attempt to do a completely different version of something.
Whatever you want to do. On you go. On you go.
She made me laugh when I really shouldn't be so high. Placing words
birds inside the place where I abide. In the middle of a crowded place, inside a crowded room, in that outstretched space of time, this angel's doing fine, with funny verse and rhyme. And you could make the whole world laugh out loud with words that made a roaring sound. In this world that is yours, I wrote this song for you, sad angel. Within the moment, I listen to the words you say, and though your eyes dim tonight, I'm sure you'll see that light. In the funny way you write those lines, I know you're hurting deep inside, and everyone has words to say, but yours means so much more today. Sad angel, whatever happened to the likes of me and you? I can't get you out of my head tonight, sad angel. And simple words are always something beautiful, and beautiful is something deep inside you. And once in a lifetime we find words to say, and sometimes words will wash those tears away. As for you and as for I, there are times when we can't fly, and everybody loses someone, and everybody dies, never really knowing what went wrong, never really knowing why. It seems so hard to understand when the one you love slips through your fingers. Keep going now. Sad angel, whatever happened to the likes of me and you? I can't get you out of my head tonight, sad angel. I wrote that song about my mother when she lost
Good job.
her
Yeah.
husband, my stepfather.
Your mom was a sad
And
angel.
yeah, well, she was when she lost her partner.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Good song.
yeah. But I don't normally sing it unless I'm in special company.
Well, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Play anytime you
So?
want here, and you know it.
I know Squashy. I know.
I know you didn't want to sing. I know you was tired, but I did persevere. But what it is, I knew Sasquatch and Orkney and appreciate you because they probably thought you was like just some. You were fucking professional, and I told them that. You're a fucking professional, dude.
Tony, thank you. That's all I can say. It's like my heart goes out to you, but I can't think of anything else to say. Earls of Orkney, thank you for the cards that you were showing there.
Yeah, just that's part of our adventure in Oregon. We retired early and we decided to run a community-based farm. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, because Orkney and Sasquatch, they're awakened, man. They know what's going on. They know about the evil that's going on, and they're awakened, man. So your music is going to help the cause, man.
Yeah, that music is fantastic. I could listen to you until I passed out.
Yeah, I'm going to come and visit Tony before my lifespan is over. I can tell you that.
A few chords. I know a few chords. Diminish, you know the diminished chords.
I know, but Tony, I'll insist that in a studio environment, I'll insist that you've only had like 1 or 2 drinks. No more than that. Just enough to relax you a little bit, but not actually diminish your
no, I can't sing. No, I learned this yesterday. I've always liked Blue Oyster Cult, and I learned this yesterday. I have never played. I'm 53 years old. Never played it in my life. But yesterday, I thought, Blue Oyster Cult.
So you've just been learning Fear the Reaper. Well, I still can't play that bloody thing, so there you go. He's been learning it since yesterday. Tony, that's impressive. I promise you that. Really, like 24 hours before.
Yeah, I mean, at least my brethren's Orkney's a jewel, man, and Sasquatch, man. At least you know, hey, meep. There you go, brother. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. Oh, it's great, man. I mean, your songs are beautiful. You know, I know you need to try and to do songs like that. You're not doing like chords, you're doing like alternative chords, you're doing like minor chords, major chords, you have to do like sustained chords, little melodies on top of chords, you know what I mean? It takes a little bit of preparation, you know.
Yeah, Tony, I do whatever comes out of me, and that's the
True, yeah, we talked about that before, yeah. If you feel that needs a little bump, you'll put a little bump in there, yeah. That's true.
I haven't got a clue what I'm doing when I'm playing. Put it that
way. Yeah. You just do the. Yeah. I've always said to you, mate, you need a little backup guitarist. Yeah, I'll be there as a backup, like, you know. But what it is, you don't. Your voice is that good, and your playing that good, and so you don't need no fucking fills. You do it all yourself. You don't need no fills. You know. Well,
I know, Tony. It's because I'm possessed.
It's true. No, it's true. He is. He is possessed.
Oh, yeah, you're possessed.
But I'm not totally possessed. In other words, the Lord loves me, but the devil hates me, and that's why I'll never be famous.
No, you're possessed with love.
Allowing your body to be possessed by the spirit of love.
Yeah.
And truth, which is the same spirit, of course.
Who was that Squashy who posted Neslover then? I'm glad he did that.
That's what.
Yeah.
They appreciate this playing, man.
Yeah, that's okay.
You know,
The right spirit, a right angle.
none of this fucking evil shit that like Hollywood and all that. They're all corrupt.
It's good.
Corrupt.
It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I've suffered my level of
Yeah.
corruption over the years, but I've always rooted it out as soon as I see it happening to me. But there's some people who just like go on to like pure malevolence because they see it, but they ignore all the warning signs because we're all exposed to it.
Yeah. Go for a ride, but don't get carried away.
Yeah, some people just take the whole like 9 yards on.
Spirit, yeah. It's like you can go into the spirit. It's not like some people they're really against astral travel. I understand what they're saying, but meaning I'm not gonna go walk around the block without my armor of God on. But if I've got my full armor of God and I feel like going for a walk anywhere, and someone says, "Why are you astral traveling?" It's like because it's there and I can go there for love, and I'm not, and it's like, why are you going anywhere? And it's like, Lord God, where is it that you're not Lord?
Yeah, I'd say what's it got to do with you? Sorry, but you're more autistic than me, so I apologize for interrupting.
Exactly, art. Your art does not have to be devoid of something just because someone else said it should.
The song "How to Leave Your Lover," in other words,
Yes.
within a toxic relationship. Paul Simon, 50 ways to leave your lover.
Jack.
Just skip up. He knew what I was saying right from the very beginning. He
Hop
did.
on the bus, Gus. Don't have to be coy, Roy. Just
Morgan, you knew where I was going when I uttered the first syllable.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah,
he did. I can tell you because
in the same breath, someone said, "See, going back to the same subject."
I know, Morgan. I tracked it in real time.
That's like saying that person's gay. They're evil. It's like
I know, but
as I was saying it, this is that person with those people doing the best.
Yeah. Morgan's on the same frequency as me. I can tell you. Well, maybe higher.
Right.
Definitely higher. But he did. He was tracking me in real time. It's like as soon as I uttered it, I was like tracking him back, and I thought, oh my god, I was trying to cope with his response. Don't forget, I've got nothing to worry about with trying to cope because I know I'm a good person. But it's like I was like overwhelmed with his response because he knew I was talking about the Paul Simon song, "Set Yourself Free."
Yeah. I'm a savant, they say at Disney.
That's like a certain spirit that's like operating within people's minds all over the planet at the same time.
Yeah, what do they call it? Cerebro, right?
I don't know what it's called, but I know it happens.
Back though, or else it's crowded, right? It's like Wallaceburg drinking, my mind starts to crowd. Wallaceburg drinking, my mind starts to proud. Yeah, around in this town, like when you go into spirit here, it's like it's crowded. So you go into a crowded house with all the voices, and it's like, oh wow, and it's like, yeah, man. In default, all the spirit, it's a spirit world. You don't people. Oh, when you go, it's just nothing. What are you talking about? It's the biggest city in the world that you're about to slip into. You're about to come into the spirit where everybody is. It's like we're all waiting for you. Do your time and do pay the price for everything you've done wrong, baby. Do your time and then come home for good. Let yourself away. Let it shine. Let it shine. Don't hide yourself away. Let it shine. So let it shine.
Morgan, you're a great singer as well.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's something Isabella live. So in every language says something Bella live.
Sasquatch. Sasquatch, can you hear me?
Tony, 1 second, but before you say that, Morgan, imagine what you'll sound like when you're really going for it in front of a professional microphone, but in your own space with something you're very comfortable with.
Well, it's tone, isn't it? It's tone.
It's inhibitions as well. It's inhibitions with the people that you're working with.
Are you there, Sasquatch?
True.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sasquatch, can you hear me? Are you there?
The power of silent E.
I know.
Sasquatch.
I clocked the hand wave from left to right.
Orkney, are you there, Orkney?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Can you hear? Where's Sasquatch gone? Where's Sasquatch?
I don't know. He might have walked away from the phone. Oh, there he is.
Oh, with him. He's just... No, what it is, Orkney, I'm going now. I've got to go. I was just going to say Sasquatch, thanks for the live. I'm going, but I can't get on with it. Sasquatch, are you there, Sasquatch?
Yeah.
It's fucking...
I hear you.
Oh, is that you, Sasquatch? Brother Sasquatch, are you there?
There he is on the screen. Look at your screen.
All right. Sasquatch, I'm going now, brother. Things to do.
It's good to meet you, Tony.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a brilliant live. And we'll have other ones too. And Orkney's been great. Meat's been great. And I don't leave anybody out.
Yeah. Not that I can get a better of you in the conversation, but I love you, so I'll let you conclude.
What you love me, dear? Well, I love you too, mate. I love you too. Come on, mate. I don't fuck.
When I say love, I like the way I love my grandmother, or the way I love my uncle, or the way I love my father, brother, or sister.
I just say as it is, man. And I don't tell no lies. I say as it is. And I know Orkney, and I know Sasquatch, and never heard Meeps. But once they heard Meeps, I knew they'd appreciate him. And now they know it's a real fucking deal. It's a real fucking deal. You know what I mean? I wouldn't fucking tell. I wouldn't tell no fucking shit. I wouldn't fucking give bullshit. I wouldn't give bullshit to fucking Sasquatch. I said Meeps is the deal.
But I was giving the exacting details for like potential lurkers in the background who might try and misrepresent that genuine affection.
You know where his brother.
You gotta come.
I'm just looking at Sasquatch because I couldn't bloody hear him. I couldn't bloody sleep. I weren't worried about him. I thought you fell asleep, Sasquatch. That's what it was.
But Tony's wasted, and it's my brother from another mother, so I'm like trying to protect him.
I'm always wasted. I'll tell you what, if I ain't wasted, that's when you've got to worry about me. You think, oh, Tony ain't wasted today. There's a problem there, brother. Hey, I love you, brothers.
It's love.
Big love, man.
Love, it's really love.
Don't forget to you got Frank, Centurion, Earl, that goes. But everybody in the chat's on these panels. That's funny. That I've never known that before. Hey, Sasquatch, mate. Yeah, you're on the big screen, man.
Tony, sweet dreams and wake up happy.
Yes.
Big love.
Dream of having restful sleep.
Big love, brothers. Big love.
Good or be good at it.
Yeah. Love creates. Brothers, I'll fucking say it as it is, brothers. Love creates. Love creates, fear destroys. That's it. Simple as that. Love creates, fear destroys. I'm gone. Love creates, fish,
Morning, Matt.
guys. That's it.
How did Matt?
Up
I
the
didn't even
fish.
know Matt came here.
Love Gibbs.
Make music. God bless you. You didn't let me down. You was fucking bang on the money. Bang on the money tonight, brother.
Tony,
Bang on
thank
the
you.
money. Everybody, great. I'm sure you got subs to all sub to Meep's music.
I don't get a toss of subs to me. I honestly don't. But...
Good morning, mate. He knows the score. Blackman Audits knows the score. Yeah, my mate Matt in the chat there, he's number one. He knows the score. He knows Meep's music. I'm going to bed. We've had a great night. God bless and love you all. Yeah.
God bless.
And Sasquatch.
God bless you, man. It's good meeting you.
Good meeting you too, Orkney. Good man. I know it's a shock of waiting, but it doesn't bother me anymore. I awakened like fucking 10 years ago now. Well, no, not 10, probably like 8 years ago. So, but
Wonderful time.
Oh,
some days I feel like I woke up about 8 minutes ago.
Well, 8 minutes is because
a lifetime compared to some people.
Yeah, Squashy, by the way.
Crap, what I do with my
Squashy. I bought
you can't
a webcam, but I haven't even plugged the bloody thing in yet.
I'm gonna do it. I've got to go, brothers. God bless you all.
Take care.
Cheers, mate.
Hey, Sasquatch, you're a legend, brother. You're a legend, mate. See you later, brother.
Go get some sleep.
Who shouted Tony then? Who shouted Tony?
Meep did.
Oh, me. Sorry, brother. Yeah. Hey. Meep's a legend, man. Hey, God bless you, mate. You're a fucking legend, mate.
Love you.
You're a legend,
Love
brother.
you too, Tony, but you need to go and get some sleep.
You know it. You're a fucking legend.
What was the Beatles song from Revolver? Featured the word, is it not dying? Relax and float downstream.
And float downstream.
Yeah.
This is not dying. This is not dying. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 boom, boom, boom,
Can you imagine if it was all together in the same room?
No, it is called spontaneous combustion.
Hello, Blackburn.
Hey, what's up, Blackburn?
Let go and
Let's see if make sure you got blue.
float downstream.
It was my way of saying Tony, like relax, float downstream, and
This is not dying. I love that.
On Henry VIII, oh yeah. Mr. Gander, what's up? Mr. Gander, did you wake up in the middle of the night? What time is it? Yeah, you probably did. Let me drop this link here so we can get to old Gander, make Gander up here.
Float downstream.
Cause I'm going to Strawberry.
no, that was two different songs. That was two different songs.
Just go with the thrill.
But was it the same key? I'm trying to like, merge the two of them together.
It sounded like it to me.
Well, that's because you were both singing in the same key, but I don't know about listening to even like one of the most famous Beatles songs. George Martin couldn't cope with it, and he had to like literally like
you're underwater and your ears are underwater too, and you can hear your feet going boom,
Well, he had to like blend both sides together. I'm trying to think. All You Need Is Love. It was in two different keys, and they had to merge both sides together in different keys. I might have the wrong song, but I don't quote me
Okay,
on
here we
that.
go. Michigander, what you got to say?
Hey man, these
Oh, you
cocksuckers fucked my dad up with this goddamn vax.
Oh, man, that sucks.
Dude, right in the fucking street, dude. Public display dismemberment, man. That is the only fucking option, dude.
It's
Mitch,
it was
Mitch, I'm
weird
sorry.
because
I'm
they
sorry
already
to hear
agreed
that.
to it
I
at an
am.
earlier date.
What's up, Miss Gander? How you doing, brother?
Not good. I'm kind of pissed off, man.
Yeah, I hear that. And
The
understand.
good news is that those who've been like illegally promoting that are going down very soon. I don't know whether you people have been following what's going on below.
the dominoes
Somebody said I
falling?
have below the surface. Tony Fauci is about to go down. Boris Johnson in the UK, well, he's not my prime minister, but he's the prime minister in the country where I live, is going down. His mandates are going down. His mask wearing is going down. Everything's going down. The World Health Organization, who was like promoting it, is basically started to retreat, saying, "Don't give this to your kids." The CDC has yet to respond to that. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of currents under the surface who are like about to withdraw because they're terrified of Nuremberg Part 2. And
Dude,
I'm sorry to
I don't
hear
give a fuck.
Exactly.
Public display of dismemberment. Nothing else will fucking do. Public display of dismemberment. Nothing else will fucking do. Anyhow, check this shit out.
I'm with you.
Check this shit out, okay?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to speak to Mitch Gander. I'm trying to speak to Mitch Gander. I'm trying to say I'm sorry to hear about your father.
Yeah. And the thing is that they've already made that choice for themselves, so it's inevitable.
But they didn't. They made that choice based on like the propaganda that was like pushed on them illegally.
Exactly. And now you don't acknowledge their authority. You don't even see them as human beings anymore because they lost that privilege when they hurt your dad. And they went into the second death as well. You can't do that and be for peace any longer.
No, I think God's a lot bigger than that. I think God's a lot bigger than that. You're on about Revelation.
Yeah.
You have to come back. You have to come back in line with the Lord once you kill a man for money, and like the Bible says it says cowards, like the doctors who did that to your dad. They don't.
Those cowards and those above. I get that.
So the Bible says that they're already dead now. So they're dead. You have your wish.
I just know. Put it this way. All right, Morgan. Do you know if you were to upset me with my lower level of morality in relation to God, and I was to send you to the lake of fire for whatever reason?
They would be right though, because I would hurt children if I was allowed to continue in my capacity without me agreeing to the being that can get it done. To say that being, I know what I am, like the thief on the cross. I need you, or else when I show up in front of God, he's going to do to me exactly what he should. Keep me away from anything good because I'm evil. And, I wasn't able to get rid of my own sin. I kept scrubbing and scrubbing, couldn't do it. Oh, but I thought I was good. I knew what I had done was wrong, but just knowing that I was evil wasn't enough because I know that I choose to do what this flesh tells me to sometimes. And that is called sick. So I need to be separated from this flesh, or else I can't go into the kingdom of light. So I'm willing to let go of it. You can take it, Lord. I don't want it. I want your spirit, only your spirit. And then whatever else I get of that, that's called character and my reward. For doing good. Not that I have to. Like, you know what I mean? Like I get in because of the blood and the blood only. Anything I do, that's just because I feel like it. It's like, hey, I felt like it, Lord, because I felt the warmth of your love. But yeah, I'm a thief on a cross that's getting in because of his blood and what he's doing and what he did for me. That's it.
Listen, you mentioned the word knowing in relation to that thief on the cross next to Jesus. Because obviously the situation was he was unknowing before all these events happened, and then Jesus like literally imparted the truth to him, and he was thinking, "Oh my goodness, I'm up here."
It's the only
So-
way it could have been revealed to him was from the Spirit.
Yeah.
itself.
So he said. So he said, "Today I tell you, you will be with me in paradise." But the point I'm trying to make is like whoever
He
we're
has to be
talking
with
to.
Jesus, because when you ask remember me, that the only thing I think of, like when you say remember me, because it passes through all languages, right? the man, he just knew, I am going to all things.
I know, but the point I'm trying to make is you liken that to the lake of fire and in the book of Revelation to people who were taking the vaccination. That's the way I interpreted it, but they didn't know, and that's so important. And the only reason why I'm trying to like prove you wrong on this is not to make you look like stupid. It's to give you hope. Does that make sense? I'll repeat it again if you want me to.
Wisdom will come out of it.
They didn't know.
Which way? I always am.
Yeah, the propaganda that was aimed at them, they didn't know what they were doing.
I thought I was wrong because you hit it at the very first sentence you said when you said that I said I knew, and I agree. I was like, he's got me on that. So I knew off the bat. I was like, he's got me on the I know shit.
It doesn't matter what I've got you on.
No. I mean, it's a good thing. When Jews like myself have been to the college, well, nothing, but I mean, I've been to college and all that stuff, and the way that we learn is by arguing with each other. It's horrible, and you have to get over it. But I mean, that's the way that they did it. So
repetition is how you learn.
So yeah, when you do that, I think it's just beautiful.
Yeah, you have to look at God's dealings with the nation of Israel. He warned them for thousands of years.
Yeah, it's the relation. When people say Jesus, God never had a teenager to deal with, wrong. The nation of Israel was God's
the synagogue of Satan.
Right. When people say Jesus never had to raise a child, yes, he did. The Lord raised the nation of Israel. It is the absolute parallel between the parent and the child continuing to forgive, love, continue to love them anyway, continue to raise them up. In other words, when people go, hey, wait, Jesus never had the thing of raising kids. Yes, he did. It was Israel.
Well, I think the children of Israel is everybody, not just me, myself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I just mean, if anybody tried to say that he never had to do this or that, I really believe that taking care, when he brought up the Israelites as a people for him, that was really considered God's.
Yeah, but Israel was later used in an extended sense in the Christian scriptures, but like way back in the day.
I really like this because it takes a lot of intelligence to be able to do this.
Yeah, back in the day, when we were dealing with the nation of Israel, namely the 12 tribes.
Yes.
That was God dealing with them exclusively. There was no metaphor.
Yes,
there was no metaphor involved. The metaphors came round about after the time when Jesus was born.
Yeah, you're great with that.
I want to read something.
People like to twist that.
I don't think we're in any disagreement at all. I don't think we're in any disagreement.
Hey, I'd like to read something from Michigan. If y'all don't mind.
Yeah, Morgan, I don't mean you. I'm on about people I talk to who are like disingenuous. But they quote like post Jesus, like Paul, Peter, John, etc. Like what they say.
They quote Jesus. They quote Peter and them as if they are Jesus, when Jesus himself said, "Why do you do that? What do you mean?"
But then they quote like passages from the Old Testament.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that. You can't do that. You cannot do that. Okay, there's a rule that anybody who's learned, and by learned I just mean anybody who sat down with the Pharisees
and paid attention.
Paid attention, exactly. You are not allowed to go and use individual verses in the Old Testament, because there's a certain thing about things in the Old Testament that require context, which is why, and this is a rule that I have for myself, other people don't have it, I must have an Old Testament and a New Testament verse corroborating, because you can walk through the Old Testament and pull up anything.
They're not alike.
Eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. Oh, look at that right there. It's like, yeah, but Jesus in the New Testament says, you've heard it before said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I tell you, meaning, is the Bible contradictory? No, but
Well,
what it
we
does,
quit sacrificing.
that is not correct any longer, or it's being misinterpreted, meaning Jesus actually states that men have misinterpreted and are preaching scripture. In the scripture, he states that people are doing it wrong. So I don't understand
He
what
always spoke in parables. He said in allegories. You know what I mean?
yeah, so that they'll have heard, like David, when the prophet went to King David and said, "You stolen this other guy's wife." He didn't go ahead and tell him, "I want you to judge yourself right now for stealing this other guy's wife." No, he went ahead and told him there was a family who raised a lamb that was their only little lamb, and then he had a whole bunch of lambs himself. He had a guest come over, and he thought, "You know what? I'm so important. I'm going to go kill my neighbor's lamb." It was their pet, but he thought so little of them that he thought, you know what? One of my lambs isn't even good enough to kill from. I'm gonna kill theirs because. And the thing is, so anyway, that is low and despicable. It was their pet. The children were crying.
Spunkfish.
And so the king says, "That's horrible. This man is a horrible, greedy man that did this." And then the guy said, "King, you have done this when you went and took that other man's wife, and then had that man killed in battle." And the thing is, so in the same way, Jesus went and spoke to the people. And you say, "Wait, what do you mean?" Jesus said, he said, "I have told all these people the truth and given them the key to put in the door to open up and all be saved." When did you do that? When I spoke to them the parables. For when I spoke to them parables, they all heard the absolute truth inside.
Yeah, people need to understand the word parable. It means metaphor and illustration.
Yeah. Earl, did you have something you wanted to read to Michigander?
I can wait. I ain't no hurry.
Did he get knocked off? Because I'm looking at the
yeah, I don't see him. He's gone. I don't know if he's in the back room or not.
Well, just let me read something before he comes back, and I'm sure he will if he's able to. It's from Romans chapter 15, verse 4, related to all the scriptures written in the past. And this is the King James version I'm reading because everyone seems to like that. Where Paul writes, "For whatever things were written aforetime," in other words, in the past, were written for our learning or our understanding, that we through patience, the word patience can be translated as faith, and comfort of the scriptures might have hope. In other words, don't ignore what was written in the past, but don't take it as gospel. In other words, like legality, law abiding.
In Isaiah it says, "Do not call to mind the former things or ponder things of the past."
I know, but that was before the new covenant. That was. I don't even know a lot about judicial law, like were things transcended into A, B, or C at that time. But what I do know is there was a massive change when Jesus arrived and fulfilled his mission as the Messiah. That like did away.
He came with a sword to make the father and son fight, and the mother and daughter, right?
Well, it did away with the old legalities as respects the Mosaic law, for instance. Not that we should ignore the ceremonial part of the law. Like washing your hands before if you've been handling a dead person, etc., etc.
Yeah, that's how they spread the Black Plague throughout Europe.
Yeah, and that's why I was reading Romans 15. It was like, don't forget what you've read. But it all goes back to Genesis 3, where Satan literally challenged God's sovereignty in the Garden of Eden. That's where all the shit started to happen.
That's the dragon, the dragon, and the snake. Yeah,
yeah,
same guy.
Yeah.
I was going to read Psalm 126. It is for Michigander, but I think it applies to a lot of us. And verse 5, "Those who sow in tears shall reap with shouts of joy."
Do you know when you look at before you say that? Do you know when you look at societies with like the judicial system? whether it's the Constitution in America or like the Magna Carta in the UK, everything is so massively complex, and all they had in the Garden of Eden was a tree pertaining to knowledge of good and evil, or otherwise known as good and bad. That's all they didn't. That's the only thing that they had to obey. It was like one rule, and people bitch about that today, complaining that God was trying to set them up. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, well look at what you've got facing you today. With all the COVID restrictions that they were trying to do, but that are falling right now.
Did you ever read the book of Jasher and the other one? Like it talked about when they left the garden.
I haven't, Squashy. You've told me about that a million times, and
when they left the garden, it said the devil tempted him again because Adam stood in the river for, I think it's 90 days or 45 days with water up to his neck, and he made Eve do the same thing, but the devil tempted her to come out, and he left her and she was pregnant, and when she was going to have the baby, the angels went and got Adam and brought him back. He came back because, it was pretty crazy.
I know that if I was God Almighty, who could hold, according to the scriptures, the whole universe, physical universe, in the span of my hand, then I would be quite capable. I would be quite capable if I was trying to create a judicial system of judgment, whether it's from Christendom.
Well, he turned the judgment over to Jesus, though, didn't he?
Whether it's from Christendom, whether it's from the Jesuits, whether it's from Islam, I would give them the same golden plate of rules to observe, in other words, to act by.
They wouldn't all be different, that's for sure.
I know. So it's like whether you're Methodist, whether you're Catholic, whether you're Church of England, whether you're a million denominations of Christendom within the European lands, you've all been dealt with the same legality, the same books of the Bible, and I don't think that happened by accident.
Well, even in the Quran and all the other ones, it still talks about the Garden of Eden and all the same stuff as the Bible. The Quran actually talks about Mary more than the Bible does.
I know, but the Quran was written what in the 1400s.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying they all copy. They all have the same story. All religions.
Yeah. It's always the anti of everything.
Yeah. So
everything that he's ever created, they have an anti-example of it.
That's because the devil mimics. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When I say the 1400s, that was the time of Muhammad. When he was focusing on the Hebrew text and trying to plagiarize it.
Exactly, I agree. Hey, I want to play something real quick. I want you to. Did you? Yeah, you have to hear this. I like this. Is good. I like that.
Well, not only trying to plagiarize it, but also trying to twist it.
Okay, this is about angels.
Romanticize ideas about angels, the angelic hosts, and the unseen reality that surrounds us. In fact, it's led to a completely heretical understanding of who the angels are, what they do, why they exist, and of course, the nature of demons. The existence of angels is first recorded there, even in paradise, and the word angel means literally messenger. This is one of their roles throughout, particularly the New Testament. We see there Jesus himself encountered angels that sustained and encouraged him in the Garden of Gethsemane. The Holy Theotokos received a message from Gabriel. The angel Gabriel brought a good tidings and a message that she could conceive the child. So Joseph was warned by the angels.
He's connecting them directly together at that point, and that he shouldn't be doing that.
Take another route.
The
myrrh-bearing women encountered.
That's like behavioral modification. I'm hearing it right now in real time.
The angels bring the will of God, express and communicate the will of God to man. But they are very real, created beings. We must move away from this romantic idea of who and what they are. They are created beings who have a will and have an intelligence. Sometimes it can be a surprise to people to think of angels in this way, having will and an intelligence. They are fleshless. That means they move without restriction. They can move instantaneously from one place to another, but they cannot be in two places at the same time. They are finite. And so when they are coming from heaven to bring a message, they are no longer in heaven. Unlike God, who is everywhere simultaneously, the angels can only be in one place at one time. And the angels cannot hear or read or know our inner thoughts. God knows our inner thoughts. So they see and they perceive, but they don't know the inner workings of our heart and mind. And they are active. They are active in that they are constantly at work. Their immortality is not by nature. They are given immortality by God's grace. Wills that they be immortal. And so they are. And they are a great number. Far more angels exist than human beings. Some of the fathers interpret the parable of the lost sheep, the one sheep that goes missing, and the 99 that are still in the sheepfold. Some others say that one sheep that went lost represents humanity, and the 99 are the angels. Now, this isn't a literal ratio, but it gives us an idea of the far superior number of angels there are to all the human beings that have ever lived. And these great hosts of angels are divided into ranks, many ranks. Now, some of the fathers specifically name numbers like 9 ranks of angels and so on. And there is some difference amongst the fathers about the number of ranks they identify. St. John Chrysostom actually says there are more ranks of angels we ever know. We just do not know the extraordinary number of angels and ranks of angels that exist serving God. So why then did God create the angels? What is their purpose? Their first and most important purpose is simply to reflect the glory of God. To reflect the glory of God, to participate in his blessedness. Participate in the glory and blessedness of God. In his goodness, God has created them to participate in this. And they, of course, are there to reveal God's will to us as messengers. And there are angels, we are told, who are created to sustain the elements of creation. In these days where people become so afraid of issues to do with the environment and who threaten of environmental disaster, well, it is a comfort to know that there are angels who govern the elements. They watch over and take care of the created order. Another romanticized idea in the West,
This needs to be addressed one point at a time as it's playing.
Is the church's teaching.
Okay, go ahead.
That every one of us is appointed an angel to watch over us, to care for us, to pray for us.
There's like a million points. He like moves on to the next point, to the next point, and I can see the inaccuracies. But my problem is I don't have a photographic memory to go back to the. Well, almost I don't. For instance, he said the angels cannot. He was talking about when they're sent out. He was speaking about they cannot know these things, but maybe if like God sent them out, well, maybe God would instruct them. So of course when he says they cannot, he's like assuming or implying or like trying to mind control people, like as if to say.
I never looked at it like that though. I mean, it's how everybody's perception is different.
I know, but that's what he was implying.
It's when you can listen to something and you don't have to believe everything out of it. You know what I mean? You just discernment. You know what I mean? That's where I watched this guy for a long time, and he's helped me with a lot of stuff, believe it or not.
Well, I'm glad he's helped you, but it's like I'm like thinking about what he's heading and like the next direction he goes off into. If I was playing that video, I'd go stop. And I'll be saying, "What do you think about that? What's your point?"
Well, yeah, but it's not live; it's just recorded. You know, I could tell you what the comments say.
What's it say about public display of dismemberment?
What he's saying is like there's more ranks of angels we will ever know, and then he's saying that like that's God's will. But at the same time, I wasn't able to like ascertain, assimilate enough data on that, and like it takes me a long time to learn what people are saying. But I just sensed there was something wrong with that. That's all I can say.
What's it say about public display of dismemberment?
I don't know. You shouldn't be laughing about that. You should be like,
I'm
if it's
fucking
something
pissed. It's
important.
the only way
if
I
it's-
can keep from fucking driving to certain locations.
I know, but if it's something that
Again,
should
these
be
people have
helping me,
these people have put their criminal signature on their actions. They can't get away with it.
well, sometimes I don't understand laughter, but I did. But when I've got no comprehension of what you're talking about, then I don't understand it. What are you talking about? Please, just try and enlighten me. Public dismemberment in relation to what we was listening to. Did everybody disappear?
Hey, Serious Truth in the chat. How you doing?
No, I'm just listening.
So what happened?
Well, you know, I don't know, but he's mad at me, but I think it's one reason he's kind of pissed off.
Well, you can't do that if you're talking to someone. I was like trying to be sincere, Squashy.
I guess, Bob, you know, I've told you about my channel. I don't want no drama and no crap like that. I mean, he's mad because his dad got the jab and he wants to go kill the people that did it. That's what he's saying.
I know that, but that's got nothing to do with what we were talking about.
I know because I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
All right.
Let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up.
Well, that's a great scripture, but it's also got nothing to do with what we're talking about. But I sense that Sasquatch.
That depends on your perspective. You're fairly strongly opinionated, but your perspective is not everybody's perspective.
I know, but it's like Paul was talking about, like about judgment in that scripture, like being judgmental towards people. It's like we may eat meat, and some people may eat vegetables, and who are we to be judging people? But that has no relevance on that person's death of their father. If it does, then somebody please tell me why.
No, it didn't have nothing to do with it. He was just pissed off, and I don't know why he even came up here just so he could say that. I guess.
I'm not even that.
I mean,
I
I don't think public dismemberment of anybody is a good thing. I mean, if you turn around and do something evil to someone that did something evil, you're just as bad as them. You're stupid.
All right, Squashy, do you think he's talking about like the insult that happened to his father with the vaccination? I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's talking about. He wants to go kill the people that hurt his dad. That's what it is.
Why didn't he just say, like, come out clean with it? I would have got that.
He did earlier. You didn't hear him, I guess. He said it several times.
We said it several times, but not in that same context. Because we all live in different moments, different moods, different passions, different epochs. You can't just expect to, you can't expect to repeat something within a specific moment of time and expect like
because you haven't been. I know what you're saying because he's been in the chat around here for a while and everybody knows what's going on probably, but you haven't known nothing about it, so he just assumed, more or less, I guess.
Yeah, but he should know when people are his friends and they're trying to genuinely.
I know. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I don't know what happened. I mean.
Maybe it's
connected. Seek first to understand before being understood. That's usually a good place to start. It's a good metric.
But that's what I'm trying to understand.
But you need to come on my stream and start saying you want public dismemberment, but no matter what happens, I don't like it and I don't have to listen to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't think it's right to come up and just start saying that shit. Not everybody wants to hear about chopping people up.
Yeah, he wasn't.
I'm talking about my opinion.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I don't think he was saying that. You might need to backtrack on that. My sense was.
Yeah, he was. He said public dismemberment many times since he's been up here. That's what he said. What does it say about public dismemberment? Well, we're listening to something about angels. I doubt they're going to say anything about public dismemberment. You see what I'm saying?
All right. Well, my mind's not that fast, but I just sensed he
Mine
was
is.
talking about
I'm a really.
something else.
I'm a multitasker. I do 10 things at once, and I can take care. I have a photographic memory, and everything I hear, I remember. It's a curse sometimes because you want to forget shit sometimes.
So what would
I mean,
make him suddenly say that?
he's pissed off at the world. He doesn't care. He's mad.
I know, but I'm pissed off at the world, but I wouldn't say that. You're pissed off at the world. You wouldn't say
Yeah,
that.
but I know he's not as old
Earls
as
of
us
Orkney
either.
is pissed off at the world, and he wouldn't say that. So why would he say that? Because he's pissed off at the world.
It's kind of, if you know Michigander, that's how he is. He doesn't really care what anybody thinks. He says what he
We
thinks,
all
no matter
walk a
what.
different path.
Yeah, but I've known him a long time, and he's angry. Lately he's been, I don't know, he's been hanging out with PDF too much. I quit going. It's hard because I like PDF, but I've quit going to the streams that are just do nothing but hate because you can't. If you make yourself comfortable in that environment, it's just gonna get worse. So each little sin that gets in your head spreads. I'm just done with all that hate and stuff. You mean? And he's angry. Well, this is the wrong place to take it out on. Go call the people that jabbed your dad. You see what I'm saying? I'm not mad. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. The problem, Sasquatch, is when people are like tolerating, and I've said this for a long time, way back in our past, all the way back to Bob, when we was on his channel like years ago, that people have been intellectually treacherous in their ways as far as their morals and their reasonings and their heart is concerned. And as long as they are that way inclined, then the only thing they're going to spread is poison and disinformation.
Exactly.
Because they're going to because they're going to be recipients for all the dark forces that are going to like go zoom right into their hearts.
There's not much else to say. I agree.
Mitch Gander is in
he's in there. I know. He's been building up. He's just been set off about last month or so about he's just tired of all the crap and he knows it's coming to a head and he's ready.
Yeah. Mitch Gander, if you listen to me now, but I have nothing personal against you. I was just trying to understand. And I care about you. I really do.
Maturity is when you can talk and you don't let your emotions get involved with just talking to people. That's the hardest part. People get butthurt and take everything personal nowadays. I'll be talking in general, and someone's like, "I didn't do that." I never said you did. But when someone talks up when you're talking in general, usually because it's affecting them. You know what I mean?
That can get you into a lot of trouble, like Jesus when he overturned the money tables.
Oh, I know the Pharisees, yeah. But in this world, they were
the bad ones. But it was like horrified and righteously like indignant against what they were doing because he'd been watching them for like thousands of years before, building up to that.
I don't watch TV, politics. I start talking about politics. Like, no, I don't. I don't do anything I don't want to. I don't watch TV. I don't want to hear about it. It's not going to change my life. If they come tomorrow or next week, it's not going to change how I act. You know? I just don't worry about that shit because why worry? Worry does nothing. You know what I mean? Worry gives you gray hair.
I try to base everything I say on the scriptures because that's the only thing that matters. Whether it's the Hebrew, the Aramaic portion when they were in Babylonian captivity, which were later translated into a different language, or the time when Jesus.
Well, you haven't been around a while. You've been hanging out with you haven't been over here with us for a long time, and you haven't. I don't think you know what we've been doing is nothing but Bible scripture and studying the Bible and trying to help people and talk positive. But we've been doing it for a while. I haven't
Sasquatch, but I also haven't been around your opponents. Well, maybe
I don't go around anybody. I don't have opponents anymore. You know what I mean? I don't.
All right, your opponents by default. So, like the kind of people who would
people that I've known that don't like me, I don't care. People come and go in my life every day. I mean, I don't even look back on the past because it never changes. I look forward.
What about the people who believe they're doing a sacred service to God and they honestly believe that in their heart and really they're working for like the dark
but
side?
it's not my job to judge people because I've tried to help people my whole life. And people are just, it's their own problem. It's not high school anymore. You snooze, you lose. I'm out to get around.
Yeah, but I can't judge them because I haven't even been, apart from a few occasions.
I'm not judging anybody. I love everyone, but I don't got to like them or hang out with them. You know?
And I was going back 5 points from what we were talking about. 5 places.
Go ahead.
2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I can't.
Hey, Meep, pick that guitar up for a minute.
I can't. I don't even know what to play.
We need to change atmosphere. Atmosphere.
Play as my guitar gently weeps.
That's like inviting Paul McCartney to a Rolling Stones concert and asking him to sing one of their songs.
All right. Well, you're the expert.
I'm not an expert.
Go ahead and school me on something.
I'm an
Let's hear some shit. Let's hear some shit.
I know nothing. I don't even know how to play the guitar. I just like it, kind of like play these things on my guitar, and they seem to come out right.
Lame.
Dolly McGee, get up on the mic now.
What's up, PDF?
PDF in the building. Hey, that's just something there in a minute. I'm going to tell you something so you can see something.
Don't say it, but don't say it, Squashy. Every time me and Squashy talk, we ended up on like explosions. But at the end of the day, we both love each other.
Yeah, we're the same age. It's what happens, you know. You fight with your brother more than you do strangers.
I know we're the same age. We're both born on the same day, right? Is that right?
No, I'm in February. The year 2 days off.
All right. Well, I met a 3-year-old who was born on the same day as me, like 2 days ago.
No, what? Your birthday is the 18th? Or what was 2 days ago?
January 25th is my birthday.
Okay, is it that late? Okay. Mine's the 17th of February.
And correct me, Darlene McGee. Stabilize me. Well, Morgan's doing a pretty good job anyway.
He's been in the back room for a while, I think. I didn't know. I'm going to go till 4 more hours, so got plenty of time.
That's a long time, Squashy. I won't be here in 4 hours, I can tell you that.
I know. You've done it before, though. You've stayed on here for hours and hours and hours.
My record is 36 hours in chat.
I did 40-hour live stream.
I know, but that was when I was younger. Back in the old Yahoo days. Ollie McGee, that is a cop-out. We need you on panel now. If Darlene came up, I would change my tone, Squashy. I would be very quiet.
You're fine. You're not going to hurt me.
Well, of course I'm not going to hit you. I can be as loud as I can with you, but with Darlene,
yeah, I know, man. I don't let people's words get to me anymore, dude. I'm past that.
I know, but it's not about me and you. I'm on about like Darlene. I would be very, very quiet and very, very benevolent and very, very caring and soothing. I really would. I would.
I believe it.
I'm getting warm.
I'm telling you. It's only 8 degrees here and I don't have the heat on. I'm starting getting some warm. I was like, shut it off.
I'm going to be difficult on Squashy.
You got to get rid of some layers in here.
So, is it Squashy? Is Mr. Potato Head still running? I haven't checked. I got Truth Seeker.
Who? I did a stream not too long ago. Bob did.
He had the perfect channel and he kicked everyone else off it.
And he doesn't stream very much anymore at all.
I'm not surprised because he kicked me and you and Starkey Talks and a million other people, Jackie Evans and Well, there's so many other people that I can think of whose names I can't remember at this time.
Yeah, but I went back a long time ago, and and been on his panel many times after that happened, though.
He banned me. He banned me.
Yeah, but he banned me too a long time ago, but he got over it. I think it's like I don't see Anunnaki 1 anymore, and it doesn't bother me.
How'd you get over
He was-
being banned? Do you know what he feels
I've been
better
banned,
about it?
dude. I've been banned so many times from people for just saying. I just put FTP in the chat once and got banned at a waste.
Is the wake
I
still
just put-
going? Because I was thinking
No,
about
hey, yeah, guess who she hangs out with? Her and her old man, Tony.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
because I know because I know from the rhetoric that I've been hearing from Tim Foyle.
Yeah, but you know what? She just keeps carrying it on because no one even goes there anymore. I mean, if you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk about forgiving people, and then you turn around and don't do that. Then I just don't, I just don't go by people if they don't keep their word.
You just
She
go
banned
by
me too. She
you
blocked me too.
Penny Money blocked me.
Oh, who cares? She's the most repulsive woman alive.
I know, but I was like, that Tony
I was
was
there.
on there.
Remember? I was there
you-
when they blocked.
Was you there
Because
when I
of Tony.
tried to call? When I tried
Yeah,
to
it was
call him
because of
out?
Tony. Yeah, it's because of Tony. He's the one that causes all that shit. He's a fucking Satan
He
himself.
was, and I was like,
Hey, guess what? Earl went on his panel too. Earl went on his panel a week ago, twice or 3 times.
Well, I was geared up that night to like tear into him.
I know. Well, he streams my streams and records them and plays them every time. And he heard me talking when we first met Earl. I was like, oh, we found somebody who can deal with Tony finally, and he heard it. So he was fit to be tied then. he couldn't trigger Earl at all. It was funny as shit.
I would have said thanks for the publicity. In the meantime, while you die, a slow death for being like disingenuous and like evil, then I wish you a happy sailing to Gehenna.
I told that dumbass. I said, keep saying my name. Every time you say my name, your subscriber count goes down, and so does your viewership. You just keep repeating my name over and over again, and every time you do, you stick both feet in your mouth, and I just grab a hold of them, hold them in there for you, dumbass.
Yeah, Earls of Orkney. It's like an obsession with these people.
Well, now he's having to show. He's showing streams from last year because he's run out of material.
I know. I have an obsession. I have an obsession to like highlight people that I care about from time to time. But that's like trying to build them up and like make them recognize. Go on.
Me, look, I was in the chat, and I
Just
made
tell me to shut up sometimes, and I'll be quiet.
All right, shut the fuck up for a minute. I was in the chat, and I was telling them. I said, man, because they wouldn't let me. They wanted me to come on. They kept telling me, come on. But he just sit there and talk, and never let me off the backstage. So I started going a little left in the chat room, and I was just telling them all kinds of crazy shit, and I was telling them stuff like, I said, what the hell? I'm sorry, I forgot now because we were sitting there fussing about who's talking about what. Excuse me. Oh hell, I don't know what the hell. Oh, he kicked me off. He kicked me off a whole bunch of shit. I made like 15 different channels or some shit because they wouldn't let me have a say. So I just went in and just kind of land blasted him. Oh, I told him. Because I started tearing into him because he wouldn't let me have a say about nothing. So I started hitting him up in a little chat box or whatever the hell you call that thing. And we was getting after it. And one of them said, "Oh, you exposed yourself, you piece of shit," or something like that. And it's like, okay, well, I already knew. I already knew what time it was when I walked into the chat room. I was just waiting for an opportunity for him to shut the fuck up so I could deliver a little bit of humility. And every time he'd say something, it just backfired. It wasn't nothing he could say or do. He tried to turn something around, make up another lie, try to get me to scream or yell at him. I'm not that easily moved by such a simpleton. It just don't work that well.
I know.
He just likes to make up lies and try to tear people down. But yeah, he blocked like 15 different channels because I was just letting him know what I had to say about him.
Hey, I got it right here. Here we go. This is one he did the other day.
This is a really good example. Carry on, trolls. The channel is called Penny's Husband Hates Her.
and so does her kid.
That's the bitch I can hear right now.
Yeah.
He told
Earl's up there with him. Hey, look.
and I homeschool him, and I dedicate everything, my whole life to him. And I'm disabled, and I rescue animals.
Look, he's right in the middle of both evil.
Well, that conversation started out, and he kept trying to get me fired up and trying to get me to say a bunch of shit. And I mean, I gave him a few things to say, but
yeah, if Penny's talking about her son, then she's telling the truth. She does homeschool him, and she does a good job.
yeah. No, I never had nothing to do with her or her son, though. I mean, she was never out of line until me and Tony started butting heads, and she said a bunch of crazy shit in the comments.
I know, but when you suspect a monster who's like a psychopath in the background, you have to weigh their reaction according to a certain catalyst that will take place at any time. So it just happened to be, it was on her birthday, and Tony was like there, and I typed something in chat, and he like tore into me, and I typed words to the effect, "I'm not looking for a fight, but I'll be quite happy to come on panel." He literally like tore into me, and I like fired back at him. While apologizing to Penny about it being on her birthday and all that, and she like blocked me and like.
I didn't have a problem with her at all until me and Tony started. You know, he started trying to play games with me, and then I seen her in the chat talking a bunch of crazy stuff. So I just went out and checked out a bunch of her content and just told her, "I see you. You know, I'm just paying attention. You know,
yeah. What I'm saying
to her channel, looked at her content. She got all bent about it.
Yeah. Do you know human intuition? A human intuition. In other words, Els, when I'm listening to your voice, I can honestly tell you I have no issues with you. Do you know, like when I'm speaking to certain people, and I think, all right, there's something in the background there. I don't know what it is, but there's something not right about that person.
Yeah, it's usually easy to pick up on.
Yeah, I can promise you. Whether it's you or anyone else on panel tonight that I've been talking to, I have no issues with what I've been hearing. But since I spoke to Penny way back in the day, I've always had like questions, you know, like Jiminy Cricket in my subconscious. But at the same time, I'm not one of these people that will start talking about what I suspect. I'll wait till the time comes, and then the minute like they reveal their true self, according to my innate suspicion, according to my intuition, then I'll like say, let them have it afterwards.
Yeah, that's kind of how they reveal themselves to me, because I never met them. I never met any of these people, and I got a message that they were sitting there talking about something about me and my wife on live stream, and I clicked over on it, and he was calling me all kinds of disrespectful names. I'm like, I don't even know who this. I said I heard of him, but I don't know who this dude is and why he decided to single me out. But I'm not one to bend my knee for nobody. And I just went right to his thing and said, I introduced myself very politely. I wasn't smart or snarky, or I entered the chat room. I said, greetings and blessings, you know, to all. And he immediately called me a whole bunch of disrespectful names. So I let him go for a little bit, but I already knew where he was coming from, because I heard it come from his own lips. He don't know me, and he's talked crazy. And it kind of turned, you know, he tried to turn it into a circus. He kept trying to get me to, you know, scream and shout and yell like he does. And, you know, I don't bend that easy. You know, I bend my knee to my Father when I pray, and that's the only person I ever bend my knee to. I don't bend my knee to nobody. You can hold a gun to my head, that made no difference. I don't bend my knee.
Well, you got to be humble, though. I mean, you got to be humble. But refute when you have to.
If I'm under attack directly, then I'm gonna have a say. You know, I'm not one to you know,
compromise.
Bow down.
Yeah.
Well, look, I have forgiveness in my heart, and I'll be honest with you. If you want to know my real position, I have absolute deep sorrow in my heart for Tony himself to be that dark and twisted. I have deep sorrow. I have deep sorrow. I have deep sorrow in my heart, and I pray for these people, especially for some of the younger, less experienced, less wise people that have subscribed to his way of thinking and his hateful rhetoric and speech. I don't know how anybody could could do that, but I'm not in their shoes, and I don't know where their position in life is. But I do know that I have love for all people, and I pray for them. I really do, and I have no animosity. I'm not angered. I've never been angry. I've made a lot of smart ass comments to them, you bet, because they've attacked me and attacked my wife. They've made threats to our lives and all sorts of stuff. I don't get excited about none of it. I just keep praying for them, and I hope that God touches their heart. And that's just where I sit on all of it, really.
Yeah,
I don't get hung up on it. I'm not going to. I'm not going to get excited about it. I'm not going to lose a minute's sleep over it.
Because he could have it like the road to Damascus, like kind of thing, couldn't he? Like Paul have taught. Saul, it became Paul.
You have to ask yourself, what brings a man like him and the people who cheer him on? What brings him to this position in life?
I know. That's what I was trying to figure out. That's why why I shared what you was trying to say, because I kind of felt sorry for him.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not going to refuse to be explosive towards him.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You lashed at me, I lashed right back, point blank. I mean, but I don't get emotional. I don't get emotional about it.
Misrepresent me when he tries that.
You start working with emotions on that level, and your defeat and destruction is assured.
Yeah.
I study the art of war. I study a lot of different things: philosophy, psychology, cosmology, astronomy. I study a lot of things, and I think different than a lot of people. Not necessarily different than all y'all. I'm just saying that I have a different way of looking and perceiving the world. And
Orkney, in my real life, I spend most of my time with the homeless people when I'm outside, and that's what I'm focused on at the moment.
We've done a fair amount of that. Our farm was a community-based farm. Those pictures you were looking at, I don't know if you saw any of them earlier. All of our labor, we had a farm, community-based farm. All of our labor on our farm was supplied by community volunteers. We taught them how to grow food for themselves and their own families in their own yards or in their own apartments. And in exchange, they gave us at least 2 hours a week labor helping us.
Yeah, it's different where I am, because they literally sat in a concrete jungle in the UK where I live, in subways. And they're like, at this time of year, they're like freezing. They're very cold. And
they need warming centers. They need blankets. They need socks.
They need a voice.
Food.
They need a voice.
The system is designed to keep them in that position.
Well, that's me, because I sat with them like the last time for a whole hour. I was having a conversation with them. I said, look at because quite often they look at me and they think I'm one of them, and they like end up throwing me money. So I said, if you throw me any money, don't worry, I'll pass it on to you. But I was there for observation reasons, and they were like, I noticed some of them were like disgust in their eyes. In other words, they were like totally prejudiced. Some of them didn't know how to communicate with them because they didn't know what kind of reaction that they were going to get. Some of them had no money. This is my determination that I came up with. So they just like walk past. And I thought, oh my goodness. And you know, with what I do, like with this. Hang on. Sometimes when I'm alone, if I could do that with like effect on my guitar, effect on my voice, with like somebody mixing it to like at the right delay ratio, to make my voice explode, and have all the homeless people within my vicinity in front of me, and also have like some electronic drum music in front of me, and a visual, like a huge screen in the background, and make this one like exclusively for the homeless people. How much more of an impact could I have as to the like begging for money for a bed and breakfast to stay for the night? But
look, I've lived it. I've lived it, and we've donated truckloads of food.
Let me conclude, because truckloads of food is a band-aid. It doesn't fix the problem. I want to buy a whole fucking building. where I can designate these people to and another building and another building. But I've got a
So
feeling the government
it's
is going to be against me on this.
it starts on the ground level. It starts on a simple community-based idea, community-based concept, where people are involved and they understand the value, not monetary, but they understand the intrinsic value of being able to grow food that is not genetically modified, that does not require any chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, or any of that stuff to grow. You teach them how to do it. You show them how our ancestors used to do it, and you show them to do it in simple terms. And you start right there on the ground level. I've lived it. I've lived it. And taking action, action always speaks louder than words, period. People can talk a big game all day long. And until they get their ass out there in the streets and affect positive change, then they're just words and they're empty.
Are you a Star Trek fan?
Oh yeah.
Nope. I've watched it, but I'm not a fan.
1960 series, a piece of the action.
Oh yes.
Yeah, Squashy would know that.
A piece of the action.
That's what they said. Action. No, I've got that wrong. It was from the film Summer Holiday with Cliff Richard. The great Lorando. Actions speak louder than words. He was a mime impersonator.
Actions always speak louder than words.
Yeah.
Words are about 10% of the story.
I had
a person's disposition.
1,000 words. So what are actions worth? Yeah.
I know, but I had 2 lines of thought that were like flying through my mind at the same time, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, there's 2 different versions.
Actions are about 90% of the story.
Yeah. It's your last name. What you do.
What you do in life comes back to you, and the only thing you have in this life is your name and your word.
That's right.
And if your name ain't worth a damn, your word ain't worth a damn. And that means I'll be judged harshly.
Your word
by my father.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be judged harshly. I've lived a harsh life.
Do you know what I love? Do you know, like, all these superstars and all these little mini superstars that are on YouTube, including me? Do you know, like, wherever I go, like these days, people seem to know me, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, does God know me?
That's all that matters. Yeah. I hope people forget my name. I flat don't care if everybody unsubscribes to my channel tonight. I just flat don't care. I'm not in it for the money. I'll never be in it for the money. I'm in it for spreading a good word. I'm in it for teaching people how to live off the land. I'm in it for teaching people to think independently, think for themselves, and stop listening to fucking men, because men have been deceiving us throughout history, 100%. And anybody that doesn't know that ain't never read a fucking book in their life.
That's right. That's right.
That's what I said. Did you know, like, all the women's lib stuff, like orchestrated by men? That was like come from the Rockefeller Foundation.
Yeah, and what did it get him? Nothing.
Yeah.
Well,
we gotta watch labels and categorization. Labels and categorization of groups of people is what got us in this mess in the first place. Tribalism, racism, socioeconomicism, all that bullshitism. Yeah. You know, we got to look at it like it's real simple. It's real simple. We're all sons and daughters of our Father, and we got to come together and understand our differences and find common ground.
That's why I had the lineage in the book of Matthew going all the way back. A-B, ba, and then it said, son of Adam.
Baby, it's worth it. Yeah, man. Life's worth it.
We're all from the same source.
Yep.
My whole life I've lived around people who've told me about scripture, who've told me about doing what's right and doing this and that and the other. And I ain't seen nothing but a bunch of fucking empty hands sitting there pretending to do something good for somebody. And I ain't never seen them lift a fucking finger. I've seen them talk a good game. But what I like to see is people coming together, getting their differences aside, because our farm was open to everybody. We had Hindus coming out there, atheists, Catholic. It didn't make no difference. We flat didn't care. It makes no difference. We didn't judge nobody. There was homosexuals, lesbians, and transgenders, and all of it. Made no difference.
Sun rose on every one of them.
And that's what Jesus was speaking about with the
don't care what color. Color's irrelevant. Color is an illusion.
Exactly where Jesus was going. He was avoiding the good people, or the people that thought they were good. He went to the people He went to the regular people. Like
yes, he washed the feet. He healed the sick.
Amen.
But the question,
He touched the lepers.
Serve them.
Yeah,
He
my
humbled himself
question
for everyone. He is our king because he's
If
the
all we
great
do is
servant
talk
of
on
all.
panels and don't seek affirmative action by our own hands and by our own deeds, then we have fundamentally failed as our job as a Christian. Bottom
exactly.
line.
So my question to you people, you two people, Morgan and Earls of Orkney, what was I about to say?
I was too busy getting my point across.
Well,
That's the
I was
truth of
listening.
it.
I've been listening to
But I've
both of
been
you.
listening for a long time, so I felt it was my time to speak. So I
Well,
wasn't too interested in
I have
listening.
too, but I was paying attention to both of you. That's why I said both of you.
Okay. Restate your question or rephrase your statement.
The Ethiopian eunuch that Jesus addressed, they were not Jewish. They were from a completely different race. And the question that Jesus raised was, who really is your brother or your sister or your father?
Someone in need, the one in need.
Yeah. And what he was saying was, it doesn't matter what race you are. It matters. It matters. Yeah, but this is the point. The one in need is the one who needed help.
I've lived my life. I lived my whole life that way.
That's what measures a person's worth towards the human race.
Well, I learned to speak Spanish, German, know a little Japanese.
Yeah.
There's givers and takers in this world. You know what I mean? It's pretty basic.
Senorita. Si, senorita.
How many preppers do you know? Do you know any preppers who look for the end times and try to prepare for it? Do you know anybody like that?
If you're a prepper, they should know you're a prepper because they'll come to your house and take your shit from you.
Exactly. I prepped.
I need to be a prepper. Why? Because my neighbor is.
Well, let's be clear about one thing. If whether you're a prepper or not, if the proverbial shit hits the fan, it don't matter what you've prepped or didn't prep, because people go door to door and tear everybody apart until there's nothing left to be torn apart.
Well, you know what they did in Katrina? Hey, in Katrina, New Orleans, the National Guard came and knocked on people's houses that weren't even in the flooded area and said, "We're here to help you," and they went in and took their guns and beat them up and shit. And they come to your door like they're there to help you. You know what I mean?
It took them 5 days to show up with water. 5 days.
That was a different agenda altogether, Squashy.
Entirely. Because that's the point. Because I could have gone from here, where I am up in Canada, and driven to my friend's house. My friend's like, "Oh, look at that storm's hitting. Yeah, it's getting bad. Yeah, you might as well come on down with a care package." I could have started from here, gone down there, and then been there. Picked him up or whatever. Took him to a hotel outside of town. Gone back to his house, set him up with a trailer or whatever.
Don't stay for another 2 minutes.
But
Are
exactly.
you gonna play again, Meep?
No.
Darling.
Okay.
Why Katrina took
good night. God bless.
Water.
Night, darling.
But
it was planned.
Sleep with the angels, darling.
I wanted to give an ultimate example of prepping. Before
Ephesians 6. Ephesians 6.
Do you remember that time when Ezekiel arrived and the widow said she gave Ezekiel a last, and let me finish with this because
she prepared it.
because people will interrupt me before I've got to the end. She said, "Before I die, I will share my last meal with you." Well, of course, the grain and the oil jar just kept going up and up, and then go forward in time. You come as far as faith is concerned. The time when Jesus, on 2 occasions, fed those thousands of people with the fish and the bread. That is the ultimate prepping, because when it gets to that point, that's what's going to happen for people in our Lord's favor. So you don't have to save anything. Good, because if you start saving stuff, that shows a lack of faith.
Hey, exactly. He says, hang on. He's muted. It says if you're at home, don't go back and get anything. I read this. I'm not a prepper.
What I know is real simple. If you give a man a fish, you feed him for the day. If you teach him a fish, you feed him for life.
Amen, brother. Practical.
I know,
El. Of the Lord.
And I wouldn't question that. But I'm on about when the shit hits the fan. Like when
well, that's going to be in his hands. I'm talking about practical, common sense, everyday stuff that people could grow enough greens in their backyard to support their family on average across this nation, 48 states, could grow enough vegetable greens in their backyard in a 10 by 10 area and never have to buy any greens for 8 months out of the year. It's simple.
And most people where I live have a garden.
And people have forgotten this. People have forgotten these simple facts, and they listen to men tell them bullshit in the TV, and the little magic mirror on the wall tells them that they need to run down to the grocery store when they could do something simple. And that's what I'm trying to get people back in touch with, whether shit hits the fan or not. Hyperinflation, shortened food supplies. We've all seen the shelves at the stores. We've been since 2017. We made it a mission to make sure that people understood there was alternatives to the way that we've been told.
Yes.
Because the way we've been told is a crock of shit.
One size fits all.
Count on men to help you. Count on the man who owns that store. Count on the man who delivers it there. I don't count on nobody for shit that I don't need. If I can't grow it, produce it, make it, whittle it out of wood, I don't need it.
No.
My niece, Ashley Edge, that's my surname as well, is a beautiful soul. Go back 5 years. She was placed in a situation where she and her children were about to be evicted from her home. And I said, don't worry about it. It will all work out in time. 4 weeks later, she won the lottery 3 times in one night. And came out with $750,000, which she gave me £5,000 out of that.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
And she just moved to Blackpool. She sold a house recently. The point is, she reminded me afterwards of what I'd told her. Because me, like, I'm shaking in my faith. I was like ready to let them all into my house, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, that would be a nightmare for me, but I would have done it. It would, but it like all turned out. Everything will.
Through God, all things are possible. We know that, you know.
And if you would have let them in your house, it would have been okay too.
Yeah. Faith doesn't make life easier. It makes things possible. You know?
Yeah. And then
who wins?
I'll give them a place. Why? Because they've been at your place for 2 weeks, and look it. You're not going crazy, and you say she's been helping out, keeping the place clean. I mean, the reason is because I don't know people. But the chick's been with you for fucking 2 weeks. She can absolutely have an apartment at my place without the damn deposit because you vouched for her now.
Well, she did end up storing stuff in my place, and I was trying to sell it. I was trying to tell her, you don't need that stuff anymore. Just get rid of it. Like, and she was going, no, Uncle Tony, I need it. And I said, no, you don't. You're like,
you never seen a U-Haul fall in a hearse, right? You can't take it with you.
I know, but she was still in the old mindset.
I had to lose everything to find God again. You
think that way. Don't move. Don't do until you've got it all figured out with who? Well, the robbers.
Don't get me wrong. She blew a load of cash in between.
Oh, that's women, though. I mean, forgive me, Lord. Sorry.
I know. Let me post in the private chat.
The Lord will take care of that too.
Squashy, if you want to post it publicly, you do.
Yeah, and also in Deuteronomy it says, "The Lord Himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged."
And He will always give you a way out. People go, "Oh, I wish I didn't have to sin in that situation." Lies. The Bible says there's always, if you endure.
And do not fear, for I am with you.
Yeah, even until the end of the age.
Fear not is 365 times mentioned in the modern version of the Bible.
You're allowed to hand it to the Lord.
You know, there's over 100 scriptures that says women aren't supposed to preach either.
Oh, yeah. I mean, here's another thing, too. Women are made to be desirable by God, and they have a figure. So there's another reason why,
yeah, but he gave them he made it where they wouldn't have to be stress-free. They didn't want them to suffer like men and have to work and toil. They're supposed to take care, you know what I mean? Accent each other, you know?
They will incur for what God considers preach. He didn't say, he absolutely in the Bible said women are supposed to share. Women are supposed to do everything. But there is a specific thing of which the God says, I am going to hold my ministers accountable. More.
Well, that's because of what Eve did. Is why. Because of Eve. You know what I mean?
of how God's going to judge them, obviously. But God's fair in every way, and you and I know that. And so, sister in the Lord. And that's where the other ones, sons and daughters, come against us and accuse the Lord and his word. But they've been defeated on the cross. And so is their legalisms trying to put us. And so therefore we stand above all of that in love and with the words from our Lord. Why do you pay attention to the authorities when they say, don't touch, don't taste, don't use, considering you, O man of God, serve me? And it's Christians need to pay attention to that verse the whole way. And they don't, because and I should. But
we idolize everything.
Yes,
exactly. Football, baseball. That's worshiping idols.
Everything.
And I quit. I used to buy the jersey. Hey, you see it if you've been in it. If you've been in it, you see it, because I used to buy the Reebok Shacks. I used to be in the world, all that shit. But when you're in the box, you don't know it. You think you're doing the right thing because you're brainwashed.
No, right now,
you
the Mennonites correctest to me if someone said to me, Morgan, what would, if the Lord said to you, Morgan, just meaning like what you see the world as right now, what would have you preferred for your own sons? I would say, Lord, whatever your will was. Okay, Morgan, I know you. I mean, who in this world do you think is going to have the most meaningful and purposeful life with the least tumult? Mennonites that mean it, live it. And
my wife and I were Mennonites for a while.
Yeah, exactly. And not ones that are cute, oh, won't use that. But if you ask them, they're like, yeah.
Mennonites are one step down from Amish. Did you know that?
Yeah, you have to remember when Abraham was being absolutely bloody stubborn, God turned around and said to him, listen to your wife, Sarah.
But it's good to listen to Sarah. Exactly. Which is why a man who finds a woman has found a blessing and a good
Well, look at the world since women left the house and raised the kids. It's went to shit since women, are home for the kids. That was a stable thing. You always knew your mom was home. You know what I mean?
That was by design, by our modern society and industrialization. That was by design. It was always meant to be that way.
Yeah, God designed it for man, for the women to take care of man and kids, and the man to go out in the field to do the hard work. I mean,
World War I and World War II ensured that women had to leave the workplace, though, because it killed off all the young men.
The problem is the human race has been inspired to believe that this is all about superiority, and it's not. It's about
nothing to do with it.
It's about ABC, whether it's child in relation to parents, in relation to Jesus, in relation to God. And somewhere there's like the women coming in between that. There's no superiority in between that. It's like a specific genre, which is related to music frequency. And
predictive programming, subliminal messaging.
Which is where the creator designed it.
Yes.
But it's got absolutely nothing to do with like dominance.
Dominance.
A satanic force.
Exactly. Rule and control. That's for the Lord and for me to obey. But it is for the Lord to rule and control.
Yeah, some of my best advice that I should have listened to came from women.
Yes.
Some of my worst advice that I did listen to come from men. But both sides, both sexes were being influenced by the same source that wanted to divide both sexes.
Hegelian dialectic, alive and well.
Yeah, a problem reaction solution.
1970.
After Pandora's box was open, all that was left was hope.
Yes.
John Denver did a great song about that on the Poems and Prayers and Promises album.
John Denver, yes.
It was called The Box, simply. Yeah. He didn't even sing on it.
He was hated. See, that's what I mean. He was hated. And another homosexual that was just hated. But I mean, is he homosexual if he actually, just didn't care for women?
Well, he wrote Annie's song and he was married twice, so I don't think he was.
Oh, I just heard in the end, and I heard it the other day, and it was the first time I'd ever heard of it, and I was like, okay, well, it doesn't matter to me. He's a great singer, and I still love the guy. You know what I mean? And I thought to myself, some things there's deliberately people are perverting something that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, and men that find themselves. You get what I'm saying? Like that other thing. And there's a lot of people that I know that see what I see, and they're like, this has nothing to do with that, Morgan. meaning all the drama and the people acting out and doing the voice and all that stuff. It's like, wait, you mean gay people that go the voice is an act? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I said people.
Like, there's people that are just normal. They're like, okay, that's not me. Like some people are.
I know, but Morgan, I send people hugs and kisses and hearts and things like, and people think I'm gay, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness,
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Some people live together, and it's like they love each other, and they don't even say, oh, and some people they don't even think about it, and they never have bothered to, and they don't know what the hell other people are talking about, because that's how wicked other people even are, and they themselves don't even know that other people think that they're gay. And it's like, what do you mean? We just live together. And they do. They honestly just live together. That's how shallow other people are in 2021. Any couple lives together, and in this society that every one of those type of people that are like that, which is, it appears to be now about 92%.
Sasquatch, sorry, Morgan. Sasquatch.
And why does it even matter to them? This is what I mean. What I don't understand.
Sasquatch, Nut House is in the building. If you want to let them.
You know what I mean?
Who? I don't see anybody.
Nut House.
I think it's wicked. I think it's another reason to divide.
There ain't anybody in the back room.
That's it.
No, you might want to post a link, is what I'm saying.
It's just another.
Okay,
the Nut House.
They took something.
Oh, Peanut.
Yeah, okay. Very tiny.
Peanut.
Very
Sorry.
few people, and they made it into this whole entire thing to divide society again. Very clever, Satan.
Conquer and divide.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Hegelian dialectic again, right in our faces, right in people, the very small people in the world that actually are like that. In their faces too.
I'm Frack. Frack, do you ever sleep? Sorry, Morgan. I'm
no.
going up on a tangent.
What sleep? Hey, most of us in this chat don't sleep.
No,
you guys.
Well, apart from myself, you people have been awake forever, but I'm like way ahead of you because it's 9:42 a.m. in the UK. So
yeah, it's only 3:41 here.
Yeah, I'm 4:42 in the morning.
Yeah, we're an hour off.
Well,
I don't sleep 10 hours a week sometimes. Hey, guess what? Now I got somebody. Hey, Peanut. Now it's time you get to play your guitar.
Oh, right on. Hey, what's up? What are you doing?
All right. Kick Peanut off now. He's been up for like 5 seconds.
What's up? How you doing?
All right.
Right on.
We're having educational,
psychology, educational psychology. We're having.
That's a
But guess what? We don't get mad and cuss each other out and call each other whores and sluts.
Right. Whores and sluts.
Sasquatch, you're a whore.
Oh, I know it.
No.
That's why I don't drink. That's why I don't drink. I'm a whore if I drink.
Right. Oh, that reminds me. I went to this Mexican restaurant, and they have a drink there called a horchata, right? And I forgot what it's called. So I went to the drive-thru. I'm like, I want one of those drinks. They go, what kind of drink? I don't know. All I know is it starts with a whore.
Hey, I saw some title on somebody we know, and it says, "Peanut Sauce takes orders from Monograph" or something. Like, what?
Yeah, that's funny.
That's funny shit, though.
It is.
I had fun doing that thing we did there, Peanut, and we were all acting out. That was really good. I like that.
Oh, isn't that fun, right? I'm glad you just take part in that. It's like
that's the first time I ever did anything like that ever.
What was that about?
Huh?
He did a skit, and we all played parts, Nez, and it was like kind of like I was a detective, kind of like that kind of Dick Tracy kind of era.
Detective Squashy, and what else?
Nez was I can't remember. Peanut probably knows.
Oh yeah, there was a detective, and then there was like the side detective or something where like they're like partners.
It sounds deadly funny, man.
And Scully did the reading between, the.
Well, I knew Scully was going to be in there at some point because he did Nez did like a classic version of Christmas Carol.
Oh,
I like Scully's got a good voice.
Yeah, Nez was wonderful. She's like got into character.
Yeah, you can tell she's done plays and stuff.
Oh, wow,
yeah,
man.
you're right.
Put a dream in my heart, man. I would do that in this life. I would get up on the stage to do a Christmas Carol if I was asked, or you know what I'm saying, right? If I'll put it on myself.
They told him, "Pum-pum-pum."
I thought there was like parts of that where I wanted to like express things differently, but I got there very late because I didn't even know they were transmitting a at the time. It's
I
one of my
did
most,
Sound of Music. I've done it before. That was a great one.
yeah. I'm a great fan of Charles Dickens. You see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a great writer for sure. Very like
Yeah.
humanist or something, right?
Well,
like
I'm a great fan of the CBS Radio Mystery Theater.
Well, yeah.
It covered like every
I
possible.
think that
right-
was over there, right? Is that from here or England?
No, it's from the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Oh, CBS.
It ran from 1982 to 1974. I was trying to remember. See, E.G. Marshall. He was featured in the film 12 Angry Men. He was the narrator. It's on archive.org.
He was the angry one.
No, but he wasn't. He was like the open one. But oops, blue wind. That was the meal I had about an hour ago.
Yeah.
You've got to go and listen to that because I listen to an episode every night, and the topics are so diverse. Some of them are unaudible, in other words, you can't hear them.
Yeah.
But there's like 1,300 and something episodes recorded.
I don't think I've ever heard one of them.
King of Hearts.
I've had every one apart from the ones that are uncomfortable.
I heard all Louis L'Amour's books on cassette once.
Yes, the West to the
I
West.
used to go places with my wife's grandpa. And he'd pop in Louis L'Amour everywhere we went and listen to a novel, you know.
Where do you think I got my inspiration for my songs?
Life is simple there. Go west.
It's the King of Hearts. Playing with the King of Hearts.
Suicide King. Suicide King, the Suicide of Saul, 1562. Painted by Peter Bruegel the Elder.
Oh, yeah?
El, I love what you was doing with the cards before, by the way, when I was singing. I could see it, and it was like I'm tired. Channeling me.
Chin chops.
That's why I post like this. I like it. I don't know, how does he do it? He was like
East, West, South, all in the same house.
But he petered out at the end.
I'm really into signs and symbols. I see them everywhere I go. I've been seeing them for most of my life.
Yeah.
And I do things, you know. Yeah, exactly, correct.
The all-seeing eye. I do that for one person, you know. I do it every stream just so they got something to talk about.
I am the eye in the sky.
It's so stupid. I can't help but laugh at it because I see it everywhere I go. I see it in videos. I see it in movies. I see it in print. I see it in advertising. It's everywhere you look, and I do it as a mockery because it is so absurd and it is so in our faces, and people are so damn blind to it. Rather than crying about it and being upset and run around like Chicken Little,
throw it back in their face.
I just make a mockery of just the random absurdity that people see this shit and they don't understand. Like this, where the heck is the card? You see, that figures I can't find it. Like this one right here. This is a suicide king. This is referring to the suicide of Saul mentioned in the Old Testament.
Hey, Peanut, did you see where Meatloaf died?
No, he died?
He died at 74 just today.
Oh, well, he's another casualty of the current jabba jab. If you hear me playing my guitar, I'm not intending to sing anything. I'm just trying to create some background.
Yeah, let it rip.
Peanut's got some original music he's done. And some songs. Really
hey, this is what the country boys say. Let it rip, Tater Chip.
This happens every time, and everyone suddenly stops bloody well talking.
Well, a good friend of mine.
Just carry on talking like what he was talking about, like with the cards and the connections and the frequencies.
I was gonna get my cards.
It kind of that song kind of reminds me of Scarborough Fair or something.
That's it.
That's what it is. That's it.
It's my interpretation of Scarborough Fair. So
it sounds just like it.
Okay.
There's a symbol for you. There's a heart
But what gets me
being
is
pierced.
it's like most people interpret it as
Yeah.
the sound of silence, and everything. No, it's Scarborough Fair.
Yeah, it's actually a folk song, right? I
Yeah.
mean, like,
Most people see the spade. I see a heart
and
that's been pierced.
Yes.
yeah.
I see a heart that's been pierced with a piece of iron, representing the murder
Yes.
of our brother
Yes.
Yeshua.
Yeah.
Do you know what I've noticed? As soon as I start playing, there's like that pause initially, and then it's like people suddenly catch up with it, and then they like just carry on.
Yeah, but see, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
I know, but that's what I'm thinking. Oh my goodness, because I'm still like there because I'm like flowing with it. But
When you
obviously
find out
everyone else is
that
hearing
your
something
grandfather
different.
is right, the highest Satanist, right, that you can get, and because you're wondering your whole life what that was, right? I think you knew what that was. People knew. Well, it's like the powers of hell and the Nazism. Oh, that gave away, did it? Yeah, that did. The torture? Oh, yeah, I guess so, right? But yeah, I grew up, you know what I mean? And that's the thing, though, but it's just like the cards, man. And they don't stop playing cards, by the way. The Luciferians, right? They don't stop playing cards, man.
Let me know if it's too loud.
No, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's great ambiance. A little something to talk to.
Exactly.
Something to take a little head trip on.
The war, shrine, not like it's you know, the war, the Shriners, all that stuff, man. And Dad, even though he doesn't even get it, it's like, Dad, why do you think they fuck? It's like, you know, it's like
Here's the real trump card, Morgan.
yeah.
Love conquers all. Don't y'all know this? Love conquers all. That's the only trump card that's ever mattered in history. This right here
Yeah, man.
is garbage. Garbage.
Jesus is the ace in the hole, man. Jesus
This
is the ace in the hole.
is the trump card right there. Love conquers all.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, I know the reference. I know the rock and roll reference.
But the Joker's the only fool, right? Chicken Little. Crazy Christians. Crazy Christians, right?
The king
Crazy.
calls him up to be the mad mocker. You don't think
crazy?
I'm
gonna get Peter laughing there.
Yeah, it's funny.
So the fool comes out to tell the truth. The fool will come out. I am going to tell you of the Earl who was caught the other night with the slave girl. Everyone in the court laughed because the king is pleased that I made the joke. I'm not getting my head cut off tonight because I made the joke about the Earl. Like that was the fool's job most of the time, to be the gaffer. And he
got the head cut. I thought you had headphones. I had like some beats or something. Sasquatch, that dude, the Aztec dude, whatever it is. I thought he was like rocking out some headphones. You see
Signs and symbols everywhere you look, ain't it?
Sasquatch, that picture back
One big, what's his name? Novel. Dan Brown. Like one big Dan Brown novel, man.
There's signs everywhere.
Is that you, Sasquatch?
Thank
yeah,
you, Frack.
I've got 30 there, I think.
Oh, all right, that's a cool picture.
Frack said
You're about dead
Centurion has been around for forever. I'm gonna have a break for a minute because I need to roll up a cigarette.
Taper waitress. I'll be here all week.
Con permiso, jefe. Pásame un cigarrillo, por favor. Un cigarrillos.
I sound inglese un poco de Italiano, but I speak a little bit of English.
Hey, look, I want you to watch this real quick here. It's only like a minute 30. You get this is what
I missed out the word poker.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
I
Nein?
can't even speak English. Never mind all these foreign languages.
Wie geht es Ihnen?
No.
Konnichiwa.
I don't understand. I don't even understand what I just said in Italian. So
Wakarimasu. Wakarimasen.
all right, he's put me in my place, so I accept that in all humility. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Ja, etwas. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Wo wohnen Sie, mein Herr?
I'm fine, thank you.
1, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 13, 31,
Hey, I ran into some Muslim lesbians. They said, I'd like to lick them.
I didn't even speak that language so fluently.
Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum.
It could have
Hey,
been
I've
worse.
got,
I
James
might have
from
presented
Pakistan now.
myself as being a person who spoke fluent German.
Hey, you want to see something?
Or Italian.
Earl tried to.
Jam. But we're the Misfits. Our songs are better, but we're the Misfits, and we're gonna get her. What? Synergy.
Hey, Meep. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something that runs in the family. I can prove it.
I'm overloaded already with these like two different linguistic departments, like French and Germany, Italian and Germany. I mean.
You see this? Hey, you see that name right there?
Me?
Muggle.
Hyphon. I don't know. I can't read it because you're not doing it properly.
Turkey mocha.
Speak friend and
This was one of my forefathers. One of my forefathers who translated Turkish and Mongolian.
Put your phone sideways so it's widescreen.
Yeah, hang on. Maybe. We'll see if it works.
All right.
I can't see nothing now. Hold on.
I can.
Well, my phone is I'm not really sure what's happening
I
here.
can see my avatar on your screen now.
Yeah, I know. I just gotta get. I don't usually hold the phone like this.
He's on the desktop.
No, that's my wife. I'm not on the desktop. My wife is. Mongolic. It's Mongolic. It's like Mongolian.
Well, I'm not Mongolian, so I can't speak Mongolian.
I'll translate for you. It says peanut is awesome. Read this
shit.
Peanut
rocks.
I love Snoopy.
What's the text? That's even more confusing to me.
Wow. Yes, it is a bridge between multiple languages to understand the base root meaning of ancient languages.
Yes,
from Turkey, from Constantinople is where the research was done and conducted.
Istanbul.
I don't want to blame God at the Tower of Babel because I fear judgment if I do something like that.
Well, he had to split them up because he couldn't kill them. So he just had to split their language up so that to give himself some more time.
He couldn't have killed them because that would have
separated the races.
His laws of being of justice and integrity.
And because he'd already done the flood, and he said he wasn't going to kill them all doing that. So this time he's like, okay, well, I'll split their languages up this time.
No, but because I thought about the flood.
You know the end is coming when they all speak one language again, and they are.
Why did God kill everyone at the flood? Why did all the animals have to go?
Why? Oh, I can tell you why. Because all flesh had become corrupt.
Yeah, because like the
what way? In what way?
Well, like the Nephilim. Well, like what happened was like angels got busy with like human women, and so that God's DNA got corrupted or whatever. So like they started like breeding hybrid human /
They started doing everything that Greek mythology they say is myth. You know.
Right. And then they started like abusing the animal DNA as well. That's why they had to bring the animals in.
Yeah, that's why they had pans and centaurs and all that was real. You ask me.
All right. Why didn't they affect the fish in the sea?
I don't know.
They might have do, but it was just.
No, they didn't, because the flood is not going to affect the fish, are they? They're
No.
just saying, like, this is heaven.
It didn't happen overnight either.
40 days and 40 nights, and they give the date when it started.
I don't know. I have no idea
Peanut, the point I was trying to make is the reason why this wasn't repeated, because I'm in agreement with you. When the Tower of Babel came, because those angelic demonic entities had been like debased at such a point where they were not allowed to do what they did at that point. So the only thing that they could do was interfere with the minds of people. So God, like in the game of chess, made his next move, and he said, all right, well, I'll confuse the languages.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they can't remember, their years less as well.
You can, in other words, if you look at the book of Genesis, there was nothing that was, whatever the language that was used, that they can't do. In other words, they would have destroyed themselves.
Yes, that's right. You know it.
And there's like a connection there with the book of Daniel, with like a certain point of time. Where the nations were allowed to do what they were going to do. The appointed times of the Gentiles.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. The appointed. Yes. And the fulfillment of the time.
Yeah.
Yes. And the fulfillment of the time was, and then there was at a certain time that hell was complete, and or meaning business, meaning the machine on the planet, meaning the system or the beast, meaning it was then at a certain time that Caesar Augustus said that all the world would be what? Given a number and taxed. And they went to their own home and were given a number, and from that moment on, everyone just being born was going to be what? Charged money to just exist. That was the moment when it was complete and God sent his son.
It was saying that. It was saying that because all I can see is a text on screen. What was it?
I'm not talking.
How that activated that when the decree, he would have been. The angel would have come that same night when the decree went out.
I know. I understand what you're saying, and there's very little that I disagree with. Not that there's anything in my mind that I want to disagree with.
Oh no.
But do you know, like when you get reservations in your spirit, that's all I can stop at that point, because I've got nothing to add to that. But there's nothing I disagree with you.
But that's good because you have a mind, an intelligent mind that you were given by God to think with, and that to do that and express how that's good. You know what I mean? And you know it's good. That's why you do it, right? It's like you shouldn't just agree with everything.
I agree. But then again, if I agree, am I agreeing with everything? So maybe I should disagree. If I disagree, am I really
try? You should try. And then we go back.
Get away.
We go back to that schooling. How I said when we were in school, we would try to debate someone, because once you can, you quote that person as the precedent the next time you want to make your point. As Menno Simon said at blah 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 blah. That's how they do it. That's how we do it. That's seminary. You speak.
That reminds me of the Doors, Jim Morrison, the Soft Parade.
Yeah, it's Peanut.
Hey,
go on.
That's how judges do it too.
Go on, Squashy.
Oh, thanks. That's fine. So you gotta add the lyrics to this.
Every song I've been playing the last few minutes is Peanut's original.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I like that.
Peanut, by the way, I haven't forgot about covering one of your songs.
Okay, cool. Right on.
I like Forever in a Day. I like that. I like that one.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. That's I appreciate that.
It's good, dude. Here, I'll play it again.
Who did the song called Forever in a Day?
Peanut. Listen, here it is. It's original.
Why did he do that?
He's got 4 songs on it.
From here in what you do, just
that's the one I wanted to cover.
Know that my heart is ever true. So wherever you may roam, on the path where we must part, I'll always stand by you in the fire within my heart.
Get it.
And my heart will stay
Forever and a day.
Yeah, man. Edge that. Yeah.
That should be on the radio, dude.
You think so? I hope so.
Yeah. I've listened to a lot of music in my life, and when they resonate, you know?
Yeah, I hope so. That'd be cool.
It just got the right, I don't know, somebody just got the right, it looks good video you made with it, too.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Jasper. I sure appreciate that.
Peter, when did you write that?
I actually wrote the guitar like a year ago, and then I just recently came up with the lyrics. I recorded about maybe a month or two ago, and I had no melody or anything, so I just had to come up with that on the fly, and then so I was kind of writing and singing at the same time, sort of, right?
What about Believer, the one you just did 4 days ago? How long did it take you to do that one?
Record that? Well, that's actually somebody else's song. I just haven't added the vocals to it yet. But that probably took me about well, that's funny. Probably about 12 hours, because what happened was the whole thing, and then the recorder went out and it froze, so I had to re-record everything.
I like that one though.
I want to tell Peanut something that's important.
Okay, go ahead.
About people influencing each other.
Okay.
Round about 2014, 2015, I can't remember the exact date. I wrote a song and I titled the song Master Plan.
Yeah.
And I've done like I sung the song live a couple of hours ago here.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah, on this live. That's the only one. That's the only one I've done. But in time, I eventually thought to myself, all right, I'm going to look up the title that I gave my song, Master Plan.
Yeah.
To see well, it was written by Oasis like 10 years before me. The title.
Oh, yeah?
The song had no resemblance to my song.
Yeah.
But the title. So what I'm trying to say to you was like way back in time, I wrote a song called Forever in One Day.
Oh, no way.
Which is like radically different to your song.
Oh, cool. Right on.
And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, are we all like influencing each other? And of course we are. Yeah. Whether it's just by title or in some other way. But that's probably what but put it this way, when you sang that song that night, I wasn't paying attention to the title. And that's my point. When I said I want to cover that.
Oh, right. That's a trip.
But I didn't know what it was called.
No coincidences.
No, but isn't that like amazing? Because there was like within that like that realm of like when we all connect together.
Everything, man.
I suddenly thought to myself, there's something very special about this in the way that Peanut sang it, the way Peanut played it. But there's like a connection that's speaking to me.
Yeah, that's really cool.
To my heart.
Yeah,
that's why I said I want to cover it.
Oh, good.
Well, in hindsight, that's why I was saying it.
Maybe you picked up on it subconsciously.
That was a beautiful song.
Oh, thank you.
It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a million times better than my original song. I can tell you that.
Oh, thanks, mate. Thank you.
It sounds like
can we get something else really cool and unique? That's what the audience really wants to know.
I'm gonna play it again. Here we go.
Well, actually, Sass, you might let me load it up for you. It'll sound better. Right,
go. Okay, great. That'd be great.
So be.
The only way to get better than that is like one day because these mandates are about to end. Is if I like knock on like Peanut's door and say, "All right, let's do it."
Oh heck yeah, that'd be awesome. I wish.
I know, but that's actually going to take place because of what I've heard in the news in the background, including from the British Prime Minister, who said like all the mandates, including like the passports, are about to end because for certain reasons,
lawyers, liability lawyers, are getting bored and hungry, and they're like, "Look, we got to sit on this any
No,
longer."
they're not getting bored; they're getting terrified.
Yeah,
towards the people that
they're valid cases, thousands of them, all valid.
Sass, it's
yeah,
it's loaded up in the background if you want to put it on.
Oh, okay.
I'd love to listen to that again in a minute, Peanut. But when you get a million people, when you get a million people marching on London over what's going on,
it's huge.
And different, and also like the same numbers in different parts of the world, then the NWO didn't see that coming.
Yeah, you're right.
Because God is in control.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
And then you got all the airports like bitching about the 5G.
Whatever may happen from here in what you do, just wanted to let you know that my heart is ever true. So wherever you may roam on the path where we must part, I'll always stand by you in the fire within my heart. In my heart you'll stay forever and a day. So wherever you go, you'll never be alone. 'Cause I'll always be with you in all memories that we've known. No matter how far away, you'll always be in my prayers. I just want you to be happy and for you to know that I care. In my heart you'll stay forever and a day. I'm sorry I hurt you. I can feel the rain pouring down, but it won't wash away the pain that I feel when you're not around. So I'd climb the highest mountain and swim the largest sea. I would cross the deepest valley if you ever need me, honey. Yeah. So please remember when things go wrong, yeah. I'll always be with you, baby, whenever you hear this song. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Whoa, 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 yeah. Whatever may happen from here and what you do, baby, just wanted to let you know that my heart is ever true. Oh, oh. So wherever you may roam on the path where we must part, I'll always stand by you in the fire within my heart. Forever and a day.
That was excellent. That was good. That was really good.
Clap, 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 clap.
Right on, man.
Peter, that song is gorgeous. It really is.
Hey, Meep. Hey, Meep, the other night I had a guy that I met, and he came on. His name's the Canadian Fishing Musician.
Oh, yeah.
I think
I'm going to play this. This is this is 3 or 4 days ago. This is him. He's playing a dobro flat, like a flat steel. You know what I mean?
What's a
It's good
dobro?
though.
I don't even know what a dobro is.
You don't know? I'll show you. Here. It's a guitar. It's got a resonator on the front. It's metal.
Oh, it's like yeah. It's the kind of thing that they played in the 70s.
Listen to him. He's good. Let me find this volume. There you go.
Dig that.
That sounds like Captain Beefheart.
I like that, man. Oh wow.
That's awesome, dude.
He's killing it.
He's got one too.
Look at this guy.
I'm gonna mute if you mute him. It sounds better if you mute. He plays guitar after this too.
You got it.
Sounds a little better, I think.
Excellent. Sounds really good. Play that some.
So was it on the channel, Squashy?
Yeah, it is on my channel. Yeah. He's good.
Oh my goodness, it's reaction time. He's not even using a bottleneck on his finger.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, maybe he is, because I can see him holding something.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. He's got steel on.
Yeah. Fantastic!
I know, I love it.
Squashy, I couldn't do that if I tried. It's not within my.
Oh yeah, you could, man.
No, I couldn't. I really couldn't. I could sing to somebody doing that, but not.
You can't reach me. Oh, don't call me. I'm not around.
So has he been back since?
No, he was in here earlier tonight for a minute.
Can you post his link?
Yeah, I will. Canadian fishing musician. Musician.
Oh no, I mean, can't.
Look at that.
Oh man,
that's awesome, dude.
Is that a dobro? Marathon. I get into
No, that's not a dobro.
Yeah, it is.
That's a
I
lap
somebody's
slide.
roof, and I got this in an attic. They have played it forever. It's like a 1970s. It's a dobro, yeah.
Told you.
It doesn't matter. He could create that same sound on like many other guitars. That could
It's an
even be
Adobe.
playing.
They got they have another different name for it by different companies that make it. You know what I mean? He plays guitar too. Yeah, he plays it. I think real quick here.
Well, I do. I can't make sounds like that. Like maybe I can.
Oh, it's steel.
I had a 1952 Gibson lap steel, and I gave it to a guy, and he built a whole deck on the front of my house for it.
Oh, you shouldn't have given. Oh, right. Well, all right.
I had a pawn shop. I had guitars come in every day. I mean,
I know you had a pawn shop. I remember.
I've had every kind of guitar. I sold them all.
Hang on. Sometimes I can't even get like the delivery right. Sometimes when the night cries, and sometimes when the wind flies. And sometimes when my mind is fast asleep, and sometimes when I'm forced to run so deep. Sometimes when my life is mine to keep, I catch it in a snowy rhythm. Next chord. White lace finger. Whoops. White lace. Whoops.
Got it.
I've got it wrong.
You had it.
That's because I haven't finished writing the song yet. White lace finger beauty. Sometimes. But no, I can't get it because I haven't practiced it enough. It's like it's a diminished chord. That one. To an ear, then a 7 capoed on the 4th fret. Back to the A minor shape. It's a great song, but I haven't perfected it yet. Especially at 10:21 a.m., 10:22 now, when I've been awake since the day before.
It's 4:20 here. Right now, 4:20.
I know, but you people are blessed. You're like so.
Hey, here's that guy again. Look, hey, here's that guy again. He's playing the acoustic. Watch this.
Thank you for playing, senor.
Look.
Esperanto.
He plays Pride and Joy.
Tú sabes? Esperanto.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
baby, heart and soul, love like ours never goes.
She's my sweet little thing.
That's not what I would have sang. I would have went, did you ever feel you were gone? That's why I need to contact this person.
That's pretty wicked, dude. Love that Stevie Ray Vaughan.
He's good. Hope he comes back.
SRV.
He's got the
Are you gonna play, Peanut?
He's got the
yeah, I can play something, I guess, real quick.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Whee!
I like all the guitar playing every week. Music for the soul.
Uh-huh.
I like live people just like this better than anything on the radio. I don't listen to radio anyway. I just listen to YouTube.
What was that I saw from Esther? Frack is the name of the song, and then it disappeared. I'm watching on StreamYard.
Meep. I was reading that too.
It's like I'm trying to comprehend it, and I'm like looking at it, and then it's just like,
brother, we were inside the same head at the same time again.
I know, and it vanished before my eyes, and I don't know what went on.
Meep Frack, baby.
I thought, oh my God, did I die?
I don't really have anything planned, so
If I make a mistake when I'm typing, I just like send something gets afterwards saying I effed up and like this is what I meant. You know, it sounds like Heart, the band.
Yeah, it does kind of.
Yeah. Crazy on You, the intro to
it.
Yeah. Alice Cooper.
Sorry,
you nutbag.
I'm a boy and I'm a man. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really have anything planned.
No, that was great there at the end, man.
Oh, Peanut, that was beautiful, but I was waiting for like.
I know that was killer. I was like, oh yeah, he's doing it. Classical gas. Oh wow.
Hey, bro, you play some of that surf music you do with a surf sound.
Peanut,
I like
it. Peanut, here's the opening line for that song. I am that I am, and I'm whatever comes next.
Oh, is that like the Beatles or something? Like the Walrus or something?
I don't know. It was whatever came into my mind then in relation to what you was playing. I am that I am, but I'm. I am that I am, but I'm almost something.
I don't know.
I'd have to work on it. That's why I need to come banging on your flipping door like one day.
Oh, you want like to just say whatever comes into my mind or something, or?
I'm on about what you was playing then, and never.
Oh, that's called. That song is called "Snowblind" by Black Sabbath.
Yeah. Okay, Snowblind.
Yeah,
that's what it was. Yes. Okay.
I like Snowblind by Styx off Paradise Theater.
I've never heard that one before. That'd be cool. I like
Snowblind.
Yeah.
That Crystal Ball.
Like you ever heard "Renegade" by Styx? That's a cool song.
Oh yeah, it was like 1978.
Yeah, something like that.
I was in high school.
So
was meep.
What was that? You mentioned my name. I was like, I was like
that Renegade by Styx. You know, the Renegade.
Well, I was thinking about Styx, like
that's what I did.
With those high notes. Then
I put that guy's link in the chat down there in the musicians.
That's the problem with Sasquatch and me, but we're both on the same like platitude. Like when somebody
you're like 3 weeks older than me.
Where do you go? Like where do you go in the moonlight, etc.
There you go.
I'm so blind. And I can't say anymore. I'm kind.
My weed is kind.
Indeed.
But I am dedicated to be sublime. But my wish is to be so very kind. Can you imagine that wall, the delay on top of it? And the automation with volume control and all that. So I'm mind.
Hey, do you know who Juice from the Sky is? He's from the
No,
UK.
I've no idea. I've no idea.
What? Yeah, he goes in Genevieve's chat. This is him, and I don't know what happened, but he hasn't been on YouTube since Halloween.
Oh no, yeah, I know. Well, that's associating people. I know Juice from Genevieve's.
Yeah, you never heard him play?
No.
Oh, dude, he is like unbelievable.
Now he tells me.
Oh yeah, yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's eruption, man.
Yep.
But he needs to write a song about Genevieve then, because I did.
Well, he's got some kind of health issues. He's 40 years old, and he looks like he's 20. You know what I mean?
Well, that's not a health issue. That's like the elixir of life issue.
He has carpal tunnel in his wrist or something that affects his playing.
That doesn't matter. I've got the same issues. I've got no spatial awareness in between frets anymore. That's why I keep localized with what I'm playing.
He's got like 7 or 8 different kinds of guitars he plays.
Yeah, but it's the same with me. I can still go. And that's like without me moving my fingers hardly.
Yeah. Okay, here. Are you going to keep playing Peanut, or are you?
Oh, I'm cool either way. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I was just going to let him hear him since he knows who he is.
Okay, right on.
Is he here now?
Golly.
No, I got him right here.
Love.
See that sound?
He puts on a beat and then he plays with it. Watch.
Yeah.
He's good. Hang on.
He's like a looper, I bet.
Cool.
I've lost the sound. But I can hear other people in the background. So, can anyone else hear me?
No, I can't hear it. I can hear you.
Sorry, he put on a drum beat. I'm God. Yeah.
All right. He's on the autistic spectrum, I can tell you that, as I am too.
Break down.
Yeah, it sounds.
Where's the melody? The rhythm of the melody.
Yeah. Wow, man.
What you gonna do in the new
Banter, eh?
world?
Oh, hello.
got no handicaps whatsoever.
No, well, I didn't mean like that. I mean he had some physical ailment.
Yeah.
He didn't talk about it, so I didn't.
I was watching what he was doing. When I say he's got no handicaps, I'm on about like the neurological or like physical.
Yeah.
He's got zero.
He's a great guy too. He really is.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
If you look at his spatial awareness, he
Yeah.
can go from like the 14th, 15th, 16th fret right down to the 6th or 7th without even thinking about it.
Yeah, he's unnatural. He just looks like he's just stupid thing.
I couldn't. That's why I'd never be a very good lead guitar player. Everything I do is localized within a certain.
I got him to play bluegrass one day on there.
Oh, really?
He never played it before. Reminds me of Joe Satriani, kind of.
Yeah, I could go all over the. I could go all over the octaves vocally, with some effort when I'm refreshed.
He's got a green guitar. He plays a lot. It's badass.
Even then, he's playing too safe. I know he can do a lot better. It needs to be like really like.
Cool. He's from England.
Oh, right. Yeah. Cool.
Listen,
It's supposed to be George Benson style, but I didn't know which George Benson style in the first place.
George Benson is one of my favorite songwriters.
So yeah, if you're dancing around your kitchen.
George Benson said, "I believe the children are our future."
Yeah.
Like we all
the greatest gift of all.
You know, I was you whip the broom out and have a little dance around. Got to be done, isn't it?
Oh, he's saying that. I just realised it's what he's saying.
Cool. Well, I'm getting pretty burnt out now. I'm burnt from inside.
Yeah.
Squashy, make sure you post me his link.
Oh, well, he hasn't been on since October. Genevieve hasn't heard from him or nothing. Nobody has. It's weird.
Oh, wow,
I'll go and bug the hell out of him and mention you.
I went and left a comment on every one of his videos the other day.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm worried about you. You know, get a hold of somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's understandable. When somebody mentions George Benson, you have to understand George Benson's history. And I'm not even going to go into that right now, but it's very deep and it's very spiritual and it's very biblical and it's very spectrum on a certain frequency.
He said that's supposed to be like George Benson style, but I don't know what George Benson style was, is what he said.
George Benson was like a beautiful soul who this person could relate to. And that's why I say, give me his link because I'm
putting it in the chat right now, in the bottom of the chat.
The bottom chat is the StreamYard chat.
You gotta have love.
Well, I can put it in the yeah.
I don't mind.
I can't get it. I'm on my other phone. You know what I mean? So I'm not in the StreamYard. I'm on the YouTube side.
That's fine because I'd rather that way so other people can see it.
Yeah. Hey, brothers, before I fall asleep, I'm gonna jet out.
Right, man.
Morgan, thank you.
Thank
you.
Had a good
Stay out
time.
of trouble. Hey, what's up, Abs?
And Peanut, thank you as well.
Oh, sure. What did I do again?
You was born.
Right. Exactly. You guys should all thank me for that. You know,
Thank you for taking your presents with us.
Hail, Mrs. Peanuts.
Exactly. People always
No,
like,
it's nuts sauce.
Sauce for everybody on the house.
Have a good one, Morgan.
Yeah, what I mean is, thank you for your kindness and your consideration and your existence. That's all I'm
Thank you
saying.
to me.
Yeah.
For everything you said. Exactly.
And that includes Frack Centurion and the people in chat.
Yep.
And of course, you, of course, you, Mr. Squashy.
922.
Hey, you know what? Juice from the Sky, whenever I first left Tony after all the bullshit, you know?
Yeah.
And he sent me a message, said, you should go apologize to everyone. And I did, because he told me that. I went and I did it publicly on YouTube because he inspired me.
Oh.
That's how I met him. I knew who he was, but I didn't know, that much about him. I just seen him in chat. Here's going to play here. This is his green guitar.
Yeah, Squashy, do you remember what I said publicly?
Oh yeah, I know. You too.
Yeah. When everyone was like tearing into you, and I said,
I was lurking. I heard you every time you said it.
Yeah, I said I'm not quite ready to give up on Squashy yet because I knew there was something missing.
See, look at that guitar.
That's a cool guitar. Like a Jackson or something.
I can't remember.
Kramer? What is that?
I can't see the head top.
The problem is, the problem is people like looking for reasons to condemn other people. They're not looking for reasons to forgive.
No, I'm really glad it all happened in the long run because I learned a lot from it, like learning to watch what I say before I say it. You know what I mean? I mean, there's good things that came out of it. A lot of people met each other. If it wasn't for him, we all hooked up.
Too many labels. Too many labels.
And just keep saying what you gotta say. Don't be frightened to be censored. But if you make a mistake, just think about it afterwards and say, "All right, I was wrong."
I want to know when I'm wrong because I don't want to tell anybody lies. You know what I mean?
Of course you don't. But what I'm trying to say is, you go by your intuition, and then if you make a mistake afterwards, you just say, "All right, this is what the mistake I made." And those who are like loving people, who are like aligned with the Lord, will understand, and they will say, "All right, we understand. You made a mistake, so let it go." Those ones who are working for the dark side will say, they won't say anything apart from hateful things. So let them get on with it. But never lose your free speech, is what I'm trying to say.
I agree.
When it comes to labels, I always just say, seek first to understand before understood. You understand who's sitting across from you and what drives them.
I know, but I don't always get that right myself. I can be like, bugger it up so many times.
I don't think there's two people alike in this world that think alike. I don't think there's two people anymore. Really. There's not.
Yep.
You can tell when people are indoctrinated. Look at 1950s yearbooks. Every guy had on a suit and black glasses, looked like Clark Kent. Every single person. You know what I mean? They all were
the Stepford wives.
Yeah, they're cookie cutters. You know what happened? in Vietnam, the hippies started smoking weed and could see Vietnam was bullshit. But you know what I mean? That's when it started.
That's what's happening with the narrative today. I'm on about the pandemic, and believe me, it's like falling down around us. You wait 3 weeks from now, but don't give up your guard because they're going to bring it back from another direction.
Well, after so many people got the jab and still got it afterwards.
I know, right?
I know, well, it wasn't the fact that it's gone into negative equity at the moment. I don't know whether people realize what that means.
It's all about the almighty dollar will change their mind.
No. Negative equity in medical terms mean they're more likely to catch you if they've been vaccinated. Three times, or in Israel 4 times. Really? More likely.
My daughter and her old man got it, and they work at a Hyundai. He was on the couch for 13 days, and my daughter, it didn't affect her like it did him. And you know what? Since they didn't have the jab, they didn't get paid at work.
Yeah, Sasquatch, you know what I've been saying since day one. I've been desperately trying to catch it, and I still haven't been jabbed. So it's
Oh
like,
yeah, I don't get
it's like,
sick. I mean,
if I see someone coughing, I'm like, like,
I've never had the
give,
flu in my life.
give me,
I've never had the flu. I've never had an
yeah,
earache. I've never had nothing. You know.
well, I've had the flu, but I've never
I had
had
it.
what the propaganda is. I've never had any jabs of any kind.
Well, you know, the people older than us, the ones that were like our parents and grandparents, they got jabs their whole life and nothing happened. So it's hard to convince them that something's wrong. You know.
Everything happened, because when they say nothing happened, they learn to live with their diabetes, their rheumatism, all the other ailments that come with them, which never affected our forefathers as long as they went dietary deficient.
The cure kills more people than the disease.
But those big pharma is like really evil.
It's kind of why they're treating the physical body instead of spiritual. That's the difference. That's what they're
Treat
doing.
the physical body, it like destroys the physical body.
Well,
And it's like a snake around a stick. It's against the spiritual.
Yep, exactly. That's symbolism right there, Ron. You talking about?
Oh yeah, from
the medical insignia is a snake.
Yeah, yeah. It's Hermes Trismegistus. Goes way back.
Yeah.
It's like represents sorcery, magic, alchemy.
And see what got me was the card deal. People doing tarots and all that. Because in the Bible, it pretty much, in my eyes, it says it's wrong. And then that's what separated me from a bunch of people. Because I told them I didn't believe in it, and they all got mad because everybody thinks that new age old script. Love yourself, forgive yourself. That ain't going to get you nowhere.
That's true. I agree, Sasquatch. Yeah.
And I think deceiving people is like Emily. Is her name?
Like Mussolini or something?
No, that girl that's what started it all was with Emily.
Emily. I thought you said Italy.
The Emily girl that she said she started healing people when she was 3 years old.
Huh.
Amio.
That's yeah. I mean, it's just I don't know. She believes that she said Jesus didn't come here to die for us; he got murdered.
No, she's missing the truth.
Oh, I know, but she's got a bunch of people that I don't know. It's bizarre, dude. If you listen to stuff when I was hanging out with Tony, she was saying stuff that was like against everything that I believe in.
Which sounds almost borders on Gnosticism, actually.
Hey, Sassy, let me put up the screen for a minute. I'm going to show you all the symbology. Where that image go? What happened to there? It is.
Yep.
Oh, it's the snake.
Hold on, let me show y'all.
You need to show them that painting after this too. That one you showed us with all the weird.
Yeah. Suicide of Saul, 1562. Peter Bruegel the Elder. So if you look at this image here, though, what do you see? You see arrows. See skulls. When you read about Hermes Trismegistus, look at that. Sword. That shield.
That's an era where the church was. I read about it. There's a certain era where they had all the symbolism and paintings of what was going on in the world.
Looks like devil tails too.
I keep hearing about Hermes over and over again, including in my collection, which has nothing to do with mainstream media, of the CBS Radio Mystery Theater, hosted by E.G. Marshall.
Where do y'all see this?
Like in the coat of arms for the USA.
U.S. Capitol building.
You need to show him that Bible too, Ron. He'll freak him how big that.
The Lance of Longinus.
Wow.
Look at this. You got the serpent and the staff.
With many people.
You got a dead man here. You got a dead man here, and you got a serpent and staff. Now you read about Hermes Trismegistus, and it talks all about potions, black magic, alchemy, all that fun stuff. Let's give me 1 second. Pull up the Suicide of Saul, 1562. I'm gonna show y'all something blow your mind. We have somebody that we've discussed this with that has a dissenting opinion, which many would. Right here. So there's a painting called The Suicide of Saul. Let me pull up Wikipedia real quick. Wikipedia. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. Wikipedia. I want to show y'all so y'all can see it.
It's like one of the most controversial paintings ever, they said. Remember?
Huh. Of Saul.
I went and after he showed it to us the first night, I went and studied and researched it, and it has the 4 horsemen in it and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, trivia, all kinds of iconography.
Yeah, it's big time. I mean, it's like crazy. Look at that.
This is on my homepage.
He's like, "Fuck this! I'm out of here." Good luck.
Wait.
Right.
Look at homeboy down here.
He's like, "What?
Look at what he's doing with his hand.
Oh, he's doing like the thing.
Baphomet.
Yeah.
Baphomet.
Yeah. The goat.
Watch this. See those turbans on their head? Ottoman Empire. Look what's coming up out of them.
Snake.
Serpent. Look over here. I don't know if I can get in any closer. No. Hang on.
Oh yeah, I know. I forgot what you. Yeah, I remember now.
Well, you can't really see, but this is not the best picture. His hand is red. This guy's hunched over. There's a knight in armor. None of these dudes are wearing armor whatsoever. So they're eating out of his guts. And there's another one right here, leaned over another knight with his breastplate torn off, and he's reaching in his guts, eating him.
Nasty.
Show him the behind that.
Now, I want to show you a better picture, but
Brontosaurus.
Painted in 1562.
Yeah, and they tried to say people try to say it's camels, but camels don't have a neck like a giraffe.
You can't. Yeah, someone told me their opinion was. I'll respect their opinion, but that someone told me their opinion was, based on archaeological evidence, a camel or a brontosaurus could not swan its neck. And I said, okay, well, you ever seen a brontosaurus?
No doubt.
And no, but then let me see, find this other picture here.
When was that painting made?
1562, painted by Peter Bruegel the Elder.
Was that before that, like, they supposedly discovered Brontosaurus?
Oh, hell yes.
Really? Damn.
Yes. Pre-paleontology.
19th century, when they found one dinosaur bone.
Well, when was this painting made again?
1562.
Oh, that's before the U.S. even existed, too.
Yeah, like 400 years before they found the dinosaur bone.
During the Spanish Inquisition, I believe, somewhere around there.
Damn, that's a trip.
The links in the post were what I was.
I'm not 100% sure on the. I'm not 100% sure on the Inquisition dates, but I do know that it was after Columbus, 1492, and in 1562, a gentleman by the name of Peter Bruegel the Elder painted a whole series of pictures, this being one of them. But it talks about what talks about in the Bible, in the Old Testament, the suicide of Saul. That's him. And this was his armor bearer, which they also talk about in the Old Testament. Now, so he's painting a story from the Bible, right? He's painting a story from the Bible, right?
Yeah.
But pre-paleontology. Now, the dissenting opinion that we've come across is that this is a camel, right? And a brontosaurus cannot swan its neck. I said, okay, great. A camel can't either. Camel can't swan its neck, neither.
Yeah.
And if you look at the relative perspective of homeboy right here, look at the relative perspective of this person right here, what do you see different?
It's huge.
You see a big motherfucker on top of that brontosaurus.
Oh, it's giant on top of it. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it talks about the suicide of Saul in 1 Samuel 31, 1-5.
Yes, it does. Got it marked in my Bible.
Can you read that passage for us?
Yeah, it says,
go ahead, Sassy.
Now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled from before the Philistines and fell slain on Mount Gilboa. Then the Philistines followed hard after Saul and his sons. That's just the first verse. That's all I had.
Did you guys hear Joe Biden say dog-faced pony soldier?
He did?
Yeah, huh? Suicide
I heard him
assault.
say
Someone
that.
super.
Hey, you know what he said?
Someone.
He said that the death of Martin Luther King was not as important as the death of George Floyd to the world.
You see this picture here? This was superimposed over top of this picture of the suicide assault. Right?
The only thing you've missed is a triangle, according to what I've been listening to over the last 3 days on the Radio Mystery Theater, that was turned into a square.
This is during the Renaissance era, you know what I mean? That's what this is.
I know, but that's not going to make any sense what I just said, but I'm putting it out there for the record.
So, and by Saul, they mean like King Saul with David, not like Saul.
Yes, correct.
Yep.
Correct.
And Uriah and Bathsheba.
Huh, interesting.
Here's an old version of it. But it doesn't show him going through the neck like the Bible says. It shows him going through his stomach. As if the Japanese was doing Harry Carey. That wasn't custom for this culture, was it? Looks like a
Saul was also called Paul, you know? Saul was called Paul too.
Yeah, that's a different Saul though. That's
no, it's
Saul.
not. It's not. I just read it.
Well,
it's Acts 13:9 says it says that they use both names for him.
Oh yeah, it's true because he was Saul, then he became Paul.
He is the author of Luke. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but trust me. So there's two of them. One was around with King David, right? And that was he was for David. And then,
way back in time that was.
Yeah, like in Old Testament, and then in the New Testament there's a different Saul. They're definitely not the same guy.
I'm not that good. I like history, but I'm not as well versed with biblical history. I'm doing.
I'm not either. But the point I'm trying to make is everything that, like generically, what you've been covering is what I've been listening to.
Well, you know what I read? It says right here, the author of Luke.
On my radio drama series over the last 3 days on the CBS.
Acts indicates that the names are interchangeable, that Paul, also known as Saul, is referred to Paul through the remainder of Luke and Acts.
Yeah, I know, but that's a different story. Squashy.
Hey, Jody, do me a favor and hold that about right there at the edge. I got poor lighting in here. I'm going to try to show them something in here. Hey, do y'all know, any of y'all know about the history of King Herod?
Sounds familiar. Right, oh, was that the one when Jesus was born?
Yeah, I got to figure out this lighting situation here. This is terrible.
I know John the Baptist pissed them off.
Oh yeah, probably, huh? Yeah.
He was, I guess, he was the first king of Israel. Paul,
I thought, maybe like after the Romans.
It says Saul was the first king of Israel from 1021 to 1000 BC.
So look, Herod the Great. This is the family of the Herods. Herod the Great, right? He's a heretic king.
Okay.
Bought his crown from Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. Look who he's related to.
Cleopatra, damn.
Whoever told us that in history. Wait a minute. You guys know about the Parthenon? Or was it the Parthenon? Yeah, in Italy. With the big oculus in the top.
Uh-huh.
See who? Cleopatra. Herod. Watch this. His name appears. My lighting's piss poor. Give me a second. Right there. Agrippa. Pull up an image of the Parthenon in Rome. And it's got his name right on the front of the building. Related to Cleopatra. Wherever she's at. Cleopatra, related to Herod the Great. You know who Agrippa was? He was a right-hand man of Augustus, the emperor who was ruling when Christ was crucified.
That was in the 1st century.
Augustus. This is an old family Bible that belongs to my wife. Her family, been in the family for generations. 1889, I'm going to show you here in a second. My lighting in my kitchen's not the best. I apologize.
It's a beautiful Bible.
1889.
Damn. It's like it's still in really good shape too.
No, not really. It's
Look how
it's
thick it is,
tattered.
though. It's huge. It's like an
Look,
old
it's
Western
got
dictionary.
no binding.
Oh wow.
It's been used.
Yeah, that's old school.
Well, it means it wasn't sitting on a shelf collecting dust.
Yeah, I hear that.
It's well used.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, hey, you should get it, get it conserved and fixed. There's the date right there. It was printed in the 1880s and they filled in the last year when it was given to somebody or bought for a family. This was bought, not presented, so they didn't fill it in, would be my assumption. This whole page has got gold metal flake on it, iridescent paint.
Nice.
Thou shalt love the Lord thy God. Let me see if I can turn my camera sideways and get a better image. I'm not good with these doggone cameras. I apologize. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. These two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Starts right there. Starts right there, doesn't it?
Yeah. Wow, I like the way it starts.
Moses and Ramesses, right before Exodus.
Man, that Moses looks like he's a big baby.
Look at this. The Holy Bible, the Standard Edition, right? Standard Edition. Accepted doctrine.
Oh, and Apocrypha, right on.
Yeah, buddy. Why ain't this in the book still? It was back there in the 1880s. What the hell happened? Bunch of lies been told.
That's a quote from Saul from way back. It's in 1 Samuel chapter 9.
Yes, sir. Where's the other one at? Right there.
It's given his lineage there.
Yeah, they were both from the tribe of Benjamin, Saul and Paul. They're two different Sauls. One became the king and one became a prophet for Jesus.
They were all connected with each other, I know that, because they all had to be like it.
The person was born in Rome and got a Roman, he was born in Rome.
My family history says I'm from the tribe of Zebulon.
But like God reclaimed them.
Yeah.
On the road to Damascus.
I'm from the tribe of Zebulon. Hand me that. Hand me that ship. Open that drawer there. Yeah, right here. This right here, my family crest in biblical history proves that my family name comes from the tribe of Zebulon by that image right there. This image is ancient. Now, history says my family, according to record, kind of roughly comes around the 900s. Coincidentally, right around the time that the Vikings are making a move on Western Europe and the British Isles, which my family descends from in Denmark. However, there were some other things that happened I won't get into. But if you go further back and you run your family name and understand what it means, my family goes back on this side here to 3500 BC. 3500 BC. It's what history says, as a matter of fact, about my people. My name. I don't know what it all means. My family don't tell me nothing about this. Let me show y'all something real cool. There's some translations in here.
Hey, you guys. Sorry. I'm gonna bail, man. It's nice to meet you, Orkney.
Yes, pleasure. Pleasure.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch the painting and everything you're talking about. And hey, Sass, thanks for having me up. And Meep, it's always a pleasure. You guys all have a great day.
Thank you. God bless you.
Take care, Peanuts. Take care. I'm just like researching on the background as you're all talking.
Bye.
Good There's another one in here that blows my mind. Let me find it. It calls it out right here. These are words of the scripture that require explanation. I'll find it here in a second. The one I caught stood right out and drop kicked me in the face. Oh, where is it? It talks about Babylon. You might be looking in the wrong spot. Who knows? It's got a lot of reference material in it, an astonishing amount.
There's a connection between what Jesus says. Excuse me. As far as like people within a certain class that share a privilege related to him as being king, as there is in Philippians chapter verse 2, verse 9, because the people who were in that category were to inherit the same name. So when it says in Philippians chapter 2, verse 9, therefore God exalted him to the highest place and gave him a name that is above every other name. And that's why Jesus called these other lower Serbians his brothers. In other words, do you know when Jesus spoke about these people who did things in his name, in other words, like help people out who were in a very poor place, he said, to the least you did it to these, you did it to me. My brothers, he called them. So they're like adopted under that name. And it's great to have names, you know, like Abraham or David or Solomon, etc. But there's names like William Tyndale and Wycliffe.
I've heard that name. I've heard Tyndale.
Tyndale died by the Catholic Church, at the hands of the Catholic Church, for daring to defy the Church and have the Bible translated into the common English language of his day, which was Old English. Because the only translation of the Bible, while common English was in place at that time, was in Latin. And Tyndale realized that people didn't have a clue what was going on. And he realized that the common people needed to understand what was written in the Holy Scriptures, both Hebrew and Greek, otherwise the New Testament, Old and New Testament. And the point is, Jesus was like speaking about people sharing in his accomplishment, because he came to this earth and he went through a terribly torturous death, knowing exactly what was going to happen to him. And he was inviting initially the Jews, the Jewish community, and then he turned his attention to the nations, to the Gentiles, and invited them too. So it's great to have names, but a name doesn't always mean anything in time.
No,
because
it's not definitive.
Yeah, because a name can be like if you go back to Judas Iscariot, follow his lineage backwards, it might have had like an honorable name at some point, which may have been getting more questionable as it become to like the first century.
You know, the funny thing is, like on my family crest, there's an iteration of this crest. The only variation, well, there's a few, but the major variation is the fish is cut in half and the tail is missing, which indicates something hidden or obscured. The ship on that other crest has no oars in it, and its sail is empty, nor does it have flags flying. And if you look at this, go ahead. I was just going to say symbology. So you have a ring, and this is called heraldry. You have what's called an annulet. It's not called a ring. It's called an annulet. Okay. So here you have another annulet, and then you have a cross with 3 ties on it. But this is an anchor, right? But this looks like an annulet and a cross diving down in to a serpent's tail. Now you can say it's an anchor all day long, but there's multiple meanings, and everything about heraldry tells you there's meanings within meanings within meanings. What do we know about the Hebrews, Israelites with tassels?
It could be Dagon. It depends on who's working for who. So look at my best example of a name that wasn't even mentioned in the Bible. The widow who gave a small coin of value. I think it was a drachma. I might be wrong on that. Didn't mean anything. And Jesus made sure her testimony was like recorded in the scriptures because it was so important, because she gave. That was her last penny that she gave. And whatever her name was, I know she will be in heaven with the Lord right now, and like in a very royal high place. It's all about what's coming from people's hearts that designates people in privileged positions. You actually have to care about other people and be determined to break outside the mold that this world, and what about the world alienated from God, is determined to corrupt people. You have to be determined to not only break outside as corrupt moral values or anti-values, but we have to.
You ever read Revelations 2, verse 9?
I've read the whole book of Revelation, but I can't remember it exactly. We have to be approved by God Almighty.
I think I'm going to have to cut out of here for a little while, gentlemen.
Me too. Me too.
I enjoy sharing with y'all.
Yeah.
I have a few other obligations, a few other things I need to attend to.
Priorities are always the most important thing in life. The priorities.
Well, yeah, priorities, commitments, that sort of thing. Spreading some love, communicating with people.
Like you said,
that's
your word is everything. Your word is most important.
Yes, correct.
His
I appreciate y'all having me.
His sentiment and his words are most important. They have to be both together.
Oh yeah, compassion.
Yeah, because the Pharisees had words, but their words were like Jesus called them like whitewashed graves.
Yeah.
Well,
I just want to say good night. God bless you all, and I'm going to go ahead and sign off now, and I'll catch y'all again soon. Sassy, thanks for having me.
You too.
No problem.
Meep, pleasure, sir.
You too.
I'm looking forward to hearing you play again.
I'll try my best.
Right. See you, man.
Hasta luego. Vaya con Dios.
Adios. What time is it there, Meep?
It's 11:14.
Oh.
And
in the afternoon, I guess in the morning, I guess.
AM and 10 seconds. As I said the word 10.
10. Remember when cans were made out of tin? You could stand on them.
Well, I can't be any more exact now, because the minute I say 10, it's 11, 12, 13, 14. So.
Wow. Yeah, I went to yesterday or the day before to Genevieve's chat. I hadn't been there in a long time. It had a pretty good time.
I was thinking about Genevieve yesterday. I've been there a few times in between Sasquatch, but I've not been there for probably about 10 days.
I haven't been there in months.
The only reason why I haven't been there is because when I've been about, she hasn't been on. That's the only reason.
And after all that happened, what happened to Matt and Code? They're not together anymore. I just saw they weren't streaming together anymore.
I don't think they've fallen out. If they have, I don't know about it.
Yeah, because I went there probably 20 times since all that happened, and sit in the back room, and he would never put me back up there, so I just quit going. I don't know why, but
I promise you, if they've fallen out, I don't know about it.
I just seen that they weren't streaming together anymore, and he was doing his own thing.
Yeah, from what I can gather, codes out there's whatever it is. I don't know about that either, and I promise you that if I did,
yeah, I don't know either.
If I knew, I would. If I knew, I would say I know, but I can't talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just curious, because he was always there.
Yeah, can I tell you my suspicion?
Sure.
I think they're both suffering from burnout.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
now they're doing karaoke, and what do you think of Matt singing?
What? Well,
they're doing karaoke now. Matt singing, and he's singing on there now.
The karaoke, I've been to a few different karaoke's, and I've been bitching about
But do you think when there's people doing karaoke, I'm not saying any names or nothing, but when somebody sucks, do you think you should tell them they're good?
I think you shouldn't tell them anything.
Well, I know, but I think
they will get the message by the lack of feedback.
Well, but all the feedback's like, you're great, you're wonderful, it's awesome, and it's like dogs are barking and screaming and running. It just freaks me out that people now won't even. They're afraid to hurt somebody's feelings, but it's hard for me to see people lie because they're lying.
I was on Heather's channel, and they were doing karaoke.
Oh my God! Hey, don't mention her name around me, please. That's the most evilest bitch there ever was.
Well, how can I get? Well, I won't continue then.
Yeah, because I was in the chat today, and
I won't continue.
I don't care. I'm going to tell you why. But the spam bots that come in, those new bots that everybody blocks. They're everywhere. Well, I was in this chat with a lady I just became friends with called Grandma or something, and the bot came in there, and I blocked it, and then Heather unblocked it and said I wasn't a human. And then that lady blocked me because she said that. I didn't even talk to her.
Hang on. Why wasn't you human?
I don't know. She said I'm not one of the humans. She lied about me. I mean, I made her a video. We became friends on Facebook, and I made her a video with 4 pictures of her daughter. And I made one of those shout outs like I always do. And I sent it to her messenger. I didn't post it or nothing. And then she told everybody I was stealing pictures of her daughter. And I made her the video, and she even put it on her channel and played it. And then she went and said I was stealing pictures from her and that I was trying to date her or something. And I was like, what in the world, dude? I mean, I was married 28 years. I'm not out chasing any women. I don't want a relationship with nobody.
Well, she needs to prove that if she's going to say something like that.
She never proved nothing. She's talked bad about me for months. For months and months, every day she did, saying all kinds of stuff about me like Tony. And I just don't go there anymore or talk to her. But I don't know why, because I never did nothing to her. Tony did, not me.
Yeah, Squashy. All I can say is, what I'm hearing as far as karaoke.
She can't sing either. I heard it yesterday. She's horrible.
I'm not even going to judge people on their.
Well, I'm not judging. It's been pretty obvious if someone can sing or not. I'm sorry.
Put it this way, I'll make a sacrifice on behalf of the Lord. If it'll make a person feel special, but when I'm building these people up, and I eventually go like,
I tried. That sounds
sometimes good. When I do the whole 9 yards with that song. Yeah. And then some bitch in the background, which may have been that grandma person, says, this is for karaoke only. And I'm like patiently waiting in the background. And I eventually says, I'm out of here. When the vultures are done with you, then I'll come back.
Yeah.
Because
have you ever listened to her chat? You know what I mean?
I've got no problems with Heather whatsoever.
No, but I mean, have you ever like back, when I was back in the day, what she was preaching to people though? I mean, what about the veterans and it just some of it just didn't make sense to me at all.
I know Heather's on the esoterical level. But also Jesus, when he was like ate with the sinners and tax collectors. So that's where I'm with Heather. And Heather's never done me any
if
harm.
you don't hang out with non-believers, how are you going to convince them, or how are you going to?
Exactly. But those people in the background that were influencing her were like demonic trolls. They were like horrible, nasty, disgusting people. And that's why I said to her when the vulture, whatever I said, I can't remember.
Yeah,
I'll come back when the vultures have consumed you, or something like that.
That's like Tony. He pumps up people's egos and pride and stuff when when the people that follow him and stuff. That's all. He just caught me at a bad moment, and I didn't. If you ever go back and listen to any streams I was on of his, I'm laughing the whole time because I didn't think he was serious.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I never did, Squashy. I never did.
But he would be saying, how he talks, and I was laughing because I thought, there's no way somebody's seriously being this way. You know what I mean? That, like, cutting down women and everything. It was just like, and then what happened was I just said I don't approve of that, and that's started the whole thing because if you say something against him, but now until just the last couple of days, he's not even in my head no more. You know what I mean? I don't think about him. I don't care what he does. I don't watch him. You got to move on. Can't give him. Can't feed him. It's hard though.
I related it to you being on the Asperger's spectrum, because that makes you highly intelligent. I've seen you.
Yeah, but Asperger's, I know somebody has that. They can't multitask. They can only do one thing at a time. They freak out if there's any pressure or stress. That's not me.
I know,
I know I'm smart, but I mean.
Can we get rid of the latency? Because I'm hearing everything I say 0.5 seconds later in my headphones.
Really? Let me see if your echo's on.
Mine's not on. I haven't touched anything.
How's that? Is that better?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No.
Yeah, no. You're not echoing here. Just on your end.
Am I echoing in people in chat?
You're not to me though. I thought. And your mic settings. The echo's on. You want it off? It's on your mic setting.
Whatever it was, your avatar changed at exactly the same time when the echo occurred.
How's that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still happening.
Huh. I don't know why. I haven't done anything different.
Well, your avatar. It's not.
I've had that same avatar. That's the same one I had the whole time.
No, it's not. It's not black and white.
Oh, it is? It's not on my end. That's weird. I see my same avatar. That's weird.
Well, maybe leave and come back, Squashy.
Okay, I will.
In the meantime, I'm taking over this channel while Sasquatch has gone to introduce the new world. No, I'm joking. He'll be back in a minute. Well, he logs in and out. There you go. He's back.
Is that any better?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a slight echo, but it's nowhere near as bad as what it was, and your video is back.
Yeah, I just turned it off.
All right, let me check again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect.
I don't know.
So we was talking about code and all the rest of them. They haven't fallen out. I can tell you that. Not that anyone's told me. I would know if they had, put it that way.
Yeah. I just seen he's doing his own streams, and he doesn't go to mass anymore.
Yeah, people are literally falling apart.
I know. Matt used to come to all my streams and get on the panel, all of them for for a long time.
Sasquatch, you know what's going on with the New World Order and all their what's the word? Mass formation psychosis is what Dr. Robert Malone has called it recently. Do you know about that? If you don't, it doesn't matter.
What is it again? What's his name?
Dr. Robert Maloney. He was the inventor of the mRNA jab technology. I'm being careful with the words I use.
Hey, you can say what you want here. I say whatever I want. I don't care.
All right, Dr. Robert Malone was like the father of the mRNA vaccine technology that they've been injecting into people's arms since probably the early part of 2020, otherwise known as the vaccination. And these people have been like, peace and love is what they've been talking about, and that's a wonderful principle, and that would be like ideal in a perfect world, whether you're Matt or whether you're Dean. If he wasn't under attack by vicious psychopaths. What I've been trying to do is like get everyone to talk about it, but apparently it's not the cool thing to do to address certain like vicious wolves who want us all dead. And when people go that far below the radar and start daydreaming, then they're gonna like drift off into their own version of obscurity. In other words, they're gonna like literally dissolve away from each other because they got no common goal. They're living in a dream, and there's nothing that's going to keep them focused enough. Do you know everything is everything is progress.
You're saying now. I read the thing on him. It's crazy.
Yeah, everything is progress. In other words, if we were living in a perfect world, we would be like thinking, this is a great idea or that's a great idea. But when you're just living in la, 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 peace and love, then the people are going to separate and like gently drift apart. And that's my perception of what's going on there, because then they've allowed themselves to acquiesce to that, like the criminal monsters that are like perpetuating genocide in the background towards the human race. Tony Fauci being one of them.
Yeah, he's a. I seen what the stuff he said about him.
Put this way, there's when I say Tony Fauci, I'm on about the person being responsible for the NIH.
Yeah, and he had something to do with AIDS too back in the day, right?
Yeah, you've caught me at the wrong time, Sasquatch, because I'm tired. AZT drug.
Right, that's what was killing him, not the AIDS.
Yeah, because Freddie Mercury was treated with that. It was the other one. Magic Johnson was on it and he started to die, and he stopped taking it.
Hey, Robert, Magic Johnson got a cure from Farrakhan. He would only give it to black people.
He got a cure because he stopped taking the treatment.
Well, I mean, they said Farrakhan, he had some cure. I just a long time ago I read that.
I know.
I believe it though. He probably lived. Now they got it. Now they supposedly have a medicine that stops it, right?
He basically stopped taking stuff that was killing him. What was it? Eustace Mullis, who designed the PCR test, said there's no correlation that HIV leads to AIDS. He was like saying it's a lot of bollocks.
Have you seen the
stuff
called the Hydra? The Hydra, it's a one-cell organism, and it can clone itself. You know what I mean? It's bizarre.
No, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, it's got stuff in it that I don't even go there. You know what I mean? There's so much stuff online about it now; it's unbelievable.
Why couldn't we be talking about this like hours ago, Squashy, when I was fresh?
I guess Joe Rogan interviewed that Dr. Robert Malone too, huh?
He did 3 hours, and I listened to every minute of it. I've heard that interview twice.
I quit listening to Rogan when he flipped the scale. You know, he flipped when at the time he said something about if they'd tell him what was going on, he'd sell his own mom or something. And after that, he changed his whole way of thinking.
And that's what makes you question these people, because when they suddenly think, "Oh my goodness, these people are going to kill me too,"
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So, in other words, Do you know the people who are not famous and are not popular and like screaming from the rooftops? But
some
get
people
no
I think are
attention.
going crazy from it. You know, there's some people
Yeah.
get that, and they do.
I know, but all right. When there's people coming from seemingly logical, factual information, when they're like quoting all these different sources, and then like getting closed down all over the place from Twitter to Facebook to YouTube.
Yeah, for speaking the truth.
Yeah, then I tend to pay attention to these people. But when Joe Rogan starts speaking, I know he's speaking the truth, but as far as him as a person is concerned, I don't give him the slightest amount of
But he
credit.
does have some good interviews though with different people. You know, I've seen.
He does. He does, but he should have been doing it way back. Squashy, if that was you or that was me, and like with what we know, we would have been like giving these people a platform like 10 years ago. Or at least like bare minimum the beginning of the pandemic, and it's like the CNN, like the home place of pedophilia. They're like so-called given preeminence to like so-called righteous people now, as far as reporting the truth, because they're all being exposed for not reporting the truth because they're terrified of Nuremberg Part 2.
Yeah, and that's what it is.
Yeah, and that's the same with doctors. You know, who were just following orders. It's like many of them. That's why I said like Boris Johnson is like scared shitless at the moment, because he suddenly said, "All right, no more." What's the word for the mandates? Vaccine passports, no more digital ID, none of this. It's all going to go. No more required to get vaccines for the NHS. Hopefully, it's going to follow suit with the care home industry, where they placed people with COVID in there who literally killed like millions of old people all over the world. That was like genocide in itself.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think about Ted Nugent? You like Ted Nugent? Hey, Don.
I remember
Don?
Ted Nugent, but I don't know enough about
He
Ted Nugent.
he really speaks out against everything bad, big time.
What was Ted saying at the beginning of COVID?
I don't know, but I saw him interviewed by Tucker Carlson. The next day, it was gone because of the stuff he said.
Well, that's another thing. Like Tucker Carlson, like he's working for Fox News.
I know, and how can you spit truth and work for them people?
I know, but the point is, I like what Tucker's doing.
I do too.
But why are there executive directors allowing Tucker to do what he's doing? There's something going on in the background.
There has to be.
And I'm guessing it's connected to liability. In other words, we told you so.
Yeah. I like Mike Huckabee too. You know who he was, the governor of Arkansas, ran for president.
I know the name.
But he has a YouTube channel and he exposes shit too. And I've always liked him.
And was Jesse Ventura been during this whole like quest?
He moved to Mexico a long time ago. It was off grid.
Well, he can still speak from Mexico. He can still like bitch about what's going on.
Like Mike Huckabee, I'm Arkansas is right next to me, you know, and it's pretty. Mike Huckabee, I always liked him. Here, listen.
So what did Arkansas see?
He was the governor of Arkansas. Here's what it was whenever Bill Clinton was the governor of Arkansas.
I know,
some guy raped his cousin. So Bill Clinton told the sheriff of that town he wanted they had his balls in a jar for Bill Clinton. Well, the guy got put in jail because he raped his cousin. Well, when Huckabee was governor, his time was up, so he had to release him because and then he drove to Missouri and raped 2 more women as a eunuch or whatever. And so they were trying to blame Huckabee for letting him out of jail when he was running for president. It was part of his smear campaign. But Bill Clinton's the one that put him in jail. You mean? It's pretty weird.
Actually, like Bill better than Hillary.
Oh yeah. Exactly. Hillary's like, ugh.
Apparently, I've heard rumors in the background that she was like performing witchcraft in the White House.
She's a lesbian too. I mean, and she was. I've read some, and look how many people died that had anything to do with them. Hundreds.
I know.
Some people like they died by suicide by beating their. You know, what I mean, it's like don't make sense.
She's like the Midas in respect to death. I'd die if I just met her in person. I'd be thinking, oh my God, my life force is like being sucked out of me at the moment.
Yeah, she's a succubus.
Yeah, that's what I meant. She's like a disgusting. I think Bill has been very questionable, but I don't think he's bad. I think he's been misled bad. I think he's been blackmailed from something that they induced him to.
You remember the Waco, Texas thing? Remember the Waco?
Yeah.
Well, if you watched it back in the day, the first two ATF guys went in and then they tear gassed and did behind them. Well, those two guys used to be personal bodyguards in the Highway Patrol for Bill Clinton when he was in Arkansas.
It's all connected,
I know it is.
Yeah, there's so much. Whether it's Waco or what's the other one?
Ruby Ridge.
Ruby Ridge and another one.
The Oklahoma bombing.
I can't remember. There's been so many. They're all like
questionable.
You know,
the Ruby Ridge one was that guy. You know, he taught his 12 and like 13-year-old son shot 2 or 3 people, but they shot his wife through the peephole holding a baby right in the eye.
So, do you think the current Alex Jones is the same person?
Shill. No, he's a shill.
I know whether he's a shill or not. Do you think he's the same person that was speaking 20 years ago?
Oh, that comedian?
No, what I've heard, you know, because he's aged so radically.
Yeah.
And there's people saying that, don't get me wrong, I know, because I get to know my enemy as much as I do my friend. So I pay attention to all lines of information. And with a lot of it, that's why I'm not about a lot these days. Probably 20 hours a day. Sometimes I'll take a week or so off. But there's a lot of people saying that the Alex Jones today is a clone. I don't. I
believe that because they've been cloning people for a long time for spare parts, like the Rothschilds. You know.
I know, but if I was going to create a clone, I would like generate that clone within the correct age limit.
Yeah. Well, remember Hillary Clinton? She looked different a few times too, and like Bill or Biden, one of them has black eyes. I mean,
that's what worries me because these people age according to like how corrupt they are inside. Look what happened to what's that white-haired fella related to Bush?
Oh, you're talking about
the Gulf War.
Like what's her name? Mama Barbara Bush's dad was Aleister Crowley.
No, not him.
Yeah,
do what thou will.
Yeah, do as thou wilt. I know that's a dumb.
What's his name? He was like in charge of like the
Cheney.
War. Cheney, yeah.
He got shot accidentally.
Whether he got shot or not, look the way he looked before he died. He was like,
oh no, he did, yeah. And what's his name? Another one too. That John, somebody that airplane. He crashed on the airplane. He died.
I know, but like Cheney or all the rest of them, whatever we are. All right, put it this way. I'm 59 years old. I've had a few whiskeys tonight, and I've been repeating that for a while during the whole like COVID crisis. But do I sound weak and feeble?
No,
I'm like as strong as and I'm being disciplined because I could be like really explosive if I wanted to. But there's like certain contemporaries around me who I'm looking at them and they don't even remember that I owed them £200 2 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, and I had to remind them. I said, look, I haven't paid you this money back yet, but I will do soon. And they said, no, you didn't borrow that money from us. And I said,
okay, you're right. Okay.
No, well, I was tempted to, but I said, well, actually, yes, I did. And I borrowed £17.50 from your husband for a packet of tobacco when I was like very short at that time. And she was saying, no, you didn't. And I said, well, I will question you about this or another time. In other words, when I've got the money to pay you back.
Yeah.
And the point is, it's like these people who are like money orientated and power crazy and all that. And that was just like one snapshot in time of an example. It's like they're losing their power and their control. And
I think whenever, everybody, as much metals as they're spraying in the air, they're already in our body. And then if they get this jab, and whenever they turn on the 5G grid, I think that you'll be under their spell underneath that
it's
shit.
the straw that broke the camel's back, in it,
Yeah.
Squashy. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I bet that I've been affected by what's in the air.
Well, we're old enough to remember when most people were good and more were good than bad in our lifetime. I mean, when we were young, people had respect for women. You didn't gossip. Just raised different than people nowadays.
Yeah.
Like I said, I never said a bad word to my mom or my grandma, and now kids, they fucking kill their grandparents for money.
I did. I said a bad word to my mom. I'm not even.
I never did.
Well,
I never did. My grandma or my mom.
Well, I made that mistake, and do you know what she did to me?
Oh, no telling.
Dragged me by the scruff of my neck into the kitchen, grabbed a bar of soap, and shoved it in my mouth because of the evil thing I called out on her. And I never ever did it. I was only a kid at the time, and I never ever did it again.
Hey, I'm the same way. I did one time. I was like 5 years old, and I got my brother and sister. We raked all the leaves around the propane tank and set them on fire. And I got whipped with horse reins. I never got whipped again after that.
My mother never did that to me, but she did actually shove a bar of soap in my mouth.
Yeah, that's what they did. I had to say yes, ma'am, no, sir, yes, ma'am. I mean, kids were not to be seen and not heard. Don't speak unless you're spoken to first. That's how I
know. Sasquatch, can I swear on this channel?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
I was an angry little fucker when I was a kid.
See, I was the oldest, you know what I mean? And I had a good childhood growing up. I got lucky, I never even drank in high school. I never even cussed in high school.
I didn't either. I was like the perfect angel. I loved old people. I was like very caring.
Yeah, I get along with old people better than young people. I mean, when it comes to talking.
But I try to now, but the older I get, I'm like thinking, oh my goodness, I've got getting more in common with you than like, well, no.
Yeah, but the people our age, most of them are like out of shape and don't do nothing, sit and watch TV, got a fat belly and a bald head. You know what I mean?
All right, listen to my belly. Hear it.
Yeah, but how much do you weigh though?
About 10.5 stone.
I don't know. How tall are you?
About 11.5 stone.
I'm 6 foot tall. I mean, I don't know.
I'm skinny, but I'm very muscly.
That's like, Nez Lubber, right? I know you do.
Say again.
Nez Lubber.
I know Nez. Yeah.
Yes,
she did like it.
She's 4'11".
But
I mean, I just never knew she was that short. I mean, she doesn't look short. How can you tell on a picture anyway? But I mean, I'm not saying anything wrong with it.
I love Nez. Nez is beautiful.
Oh, I do too. I do too. She's great.
That's what I was on about with. It was at Scully when she did the Christmas Carol with Nez.
It wasn't.
Scully and Nez the just before like Christmas, the Charles Dickens Scrooge, A Christmas Carol.
That's a great book, great movie. I always liked that.
I know, but they did it great, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, like the vocal effects are crap, and I'm thinking I've got to like go back, and I'm going to one day and like surprise them both with it, and like say, this is what it should sound like. I'm going to remix the whole flipping thing.
How do you know Tony that came up today? I just became friends with him like yesterday or day before.
What's Tony?
The one that was on the panel that you knew.
No, I don't know him. He knows me.
Oh, I thought you did.
I vaguely remember him. He's probably from one of the auditing channels, but I was trying to be kind to him. So
he was pretty lit though when he got on there. I could tell.
He was, but I did. Do you know? Because I'm quite famous, like within my own community now,
Yeah,
Sasquatch.
he really was. He was a fan, that's for sure.
And I don't like breaking or bursting people's bubbles, and it's important
Oh,
for
I know.
me. If somebody's paying me respect like that, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I'm holding somebody's heart in my hand, and it's important for me to show them respect. In other words, if I am in a position like if they respect me so much to make them feel so important, and get them some integrity and dignity, then I'm going to do that.
Hey,
So I
did you see the first of my show when I had Blind Cube on here? He was playing
wasn't paying.
piano. He was playing piano, and then he played guitar.
No, I didn't. That
Well,
was just before.
I met him like 2 years ago. He lives in Alaska, and I've been friends with him. And he has amnesia. Like he wakes up to a new world every day, and like he has moments. Like he rides his bike and he plays music at a Mexican restaurant, but he got in a wreck and he forgets. I mean, like there's times that we were on there. I had quite a few people coming, and he just started yelling at us like, "You people don't even know." I mean, he loses.
What a great way to live!
I know, but he forgets every day. Like, okay, so tonight I saw he went live, and just like a week ago, I went and talked to him after like 6 months. I haven't talked to him, and then I went there tonight, and he was like by himself on the live stream, and just losing it, dude. And I went on there, and I brought him out of it, and he was screaming and stuff. And I said, "I'm here. You can bend on me all you want. It's not gonna hurt my feelings." I got him to come and play music. I got him to come and play music, and he was better. You know what I mean?
All right, let me tell you something about that. And back to my old nursing days, which was probably 1990, actually. I accepted a job looking after a person who had Alzheimer's disease called Mr. Auden Francis D. Shapland, who lived in a place called Exeter, Countess Worth in Exeter. And my job was basically to live with him for 5 days a week. I'd have 2 days off, and basically look after him. And that's what I did for like a 2.5 year period until he died, because he was very old when I started to look after him. And every single night, he would walk into my bedroom and ask me, had I seen his wife? And
that's just hard, dude.
Yeah, well, it was a shock to me in my younger days when I started to do that. I'd had some experience with my previous training, but I would like gently try and explain to him that she had died 10 years before. He was Mr. Auden D. Francis Shapland developed orthodontic dentistry in the Countess Ware area in Exeter, like way back, just after the Second World War. And I was assigned to look after him. So he like, can you imagine, like 2 years later, when I'm suffering from sleep deprivation, and he like knocks on my door, and I'm going like, opens my eyes, and this is like 2 years later, and he goes, "Is my wife in there with you?" And I suddenly like completely flipped, and I said, "No, she's dead, Mr. Shapland." And he said, well, don't forget, I was losing my mind at the time. And he looked at me and smiled, and he said, "Well, nobody told me."
It's funny, but it's not funny. I know what you mean.
I know, but the point I'm trying to make is, in hindsight, I suddenly realized that the heart can only break once. So obviously he suffered the death of his wife way back in the past, but he just wanted a bloody answer to his question.
Yeah.
Because in relation to like that musician that you was talking about, and they're not, if they get angry, they're not getting angry because of reasons that we might think. They're getting angry out of confusion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or in their present state that they're in, but they're not getting angry at your reaction unless people react wrongly to them. That's all I can say on that one.
You know, and Blind Cube, I have his phone number, and he's came on the panel and played. He didn't remember any of it. And then he goes, Mark comes to mind. He knew my name. Out of the blue, it just popped in his head. And then he looked on his phone because I said, look, I'm going to send you the link on your message on your phone. And then he was sitting there looking at it, and he goes, wait, oh, I know you. I called you. If he looks, he starts remembering when he sees stuff, you know. And I've spent hours. Okay, when I first met him, he has it was called Blind Cube and Chewy. He has this little doll he made that goes on his treks and stuff. And he was like, when I first met him, he was like a starship captain, Chewy. And we did role playing, like, beam me up, Captain, we're on a mission. And I just went along with it for ever. You know what I mean? And it was really fun for a long time. And then he just had episodes, and he has moments where, you know, he had a wife and the kids, and he said he wakes up, you know, the Sandman takes it away every night he sleeps. He wakes up, he doesn't remember anything.
Yeah, that's rejection, that, because they can't cope with what happened before.
Well, he has some kind of amnesia. I mean, it's documented. But he was a policeman. He was all kind of highway patrolman. He was in the military. He was, you know, he was a mechanic, had his own shop, and he can still do all his plays with violin, piano, and guitar like unbelievable. And he's a great guy, you know. And he still lives with his parents. He lives with his parents now. And they moved 6 months ago, but he slept in the garage. Didn't even have a bed. I mean, but he got a job at a Mexican restaurant playing piano. And sometimes he doesn't even know the song. You know, he won't remember how to play some songs. I told him, I said, why don't you like record or write stuff down, you know? But everybody deals with everything their own way. But
I'll have to meet him one day.
He's a great guy. His name's Jeremiah. He was in the chat, and he came up and played piano for a while. You can go back to the beginning of the stream when it's over, and you can see him playing piano and guitar.
I won't, because I need to interact with him in real time.
And he's a good guy too. I mean, it's hard though, because he was just like, he'll ride his bike and he'll go by the dispensary and get some weed, and he'll smoke a joint and stuff, and then he'll just start. Something happens, and he just starts. He has like a really angry.
Fades away and disappears.
Oh, it's horrible. And he was just screaming at me and stuff. Like, I mean, first time he did it to me, I freaked out, dude, and I didn't go back for like a month. You know what I mean? Because it just freaked me out. I didn't know what.
Squashy, have you caught my last live? Because I've only done 2 in recent years.
I seen your first one, but I didn't see your second one.
Well, Ori9 Gamer was like to spend 2 hours telling me to shut up.
Who did?
An auditor called RA9 Gamer.
Oh, you know who's been coming to my chats and coming up on and came up with me many times? You won't believe it.
Go on.
Bright77.
Well, all right. Well, you've got to watch this, because RA9 Gamer came up at the same time as Bright.
I know who he is, dude. I saw him today. I saw Gamer today in Nutland.
But I pitched them up against each other. I said, all right, you two get on with it and stop telling me to shut up, and I'm going to have a little break now and a smoke. And Gamer went, shut up.
Hey, I can understand Bright now. He's been around long enough. I can actually understand what he's saying. Because his slang is, his draw is just crazy. He's hard to understand,
He comes from the same part of the world as where I come from.
But he told us so. He had water on the brain. He has a twin brother. I know. He told me his whole life.
No, he didn't. He just talks like this because we come from the UK, and we come from the north of England. No one can understand what I'm saying unless we train our voices for other people to understand us.
But after a while, if you're around somebody long enough, you can understand what they're saying. You know what I mean? And you just get used to it.
Well, I didn't. Last time I went to Liverpool, and I come from there, and I was asking directions, and he the guy at the train station told me 5 times, and in the end, I had to lip read him and follow his fingers, and he was pointing to the lower terminal.
I like him though, and one night finally, the first couple of times it's kind of hard because he's like
777's okay.
I like him. Hey, there's Alien Believers. That's a good dude too. But I had to tell him, you got to let other people talk sometimes,
Yeah, because if you don't, he will like literally
Oh,
take
I saw that
over.
on your chat that one night. He was the first time he was on there. Just that was funny.
I know. Put it this way, I can put these people down when I want to, but I'm thinking, all right, well, give them a
Yeah,
voice if they need one.
yeah, I like him. I think he's a great dude, really. And he kept saying, I got water on the brain. I can't learn. I said, dude, and I tell people like there's somebody else I know. They said, well, I was on the special ed. And I'm like, you were a kid then. This is life. You ain't got to tell nobody shit. You know what I mean? You ain't got to tell them none of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're not that person anymore. And they think they
Yeah.
still are just because society's told them they have a learning disability. But most people that do that is because they're not go peace with the stupid indoctrination. They just teach you to memorize what they want you to know. You know what I mean?
I
That's
know.
it.
And we've all got like learning issues, but it's in different fields. But some people like apply learning disability to like every genre right across the platform.
I know.
I
just don't like people that blame
science,
the childhood.
English, mathematics, history, whatever, electronics, building computers, IT systems. I've got learning disability, and I think, all right, well, how do like blind people hear better than others when they've got like a sight disability?
Because your other one picks up better. But like learning disability means that you couldn't memorize their crap. That's what I always looked at it like.
And that's the way of telling you, like, all right, we've got one who can see here, so we better tell them that they can't see, just in case.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, this is going to be somebody who's going to grow up knowing the truth and rebel. We better tell them they're dumb.
There's one I can see.
Yeah, just like that movie. Exactly.
Ants you're thinking about.
But I never like science. I like biology, but I never got into science. It never did resonate with me. I never liked it. You know what I mean?
I didn't mind science as long as it was like washing up liquid, like pouring it on the soil and like waiting for the worms to come up.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That was like quite kind of basic for me, and I kind of like that because I'm thinking, all right, I can find.
Well, you poured water on the ground and made the worms come up. Is that what you said?
Water with washing up liquid.
You know what I do? You go out at night and you use a red lens on a flashlight because night crawlers can't see red, and they come out of their holes and breed at night and like laid next to each other. And if you have that red light, you can grab them before they go back in their hole.
Oh, the early worm, the early bird catches the worm.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. But the first time somebody showed me that, I couldn't believe it. It worked. You know what I mean? Because they're up everywhere in your yard at night. But as soon as they see any movement or anything, they go back in that hole quick.
We'd be dead. We'd be dead without the worms, you know.
Oh, I know. And I haven't seen any flies, mosquitoes here. I haven't got bit by a mosquito in 2 years. I haven't put on any spray. There's no flies, and they're the first step in the food chain or insects. You know what I mean?
Have you heard about 5G with the airports?
Oh yeah.
Complaining. Yeah.
But we know 5G is bad. I mean, you can talk to people that cell phone towers, what it does to people and stuff. You know what I mean? And if you put seeds next to it, it won't grow. They die. You know.
Yeah, but I've always said God is in control. So it starts. Yeah. It starts off with the complaint. I'm on about like a complaint from heaven. I'm on about a complaint from the Almighty who could like shut this whole thing down like in a moment if he wanted to, but he's.
Oh yeah. The devil, everything goes through God.
Yeah, but and that won't be the case forever. I can tell you that.
Well, in the end days, it says if you have little faith and truth, it will be taken from you, and if you have faith and truth, you'll be given more.
I know. I could never understand that. I tried to, and I can't.
Well, it's like these people that can't see it because God took away the little bit of truth and faith they have. Now they can't see because they don't have it.
They should have had because, yeah. In other words, like you should have known better.
Yeah,
because you could have expounded that so perfectly.
To me, it's so simple that that Jesus gave His life for our sins and through God's grace, not our works. It's so simple in my mind that
I get that, and I agree with you, and I have no issue.
But I tell people, the more you read the Bible, the more you understand it, and God will give you understanding in your understanding to read it. You know what I mean? Because the more I read it, it's like just reading anything now. I understand every bit of it.
It's a perception issue, Sasquatch.
Yeah, but God, if he'll give you things as he feels you can understand or handle.
Yeah, but the perception comes from God, the understanding.
That's why he said, "Love your neighbor as thyself," because he knew no one was going to think alike.
Do you know, there was an expression in the UK saying, "Okay, wink, wink, nudge, nudge." It was like a secret clue for insiders, and that I'm not saying God has that deplorable level of conveying information towards people I love.
I always hate it when people say, "If there's a God, why would he let babies get killed and all this stuff?" But he gave us free will for a reason.
Yeah, if there was a God, why would some moron challenge him in the Garden of Eden saying, "I know better"? And then what's God going to do with that question?
What do you think of the theory that Eve got pregnant from the Satan?
There's nothing in the scriptures about that. And
I know, but I always say like Cain and Abel, like one seed was from him, and one killed the other. And then when it got to Noah, I thought maybe the seed had got bred out by then. That's just something I'd heard once.
There's an account in the Bible in the book of Genesis.
But some people think that Eve bit an apple too. You know what I mean?
Doesn't mention an apple, just says the fruit of the tree of
I
knowledge.
mean, it's allegories and parables. Jesus said he spoke in allegories and parables to everyone. And he said, "Why would you speak where people can't understand it?" And he said, "If you know me, you will understand it, and they won't."
I know, yeah. So if we know God, because don't forget, we wasn't listening to Jesus in the book of Genesis. We was listening to, we was listening to both of them.
Yeah, because it was just Jesus is
let's
us
make man.
I think he came here because he wanted to experience what it was like to be a man, so he could relate. You know what I mean?
I
know why he came here, but I mean, God, it's the physical side of God. Jesus was. I mean, that's what it was.
I've got my own point of view on that one, but it's too late for me to even argue with you.
Well, I understand it. I mean, that's pretty much he came here to die for our sins, but
and that's what we need to agree with at this time, because I'm
no one really knows. But I mean, the simple thing is like the blood of the Lamb.
I know a lot more, but I can't go there at the moment because
it takes too long. I know.
I'm tired.
I've been lucky. I've never been full of piss and vinegar my whole life, and it never has wore out yet.
I'm really bitching at the Almighty himself. I'm like thinking, why? Quite often, sometimes
I never ask it. I stay positive because a long time ago when I was young, they did a thing where they put these people that worked in the cubicles, and they told 50 people to think of working out all day, and the other people, and by the end of 50 days, the people that thought about working out had muscle gain. Your mind can do anything if you know how to use it right.
I know, but I'm still going, Lord, why? It's like sometimes I'm like, but always I'm genuine. But occasionally he will put me in my place and completely remove his hedge of protection around my mind. And during those times, I will be completely Looney Tunes for a short while, where I'm thinking, all right, I'm off this planet. I'm out of here. Like
what I got told yesterday? I never got told in my whole life. Read your Bible and shut the fuck up.
Yep, that's basically it. And then eventually I was like, okay, I get it. I'm very sorry, and I do apologize. And please, put this thing back in my mind that was there before, and I will never ever do it again. And he knows I will. But he says, all right, I'll entertain you for a little bit longer.
Hey, well, you know what? My roommate, all they watch is Forensic Files, Snapped, and all those shows that teach you his spouses killing each other and all that shit, burying him in the backyard. And I don't watch crap like that. And so I put my headphones on and either listen to the Bible being read by somebody or read the Bible. And then
people like me.
I mean, I've just studied so much that you got to watch what you feed your head, because it doesn't take much.
I know.
I don't watch TV. I quit watching playing games or sitting there ripping their heads off. I don't play games. I never have.
But when I'm talking about why Sasquatch, I'm on about people who are hurting so badly in this world. I don't give a shit about myself. I could die tomorrow.
Hey, I lived a full life. It's a good day to die. I say that all the time.
Yeah, I know, but I'm thinking, why can't I do something about this? Lately, I've been like having an answer that's been like being presented into my mind, where I can do something about it.
Did you see? Can you see the chat and see what y'all's put in there?
No.
It says
why
John
you not
8:43. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, can I read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
And then comment on it afterwards.
Yeah, yeah.
John 8:43. Don't forget John in between Matthew, Mark, and Luke had their own slant on things. They were all qualified in their own way. Some of them were talking to the Jews. Some of them were talking to the Gentiles.
Yeah.
And that's why some of the language within those gospels, some of it was like diluted, some of it was like direct to the point when they were talking to the Jewish people. I'm guessing John was talking to the Jewish people. John 8:43. Why do you not understand what I say? It is because the text moved. It's because you cannot bear to hear my words. Tools, John 8. All right, he's quoting something else. Then he moves on to John 8:44. You are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's. And I get that. I understand that perfectly, but that's not. What's that got to do with what I'm talking about?
I knew that was coming.
I did, because that was my genuine response.
I know. I'm glad that's what it's for. Most people won't say nothing. They just, shake their head. But you got to stand up for. I agree, dude.
And it's because I'm like a child. I'm like a child, Sasquatch. If I don't understand what people are trying to tell me, I'll let them know.
Well, that's good. That's probably our age. You know what I mean? It's like we were raised different. We were raised to have confidence. And if you have self-confidence, now they call it narcissist.
Or sociopathic.
Yeah. It's like, where'd they come up with these words? And like, I never took advice from anybody sitting on a couch telling me what to do. I never went to any.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, I can tell you intellectually, and from my knowledge of the scriptures, when Jesus said you are from your father the devil, he was talking to the Pharisees, the hypocritical religious leaders.
Yeah.
I wish y'all's Will Soaring would come up and talk to me.
I don't think I've never seen him on a panel ever.
Yeah.
I'll drop it down there though.
But
I've been going to a few chats that are atheists and just trying.
That's where you gotta be. You gotta be like that, speaking to people who like need to hear something like more positive.
If you don't go there, how did they hear the word if no one tells it to them?
Little Wing mentioned me in a post that's just been notified to me.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm on about Fiona.
I know. Her and Trace B and all them used to say, I love you every day until all that happened. But you know what got me to wake up to is I started another account in case something happened, and I used to go to the chat and I never showed myself. I never talked, nothing. And my picture was somebody else. It wasn't me. It was just a drawing. And within 2 or 3 days, they were saying the exact same stuff to the fake me that they were to me, and they didn't even know who I was or nothing. So that's when I realized.
Sasquatch, go back 5 billion years, come forward 4 billion, whatever it was, 6,000 years before, like eventually, like after the universe had like matured into such a state that like the earth had been developed by God Almighty. And then, like, the seventh day started, and mankind was like spawned onto this earth, and then like come forward 6,000 years after that, we're like babies, the human race. Even though we die in between each generation, even though the first generation like lived 900 years.
I'll tell you, hey, Esther said something to you in the chat.
Hi, Esther.
He said something to you.
Hang on, I've got to close that notification now. But you need to follow lineage. Esther, I'm a great fan of Bible chronology. I have done since like the chronology in part of. I can't remember whether it was Genesis or Deuteronomy, but specifically in the book of like the opening chapter of Matthew. And following the whole seed through the royal line of David from all the different family members. I get that. I've studied that. So I'll read the rest of it. Jesus called out the serpent seed publicly. I think she's on about Genesis 3:15. Why do you think they sought his demise so intently? They sought his demise so intently because he was sent from God Almighty to like save the human race, and it was like, don't forget there was a whole collective of like demonic entities. If you go forward to the book of Revelation, where that lineage like had finally manifested, where it spoke about like a third, I think it was a third of the angelic creation. I might be wrong on this. Had literally sided with Satan, and
they made a pact, you know.
Well, they basically like followed the evil one. Well, the evil one, the
you know, even though when Satan didn't want to,
prominent one.
He knew he could be more than God. He just wanted to be equal to him, you know.
But
he was jealous of man, you know, because God loved man, you know.
Yeah,
what do you think? All angels are males, you know what I mean, right? Is that how they were all males?
I don't think they. Well, God, like when people question Jesus about the resurrection, he basically said that about, you know, like the question, you know, about your right and left hand position being granted from the mother. Jesus said, "You people don't know what you were asking. It's not mine to give." But then he continued. He said, but he explained that he was talking about gender, and he said that neither a male or female.
Somebody's in the back room named Wills. Who are you?
I don't know who that person is. Just let them on.
They're showing the camera.
Well, highlight my name. Highlight my name.
There you go. What is it? What's up?
All right. If they've got something to say, they'll say it quickly.
No, I want to listen to you.
All right, Wells. All right. Do you know what really annoys me? Is it's like when these people don't have a camera or wherever, and they say, "Don't let."
He had it on for a minute.
Well, I can't flip it.
I know.
You can turn it around.
Well,
hey, all right, cool. Thank you. That's better. At least you know we weren't getting porn bombed.
Well, I knew that anyway. I that's why I'm trying to defend him before he even like had to show his face.
Well, I've been porn bombed 6 times, so I'm kind of weary sometimes.
I know, but all you got to do is like highlight your avatar on my avatar.
I've done it. Yeah, when they're behind it and they have to talk first. Yeah.
Yeah, and you basically like as soon as you said, "I just need to listen for a moment." Well, obviously you can hear the integrity within that person's voice, as if to know they're a beautiful person.
Well, I think it's
not
y'all.
Rocket science.
Yeah, it's for y'all as Will Soaring, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought that was who it was.
Yeah.
Good to see you finally.
I unsubscribed to a channel tonight, by the way, for being so stupid.
Hey, Spud Lee's down there.
They wouldn't let me up in spite of everything that they were talking about.
Hey, Tony. Hey, Tony. Guess who's in the back room?
Oh, Tony. The other Tony.
Yeah.
How did I know that?
Why do you think? Let's talk about this. Why would he come back there?
Because he's telepathically connected with the dark side, and the dark side is telepathically connected in the ethos to the light side. But the question is, how did I know that without you even telling me?
Oh, because I knew you would know. Just by the way I said it, you knew by my demeanor.
I think you should let him up, personally.
Oh, last time I did, he cussed us out, called us every name in the book, me and Mr. Gander.
Well, ask him to like promise it in private chat.
He won't. He doesn't. He won't. dude, if he's made hundreds of videos on me, lying about me. He went into poor dirt farmers chat and said I was a pedophile. I gave him my name, address, phone number, and I ain't even been in jail, and I got 8 grandkids. And if he was in the United States and called me a pedophile, I'd be in jail. I promise. Because you don't call people.
But that's like a modern buzzword at the moment. People can call people.
Yeah, but I ain't for me. Where I live, if you call somebody that and it ain't true, you're going to end up 6 feet, 2 feet down with a bag of lime.
God is your defender, Sass.
Well, there goes my chance to have a pop back at Tony, and I can't do it now because nobody will let me speak to him.
Because he's vulgar, and it's, dude, I got PS, post-traumatic stress from that evil motherfucker.
I know.
I'm serious, dude. If I ever saw him, he better run. God forgives people, and he'll. I think he would. I think he'd turn his head for that Satan's minion. You know what I mean? He's called every woman we know whores, and you know, it's just horrible. I can't stand it. I had him out of my head for a while.
Sasquatch, do you know the song "The Devil Went to Georgia"? He was looking for a soul, and the whole song.
I know that whole song.
Hey,
if you're in the United States, they wore that song out 20 years ago on the radio.
Well, I'm still living it, so that's where I'm coming from right now. I'm like explosive. Not with you, because I'm being very kind, because I care about you and the people in chat and all that.
Hey, come up, Studley. I dropped the link. You know, he's okay. You know who Rose, Camo Leanna Rose?
No.
You didn't know her? She died last year. She died last year, and Tony kept making fun of her after she was dead.
Well, that is sick, and I would that would give me more reason to actually. Can a person like I be shamed if they do that? I'm like thinking about.
He laughed about that shit. He has that demonic laugh, and you see it in his eyes that something's wrong, dude. Because no one in the world, God didn't make. They got a demon in them when they're that way. Because God didn't make people to be that way. You know? That's what I would say.
Well, maybe like when Jesus made people like, Jesus or the people like closely aligned with him. Maybe I'm not
tried every route. I've tried
Jesus if he wants to come up.
They are of their father.
Yeah.
The devil.
Yeah. That's a
he's done some really bad stuff to a lot of women I know, and I can't forgive him. I mean, I forgive him, but I don't forget. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him.
You don't have to trust him. You just have to forgive.
I know why I forgive him, but why would I let him up here so he can persecute everybody?
Oh, I hear you there. Yeah. It's not going to solve nothing.
Do you know the thing is, what I can gather from my feelings in the background, when I was blocked from Penny Bunny's panel, when I started to engage him in conversation, Tony had nothing to do with me being blocked, by the way. I sensed he was just as much pissed off at the fact that
he's back there in the back calling me a fake Valor Marine because I don't show him my papers. I don't give a shit what you think, Tony. Come over to the United States and I'll show you if I was a Marine. You fucking perverted homo.
No.
I don't care, dude. You know what? I lived in a basement that got flooded, and I lost all my stuff, 19 inches. And I was going to order my papers at $35. I ain't spending 1 penny for that motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness! He said, "Ask."
Yeah, he called me fake Valor. I don't give a fuck what he thinks. You know what I mean? That's why I can't think about him. I want to kill him. That's why I try to stay away from him and don't think about him because I want to choke him to death, dude. Yeah. That's just being honest.
Hey, g'day, Sassy. G'day, tribe. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah, nice, bud. What's up, buddy?
Oh, just
Tony, I'll come up in your stream, but as long as you don't like play games with me. Do you know, like if I was speaking now and then Sasquatch decided to start timing me out, I'd be quite happy to like.
He said, "Dare you." He said, "Dare you."
He shouldn't dare me. He should like be willing and want me to come on to like be a person, like to either express the idea that either he is wrong or I'm wrong.
Hey, one night he stayed behind there in the back room for 4 hours and wrote 50 different nasty things. the whole
Yeah,
night.
Tony, it's not about our brains. It's about our heart and about our connection from our heart to our creator. So stop using euphemisms like that because you are so far out of range.
Well, he said, that's the power of God, motherfucker. When do you put those two in the same sentence? You know
Look
what I
at
mean?
him talking now. Look at him talking.
Because he's a fucking weak. He's a
Tony,
fucking mimicker.
that's
He
not
can't do nothing.
Tony can't string a sentence like that. That's not fucking Tony. Someone's trolling you in the private chat.
That's Tony.
No, he can't string a sentence like that. The dumb.
Has he typed in public chat?
He won't. He's blocked. He can't.
Well, I can't track him then. I can't track
Hey,
him.
I block every freaking person that knows him. So if I look at his live stream, I don't see any names. Anyone that goes in there, I block them because I want nothing to do with Satan's minions.
I've been on there twice.
Have you?
Yeah.
I was on there for a couple of months. Some people stayed for a year.
You think you can help a guy like that, and it's like there's no way to come at an angle to help him. So it's like you really can't help a person like that.
I'm not interested in helping a person like that, assuming they can't be helped. I'm more interested in helping the people who are being sucked in by him in the background.
Keep the love
alive. If you can't see the hate, see the hate in that man.
Exactly.
I mean,
you're blind.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like perplexed about that because I can see like Saul of Tartarus, like before he got to the road to Damascus, he was like a madman, like possessed, like destroying Christians. And then Jesus said, "All right."
Yeah.
He said, "Your heart is black and wrinkled, bitch." And he said,
Yeah.
"Drunken idiot, Spud Lee, your tribe." See, he just.
Yeah, I got one.
So I can't reserve judgment for any person.
You don't have to judge. It's in black and white.
No.
You're not judging him. You're not judging him. He's telling you in black and white how he feels.
All right. So, do you know Paul?
Look at what it took.
Go ahead.
Paul, go on. You speak. I'll be quiet.
Well, look at what Jesus had to do to wake Paul up. I mean, he had to blind him. He had to yank him by the throat, and that's what's going to take Tony to wake up. I mean, Jesus himself is going to have to come down and blind him and grab him by the throat and throw him down to the ground.
And that's what I'm saying. It is before. Can you imagine if we was in Paul's day before having this conversation? How would we be?
Oh my God! You're all weak, satanic pieces of shit. You all will burn.
Yeah, we'd be. Well, if we were Christians, we'd be trying to be like humble and meek, but terrified at the same time at this person.
Yes.
But then suddenly, can you remember what happened when Saul was directed, because he was Saul before Paul, to a street called Straight? What a name of a street to be picked in the whole scheme of things. Straight. In other words, the straight path. That's where Saul was directed to when he was blinded by Jesus. Straight. The street called Straight. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, that's perfect. But can you imagine, like, before? Can you imagine before all that? And it's like, all right, well, this guy's going to kill every single one of us with the vaccine. And then, all right, so you know where I'm coming from now. And then we'll eventually get to the point where Boris Johnson said, all right, well, I've suddenly had a little revelation in my mind that this is not a good idea, and I'm going to drop all the COVID passports and the mandates and the masks next week in the UK, which ironically and coincidentally dropped out of the European Union which is like because the UK is like aligned with America, and I'm thinking,
Oh,
why
yeah.
did you? What was the force behind the globalist vision of having the UK a part of the European Union, and then suddenly like pulling away from it? And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, God has been in control all the time, because the UK suddenly pull out, and then Australia's going to follow it, and America's going to follow it, and
Canada.
yeah, and all the other like colonial and uncolonial places in the world are going to like follow their lead. God is in control, whether
For
it's
sure.
Paul or Saul or Tony, the evil one on YouTube. He will either be
Never know.
destroyed or be conformed to learn a lesson in humility. It's not my place to put him in that position.
Yeah. Tony's a fucking troll. Don't feed the troll. He gets off on it, and I bet you, Sassy, you put that cunt up, it won't be Tony. I'll bet you a rare Aussie coin that it won't be Tony. Put him up. Come on, Tony, you bitch. Come on down, cunt. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, I would know him within the second Wills if I heard them. But that's not my channel, so I'm going to leave that one there. How is everybody else doing?
I'm blessed.
Right.
Who said that? Was that Squashio? Spud, I heard you. Thank you.
I'm doing good, my brother. Who are you, mate? Pleased to meet you anyway, brother.
Who am I? I've been asking myself that question since I was born, and I don't know, but I know I'm good at making songs, and that's all I can say, and I'm good at caring about other people.
God bless you, my friend.
Thank you. And I'm also good at trying to understand how the world works, even though I don't get it right all the time.
Oh, so I take it you're nearly 50 or over 40 and you're waking up like properly.
I woke up in 1979. My age is 59.
Oh, good on you, mate. Yeah. Yeah.
If that helps.
I'm 56 and I woke up 14 years ago, 2008.
Well, the point is, I'm saying I woke up in 79, but maybe I still haven't woke up now because it all comes in layers.
It's like an onion.
Maybe I'll die and like I'll be resurrected, and like 100 million years from now, it's like God might say to me, "All right, I'm going to put you in the mind where you was when you was like where I am now," and I'm thinking, am I considered myself to be awake? And I think not.
Well, that's being awake. That's being awake in itself, realizing you're not awake.
Yeah, relatively. That's why I say I'm relatively awake. But if I'm awake compared to most people around me, I believe I am anyway, but I can't prove it. But all I know is I don't walk down the main street with a mask on because I know all about the mRNA technology. And I know all the different variations on coronavirus. And I know like what a lot of the leading scientists are saying about it.
It's nothing but a cold. That's all it is. It's all it is.
That's it. And I've never been injected with anything apart from vitamin C.
Oh, you would have had your vitamin K when you were born, wouldn't you? When you were a baby.
I've had K1 and K2 since I've been born, but I take that through my mouth. I don't have it injected into me.
Oh, right. Yeah. I don't know how they do it. Yeah.
You can swallow them. They do capsules now, but like B12 is a different one. You've got to take that in a way because of something called the intrinsic factor.
I'm on B12. I'm on B12 every day, and holy shit, man! it gives you some energy, like in the brain.
What if you stop
Maybe
getting that?
maybe make it pea bright yellow. Hey, John boy.
No, that's B6, Squashy. That's B6.
Yeah, it don't make your piss yellow, B12.
Huh.
Well, maybe I'm not taking enough of it.
No. The one that makes you pee yellow is B6. B12 is like for the myelin sheath around your nerve fibers.
Yes.
Has anybody heard of exclusive zone negatively charged water?
Or
reversed osmosis. So that's as close
No,
as I
it's
can
not.
get to it.
No, it's not. It's the 4-stage water. Water has a 4-stage where it's like a gel and a solid at room temperature.
I know it's got memory. I know it's got memory.
Look up. Oh yeah, look up exclusive water. That's how our whole universe works. I mean, that's how your cells rejuvenate. That's how, and your body. If you research it, it'll blow your mind. I mean, that's the most important thing we need. That's why distilled water is so good to drink. Your body can make easy water when you get in the light. The easy water is the solid in between the negative and positive charged water, and it pushes the water to where it's a gel and a solid. That's how your muscles work.
There's a name in it, and I'm trying to remember the name for it. I'm tired because it's very late where I am.
Exclusive zoned water is like a bee. It looks like how a hexagon is in a bee.
Yeah. For whatever reason, I've got the word constructed in my mind.
And it's layers and layers. That's how the firmament works. That's how everything works, I think. I mean, it's totally amazing. They sell a machine and it's like $350. You can make it yourself. 1 gallon costs $350.
Is that Ecola Blue?
Say that again.
Ecola Blue used to do like reverse osmosis, but it was like the best equivalent to filtered water that you could get, because it used to capture it through the condensation in the air.
Right. This is one step above that. If you ever see like water, you can put a quarter on the top of water and it'll float. But as soon as it goes under the water, it sinks. Okay. And the reason that is because the top of the layer of the water is thinly coated with that EZ water. The top of it is.
You want about surface tension?
There's some bottle of water like that is $1,260 a bottle.
Yeah, they don't want you to have nothing. Like I said, you could buy the machine to make it, just like colloidal silver. Colloidal silver is pennies on the dollar. I make it at home myself. I don't buy it from anybody.
Yeah, it was that who did that way back in the day in 2003. Burke, the Dr. Robert, was it?
I started making colloidal silver back in 2000.
Yeah, it's got to be pure silver, hasn't it?
Yeah, 99.99. Yeah.
Yeah, and you put filtered water, but electrolysis is what you use. But I'm trying with the I'm tired. That's my problem. I'm also getting old, so like my synopsis.
Stop that. You're only as old as you feel.
Exactly. I'm 29-year-old.
I'm only as old as the brain cells that I've lost. So it's like I realize, like the name of a friend.
It started in 1891 by B.C. Creed, is who did colloidal silver.
Yeah, I'm on about Dr. Robert Burke. I think was his name.
Can colloidal silver turn you purple? Too much colloidal silver turn your skin purple?
That's not true. It's got to have salts. The only thing that I've researched will turn you blue. When I first started taking colloidal silver, they pushed that guy that was blue out, in all the public because they don't want people drinking it. The reason you turn blue is because the only thing that I've seen that turn people blue is when you buy it from like GNC, when you buy it, because it's not real colloidal. It's not the same colloidal. It's smaller particles and they get lodged in your kidneys, and that's what turns you blue.
What do you think about chlorine dioxide?
I haven't studied it. I don't know.
That's salt, is it? Oh, hang on. No. What's chlorine dioxide, mate?
I can give you the chemical name of sodium chloride, which is table salt.
Yeah.
I can give you an old name for chlorine dioxide.
Chlorine dioxide is a gas.
It is if you gas it off, but I'm on about in this.
It's used to disinfect drinking water, it says.
Well, you're searching on Google. They're like so compromised these days.
Well, I'm just reading what it says, yeah.
It used to be known as stabilized oxygen.
Bloody, that fucking, what's that shit called? Hydrogen peroxide.
It's related to it.
Yeah,
you can gargle with that. Yeah,
it's good for you.
It's got to be biodegradable, though.
Yeah. It's a more friendly cousin of hydrogen peroxide. And do you know, like, as people, we are like, everything inside us is electrons. If anyone knows of the work of Johanna Budwig, anyone?
No.
Did you come up with that because it says chlorine dioxide is treatable for COVID? It's helped for treating COVID.
Well, of course it will, because it destroys the electron outer coating of any virus and destroys bacteria on contact. As far as bacteria is concerned, it's like trying to be immune to a hand grenade.
It's really explosive. It says it's explosive.
It does it literally on a microbiological level. But as
it
far
says
as
it decomposes
viruses,
to chlorine and oxygen is what it decomposes to.
Well, it's a miracle panacea, but it's also never spoke about these days. The Rockefeller Foundation, by the way.
Oh God.
We're responsible for getting rid of stabilized oxygen back in the day, in the 1920s, which is also known as chlorine dioxide. And these people don't give it these names by accident. You know, if you mention the word chlorine, you think, "Oh my God, this is bleach."
Yeah.
And then they present it as being dangerous when they do their own clinical trials based on industrial.
You know, it changes its form, temperature.
I know, but they changed the whole concentration. It's got to be 4%, but they give it like 98% mix, and then they say, "Look, this is what it does to you."
I've been taking. I've been putting borax.
Oh, sorry.
I've been putting borax in my coffee every morning. I put a pinch in my coffee every morning. I've been noticing. I've been doing it for about 2 months, and I've been like, my body's been excreting these things. I don't know. I'm telling you, man. There's something to it.
Hey, I did that coral calcium like 25 years ago, and I puked up black motor oil shit, dude. You know what I mean?
Well, when you say
your body.
Well, if you're eating borax, you're safe to eat anything from the Pacific Rim, including like shrimps and dates. I'm on about Fukushima, because borax is like very, very good at getting rid of radiation.
I heard it helps get rid of the what is that?
Everything.
What's the pencil? Yeah, but it helps push out. Yeah, what is?
I know.
What is?
I can't remember.
Graphene.
I know what you're on about. Yeah, graphene. Yeah.
Oh, graphene. Yeah, that's crazy shit there.
Yeah.
Stronger than steel.
Yeah. You ever seen that?
Which is what they're also putting in the current vaccine, graphene oxide.
Yeah. Have you seen what if graphene entered your body this guy on YouTube. It's called What If, and what if graphene entered your body, and it said, like, if it gathers around your lungs won't be able to breathe.
In other words, what if they weaponized it?
Yeah. Oh, no, they have.
Yeah.
I seen somebody put out a thing. They plan on the population being 100 million in the United States.
The Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah. No. This is. They expect they predict the population growth, and in I think it was 2015 or 14, they predicted by the year 2025 there would be 100 million people in the United States.
That's probably about right, because they predicted for the whole world, which is like the US,
sure.
For 500 million.
Agenda 21.
That's Agenda 21.
It says that it keeps your teeth white if you brush with it.
No, it became Agenda 2030 because originally it was Agenda 2021, going back in time, but they've extended it now.
They had Agenda 21 in what 90s in the 90s. They came up with it.
Yeah, and I'm sure they did. I'm sure it was meant to be that way now. I really do, but I think, but by.
Yeah, it says that you're not supposed to ingest borax too, so they probably don't want you taking it either, do they?
I think the Almighty is in more control. I'm not about God Almighty, than what the human race possibly conceives.
Well, if you seek it, you'll find it. Too many people are not seeking the kingdom of heaven.
I'm on about these people in great positions of power. Who were literally like thinking, like Spectre from the James Bond films, I am God. and it's like something in the Matrix is tearing what they're doing to shreds. They should have had their own way in 2001 when the Twin Towers come down. And then they should have had their own way 20 years later in 2021.
Well, it's like you said, God is in control. I think we're in Revelations 20, where the devil is released for a short time. I agree. To me, that makes more biblical sense than anything. Everybody's looking for.
Think about the theory that people say we're in the time that Jesus already spent 1,000 years here, and that was the Dark Ages. Have you seen that? People pumping that now.
I believe that. I believe the Dark
Ages. We're in the second part. You think we're after Jesus already came and reigned on earth for 1,000 years, and then we're in the part after that?
Yeah, that's what I think. It makes sense. If you read in Daniel 12, he says, Daniel, seal up the book. I know
what you're saying, but I saw where they said they were talking about it. Go ahead. I'll listen to what you're saying first.
Well, to me, this is what seals the deal for me. Daniel 12, he says, seal up the books, Daniel, for it's for a future generation. And in Revelations 22, he tells John not to seal up the books, for the time is at hand. Now, if he told Daniel to seal up the books, and it was only 490 years until Jesus came, why would Jesus tell John not to seal up the books, for the time is at hand, if it was going to be 2,000 years later?
Because he said, I will be back before some of you see death.
Yes. And every time Jesus talks about there will be earthquakes, famines, wars, rumors of wars, anytime he talks about the future, he says, this generation will see, there's some people standing here that shall not die, that will see the Son of Man coming in his glory. I mean, he tells in Matthew 16:10, he says, you will not go through all of Israel before you see the Son of Man come. I mean,
some people say that he was talking about coming back from the dead, the resurrection.
Well, yeah, but that's not coming in his. I mean, in John, the first chapter, he says, behold, I come quickly, and my rewards I bring with me. And then in verse 7, he says, even the ones that pierced him will see him coming in the clouds.
It does say in Scripture, I know.
I mean,
some people think that Tartaria was the reign of God, and that's why all these buildings that we can't read were made during that time. I mean, I've heard that.
I think Tartaria is the winners after the 1,000 years. They came out. I think they're the ones that are deceiving the world. I think they were the victors and they hid themselves, no different than they always do.
Well, they say that's the biggest deception, that Jesus already came back. That's the deception, that we're in the we're in the afterwards.
Yeah, he's rounding up the people to gather to the four corners of the earth, to gather the people like the sands of the sea to wage war against the saints in the cities camped about.
And they say the saints were the ones that were here. I've studied a lot on it. I've been raised, I don't know if it's indoctrination, but we haven't been raised in church or Bible to think that way. You know what I mean?
Jesus warns us, man. Many will come in my name and deceive many.
Yeah.
I mean, you better be awake. I know I know before trib, I know mid trib. I've studied it all, and the only one that makes sense to me, that's more biblical, is that the millennial reign has happened. We are living at the very end. Because it doesn't make any sense. Why would they build castles with 30-foot doors, iron doors? They got water fountains that will shoot water up 250 feet. And you got
Adam and Eve are 25 to 30 feet tall because there was no standard height of people. You know what I mean?
Who knows how big?
I mean, I'm just saying that's a theory. I mean that people were bigger before the flood because
Well, we know there was theories that look like mountains, man. I was in Hawaii. If you look at this mountain in Hawaii, it looks identical to a big face. I mean,
I studied that big time from the mud fossils, and went through that rabbit hole too.
Sasquatch, my suspicion, I can't prove it, that was the Nephilim that they found. That was like an unnatural union.
Well, I believe dinosaur bones are all Nephilim bones and giant bones. They hide from us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think God created. If you read in Genesis, God created Adam. I think God created the Nephilim to do the heavy work. I think they created the canals. They built the canals. They had dominion over the whole earth. And when God created the second Adam from the Nephilim, from the dust of the Nephilim, the second Adam was responsible for taking care of the earth. And the big Adam were designed to do the canals and all this building and all this stuff. I mean,
who do you think built the pyramids?
I think that's a big lie. I think Napoleon, because I watched a video this guy showed where Napoleon took like 30,000 people to Egypt. If you look at all the drawings of Egypt, like in the 1700, it doesn't look nothing like they describe it. I mean,
that's bullshit.
I think Napoleon went there. This is fact. Napoleon made a pyramid, built a pyramid that was only like 6 feet less than the Sphinx. I can't remember the pyramid, but the big one, it's only like 6 feet less. And he did it in 30 days. This is proof that he did it. And you can mix a concrete. The old way to make concrete, it looks just like sandstone when it dries. I mean, you can dig it up on YouTube. They show you how the ancients made
construction, brother, and it would have taken a lot longer than that.
I seen a documentary where this guy said that they used a big magnifying glass to melt the rocks like concrete. You know what I mean? It was pretty cool.
Sure. Yeah.
That's why, like at Nitzen Chichu or whatever, and like Machu Picchu, they say, look, you can't even put a credit card through the lines because it only went in that far. Because it was like concrete. You know what I mean?
Genesis 6, verse 1 to 4, NIV version. When
the sons of God, when the sons went into the daughters of men and they picked for themselves wives who they wanted.
Well, let me read it for what the scripture says. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them. So what makes don't forget, it starts off with when human beings. That's the opening salvo of that one. So it's talking about us people. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them, comma, the sons of God saw the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they choose.
See, I
Then the
don't think they were
Lord,
supposed to. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
then the Lord said, on account of this, my spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. And if you check the record, that's basically what God told Noah. The Nephilim, verse 4 of chapter 6, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterwards. So you have to go forward in time for that one. When the sons of God went to the daughters of humans, why is it making a distinction there? The sons of God and the daughters of humans. It keeps relating to humans and the sons of God. And the union, it goes on. All right, the Nephilim were on the earth those days and afterwards, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. And the result of that was they were heroes of old, men of renown. Some Bibles translate men of fame. In other words, there was something very different about this offspring.
But the Bible also considers us sons of God. I think they were just a different type of creation, like I said, and they were not supposed to mingle with one another. And they started mingling with one another.
Well, we were, because God said, "Be fruitful and fill the whole earth." So, but whatever that was, like God said at that time, and what happened here, it caused God to create a flood and destroy everything. So something radically had gone wrong.
They were evil, yeah. I mean, every thought they had. I mean, look what's going on now. I mean, if you believe in this globe model, I mean, every thought was evil. I mean, it's repeating itself.
I know, but I know you're not evil. But if you was alive at that time,
sure I am. We're all evil.
No, you're not. You're imperfect, but you're not evil. But the point is, if you was evil, God has the capability of singling you out and destroying you as a person. He's not like an irrational creator who designed the universe that has so many levels of mathematics, where he's going to have to wipe everything out from the earth indiscriminately. When he does that, there's something gone wrong with the creation that's interfered with it. Let me give that an application. There was something in the New Testament where who was it where what they were calling on Baal? What was it, Sasquatch?
The New Testament.
There was something in question with the worship of Baal and the worship of the Lord or Yahweh or Jehovah or whatever you want to call him.
They call Lord Baal. I mean, you're praying to him when you call him Lord or something.
Yeah, but whatever it was, God sent fire from heaven and directly, literally consumed the sacrifice within a very local area. In other words. And they found archaeologists found nuclear crystals within that area that was related in the Bible. I can find it if you want me to, but not now.
Every time scientists have tried to debunk the Bible, they've just proved it true.
I know, but they found nuclear signatures, crystals.
Well, they say there was nuclear war in India back in the past,
I know, but this thing was localized. It didn't harm anyone else around them. It was like the perfect nuclear reactor that destroyed something within a 3-meter radius.
I think
and nothing else. In other words, like the Canaanites were like mocking the Israelites, whatever tribe it was, and basically God answered, and because they were like calling down on their God all day to consume stuff that
That
they
sounds-
literally add fuel to, but it's I can't remember the name of the person. It was it Ish?
Was it Elijah?
Elisha. It was Elisha. Yeah.
Elijah, Enoch, and the only two to go to heaven that weren't dead.
But he put water all over the sacrificial altar. In other words, to make it even more drenched. And this thing come like tearing down from the heavens, and that shows me how specific God can be. So when we have a flood that destroys man, woman, and child, and animal, and insect, apart from the fishes of the sea, then such an intelligent and compassionate and caring creator had a reason for doing that. Something went very, very wrong with these Nephilim that had been created by
I
the
agreed
sons
with
of
you.
man. Yeah.
I mean,
To the
I
point
think
where
it's one of
God,
those-
sorry, I'll conclude. To the point where God said, enough is enough, I have to end this. And the only way I can do it is to drown everything.
Let me ask you a question. When he said, "Man shall not live past 120," what do you think he was talking about? Do you think he was talking about the age of man not living to 120, or do you think he was talking about that generation not living past 120 years from the time he spoke that?
He was talking to Noah at that
Right.
time.
Right. He gave them 120 years to get their stuff together. You know,
To build the ark.
right. See, a lot of people think, well, man can't live past 120, but that's not true, because if you look, I mean, Abraham lived to be 175. I think we can live for a long age. I think they just poison us and kill us.
That reminds me of Dr. Richard Schultz when he was speaking. Somebody spoke about pressures. I think it was Sasquatch, about the height of humans at that time.
Yeah.
And that certainly had a correlation to what happened to mankind afterwards. I agree with you, by the way. The 120 years had nothing. I don't think it had nothing to do with how long mankind lives. I think that was a point in time when God said, "Look what's going on here. Start building the ark, because within this 120-year period, I'm gonna literally bring a deluge that's gonna end it all." But if you look at the method of that deluge, the firmament from above, and also the firmament, the aquifers from below came down at the same time for 40 days.
I think those things they say are comets that hit the earth. I think that's what, when the waters opened up from the depth, it busted through the.
Well, I think there was water above, there's water below, and they dropped half the water. That's why we started getting radiation and things didn't grow as big, because before that we lived in a perfect environment. You know what I mean?
Have you ever seen that?
I mean, we weren't friends with the animals. It says we talked to them, and afterwards we ate them. After the flood.
Like Dr. Doolittle. I don't have the bit of humor to it. But I believe there was a firmament around the earth. But I also believe, as it started, there was like pressures below, with like currents of water, like aquifers. But I don't know for sure. But also I do know is if you go through like the book of Genesis, it's talking about like from the beginning when there was nothing, and then it said God made a division, etc., etc., and it explains that there was like something going on above and something going on below.
The firmament's still there. I mean,
yeah.
It's not going nowhere. I mean, Psalms 148 says, "Praise ye heaven above the heavens, and praise ye waters above the heavens." So
they call it the Van Allen belt nowadays. You know what I mean?
I used to think we had an ice wall. That's that was my understanding at the time. We still lived on this globe, and the Earth was surrounded by ice, and the ice broke, and that's but no, it's still there.
Yeah.
What do you think about Operation Fishbowl when they tried to nuke out of the firmament? They couldn't get past it, so they started NASA. because they couldn't get out. We couldn't leave. We're in a controlled
Well,
environment.
that may be an extension of it, that like on a different level. But my point is, like, none of us are more smarter than the creator, and it's like if I was to ask you or Sasquatch or anyone else in chat, if we're going to create an Earth that's like sustainable for like everyone else, would we fill it with like 2/3 of sea unless we had to?
Well, I don't think it was after the flood. It stayed there. They talk about the plates moving. They're just same place or underwater.
Yeah, but the point is the Earth is like 2/3 full of water.
No, we're the same amount of water as the Earth and made up of the same things as the Earth. You know what I mean?
No. There's one. There's one. The Earth is 2/3 occupied by water on the surface.
I thought it was 3/4.
And if I was going to create my little science project and I presented that to my science teacher, I would fail. Because he's going to say, all right, you can do a lot better than that. You don't need so much water on this globe. So I'm thinking, all right, well, God did something for a reason, and maybe he might have a reason for, like, in the book of Isaiah, in the book of Ezekiel, in the book of Daniel, when he was, like, relating future events. That was like a chess game that was trying to maneuver the course of Earth's affairs, and maybe God allowed that water to be there, and maybe he allowed the language to be confused at that time, because as the book of Genesis says, there is nothing that will be unobtainable to them. And we would have destroyed ourselves long ago. So I think God is a lot smarter and a lot wiser. But I think also the firmament was originally meant to be above, and I think one day it will actually end up back up there.
Yeah. I don't believe in space. I don't believe in any of that crap. I think the stars are, well, the wandering, luminaries.
Well, the stars are out there already, Squashy.
But I just don't believe in the space thing and planets and all that's bullshit to me.
Well, that I can't get my head around, because I actually quite like the stars. I look at them every night.
Yeah, but you look at them, they look like something behind water. They don't look like nothing round. They look just like different colors flickering like an orb. You know what I mean?
If you look at this, I'm sorry. If you look at the structure, of EZ water, it looks like stars, and I think those are, you know how you take a bottle and put it in water and you can see the bottom. It's like a magnifying glass.
Yep.
If you understand how EZ water works, I think it's like it allows us to see the throne room of God. I mean, that's what it's showing us. I mean.
Yeah, and I don't claim to know it all, but I've read the book of Job, and they don't have the same names for the constellations that they have now, but they were certainly addressed in the book of Job as being
I got one. What do you think about
something pretty dynamic and special?
What do you think about Inke and the Anunnaki and all that? What do you guys think on that? That's one thing.
That's a joke.
I know. I was going to say it's a load of pooey.
And and Anunnaki 1 acted like it was history to him. Remember, he just was on it. He would argue his death over that stuff.
I'm telling you, that does not. They're putting Anunnaki as God, if you ask me. I mean,
yeah.
Well, the part that they come in and say that they manipulated man, but God don't make mistakes. I don't believe it.
No.
And I don't deny the Anunnaki's existence in history, but it's like the whole thing is like.
Who said Zacharias Sitchin? How do you know he wasn't an evil person?
I don't think we can believe anything what they tell us. I don't think you can go back further than 1850.
Okay, yeah.
I got you there. That makes sense. I mean, I've studied all that, and then how about all they what was it? All the kids they brought over from Europe to fill up the United States, right?
The orphan children all over the world.
It's like the film, and Wills. It's like the film. Total Recall. My life's been a total dream. It's when you said
it's called Night America now. Is what they call it, Night America.
Is that what they call it? Well, Total Recall.
If you look at this, is why I think Egypt, the pyramids, is a distraction. I think the United States is Jerusalem. I think the United States was Israel. I think Utah was Judah. If you look at the
Hey,
Grand Canyon, it
the
matches
Grand
the
Canyon had
description.
Egyptians there exactly to hide it from us.
Yeah, I that's what I think. They got our attention over there, and it was all in the United States. If you look
Hey,
in
I
Mexico,
believe that.
what's
You think the giants roamed the west? That's why we never went there until the natives killed off the last of them in the cave. You know
yeah?
what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they
I
started
believe.
killing. They started killing the giants in America. I think in the 1500s.
Hey, you ever seen Salt Lake City? They built all those great big churches and stuff with very few people when we had buggies and shit. You know what I mean?
Exactly. They tell us that
All the
Abraham
buildings were
Lincoln.
already here, and we just claimed them. People claimed that we built them, and we didn't. They were already here.
They said Abraham Lincoln was built in this log cabin and all this horse crap. I mean, and here you got these magnificent. I mean, in the World's Fairs started like in the 1880s with these massive.
You're on the same track, dude. That's crazy. I know what you mean.
I
They
mean,
destroyed all the big buildings, saying they built them just for the World's Fair.
yeah.
No way.
No way.
Esther's been saying a lot on the chat there. I've been reading it. Esther, thank you for your compliments, by the way.
But like I stated, where they had power in the air, like Tesla power, and these old churches with organs, they used the
Heck
frequency
yeah.
of organs to heal people. You know?
Heck yes, yes. And people lived a long time. I mean, there's records of monks living 500 years old. I mean,
They destroyed all the buildings, in the United States and said they built. I mean,
yes. Heck yes. You know, they were changing the narrative. The devil was loose, and he didn't waste no time deceiving the nations.
Have you seen the old footage of people looking at each other on phones back in the 18 shit, and like they had movable sidewalks where people stood on sidewalks and they're like an escalator?
Oh yeah. That's why I think this, Tesla.
You ever watch Flat Earth British Martin Litkey?
I used to. It's been a while.
I used to too. I haven't lately, but I used to. He has some cool stuff to show, though. I mean,
yeah, I just didn't like his theology. I mean, it's
What about the channel named Rise Up? Have you seen him?
I like Rise Up. I think he's seeking.
What do you think his theory about everything was, wood and it petrified from the flood? The flood made all the volcanoes go off and all that stuff with all the water pressure on it. It made all the stuff that was wood look like stone. Is what his theory was.
I don't believe that. I think they could. I think they could had a paste that they could make marble or whatever they wanted to make. I mean, I
like studying all that stuff. It's better than watching, tele-live vision programming.
Oh my gosh!
Right. You two and everyone else in chat, because I'm going to have to go in a minute because I'm getting very, very, very sleepy because it's 1:07.
When we get through here talking, I'm going to go too because it's been 8 hours and 11 minutes. My roommate's going to be home anytime, and I can't do this.
Yeah, you were on.
Sasquatch, I'm basically buggered. I'm like going to collapse in a minute.
You were on when I went to bed last night.
Wills, I've enjoyed what you've been saying. I've enjoyed what Spud's been saying. I've been especially enjoyed what Sasquatch has been saying. But I've also been enjoying what Esther's been saying. And I've posted.
Yeah, it's good that we can all talk like this and not fight and hate each other like most people do.
I know, but the point I'm trying to make before I go is Esther's channel I've posted in the live chat. If other people want to connect with her,
I'm going to get out of here. And I'll link to her channel. So you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming, man. You can come up anytime. I want to keep sometime like tomorrow night and Saturday night. I want to keep this going. To what we're talking about. If you want to come back,
Sasquatch. I promise you this: when I'm about and I see you, I'll always show up.
Well, I'll be here. I'll be live tomorrow night from 6:30 at night till 7 in the morning, Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, there's a lot been going on in my own life.
So do look what you want to talk about and write down, your scriptures and stuff, and let's discuss things.
I don't even write them down. That's my problem because if I did,
I do. I write down everything I research because then read, write, cite because I only have to use my notebooks a few times and it's in my head. You know what I mean?
Well, what I do is remember things and ask other people to help me with like local passages. In other words, the Nephilim, I was hoping people were going to help me with that, and then,
Well, the technology. Look how far we've came in 200, some years, and the Nephilim were on the earth a lot longer and bigger brains and half God. You know what I mean? They did a lot, I think.
I know, but do you remember Steve Quayle back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he found
You
like
watch
30
L.A.
foot.
Marzulli? You watch L.A. Marzulli?
No, but Steve Quayle like was highlighting like images like from archaeological digs with 30-foot skeletons being found, like heads the size of whatever houses.
Like a Kandahar giant, that supposedly happened,
Yeah, yeah.
Are you talking about down in Peru where they found all those skeletons?
I can't remember the location, but I know they
Well,
were
he
like
found
all
some
over.
on the island outside of California or something. He found a bunch of giants. Somebody did.
It was about 20 years ago. It was about 20 years ago.
There's a place in Peru, I think, that there's
That's when it
elongated
all happens, isn't it?
skeletons.
Because that's what like David Icke was like pulled to the ground, and he couldn't move before he got downloaded with, according to what he said, and I believe him, by the way. Whether his information was credible or not, as far as whether it was benevolent information, I don't think it was.
I think
Hey, Super Dave. Whoop, whoop.
He was hostage regardless.
I think their teachings is anything but Christ. They'll lead you to anything but Christ.
Yeah.
The whole thing is that we're not special and there's no creator. That's the whole goal, Like.
Mm-hmm.
I believe there is an intelligent creator who's in control of everything, Sasquatch.
So do I.
I'm sure.
I'm just saying the agenda is that we're not special. That we came from rocks, soup.
We're not
the whole agenda is just to get rid of God. That's what their purpose is.
I understand.
Yeah, I know you do.
Well, I'm going to get out of here, guys. God bless.
All right, man. If you want to come back tomorrow night, I'm going to be doing the same thing.
Appreciate it, man.
Tonight. Yes, tonight. Thanks for coming.
Wells, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
God bless.
That was pretty.
He's cool. That's the first time I've seen him on panel, and I've known him a while.
Does he not normally come up?
No, that's the first time ever.
Oh my goodness!
Hey, omnipotent is what Koki put in there. Well, God is at all places at all times, and with all these video cameras and microphones, the devil is getting that way too. Because he's the runs the air and
the devil will never be omnipotent. He will try to be.
No, he's not omnipotent, but with all the cameras in the world, you know what I mean. He can see a lot of stuff.
Yeah. He's like the wizard behind the curtain from the Wizard of Oz. He would do a good job.
But he can't create. That's a big deal. Mimic is all he can do. He can't create.
He's a plastic representation of the original manifestation. Squashy, I've got to go because I'm tired and I'm sleepy.
All right.
Yeah, mate.
Thanks. I appreciate it, brother. Love you.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Casey.
What does Kia mean?
Well, it's 1 o'clock in New Zealand, 1:12.
Because there used to be an advert for Kiora.
What do they call them? Kiwis?
We all adore Kiora. We all adore Kiora was the buzz saying on the advert. I think it was like an orange drink. It was. I remember it. It's
you remember Helen Keller? You remember Helen Keller, don't you? Or you don't remember her, but you know what I'm talking about.
I remember Helen Keller. She was.
You know why her pant legs were always yellow? Her dog was blind too.
No, she was blind and deaf, Helen Keller.
I know. Here's my favorite one. Look, hey, what did Helen Keller say when she fell down the well?
Go on.
I showed you.
That was one of our first conversations we had when we first met Sasquatch.
I know. Yeah, but I remember back in the day at Bob's when we were all there and everybody left and pretty much started their own live streams. Everybody was in that stuff.
Sasquatch, you know what worries me? Do you know, and I know we had this conversation going back like 5 years in time. People have like a 2-week memory these days.
Oh, I have a photographic memory from my dad. I can write forwards and backwards. I mean, I'm different than most people, but I can remember my girlfriend's phone number in high school is 40 years ago.
Yeah, well, I remember mine from 1972, 6527219.
Yeah.
But the point is, you talk to people, and they don't remember what we've been speaking about a week before.
They
It's
can't
like
retain it.
everything else.
They can't retain it. They can't retain it.
It's gone. And I'm thinking, oh my
They
goodness,
changed the
what's happening?
thinking of people. Look at the kids nowadays. They have no respect. Women cuss, fart, burp, act like men. It's changed big time.
Yeah, the good news is you can insult a person and like say hello to them 3 weeks later, and they say, "Hey."
Like you said, you can owe money and they don't even know.
Yeah. Well, that's true because I told my landlady I owed her like £200, and her husband, like I think I mentioned that at the beginning of the show.
Since when did people forget about money? Never. You know what I mean? They say, "Where's that nickel I gave you 2 days ago?" You know, or 3 years ago.
Yeah, but all right. Well, I owed her £200 from 2 years ago before just around about COVID, but everything was like out the pan. And she goes, "No, you don't." And I said, "Yes, I do." And she goes, "No, you don't." And and I said, "Yes, I do." And her husband said, "No, you don't." And I said, "I owe you £17.52 for a packet of tobacco." And he was like perplexed, looking at me like that. And I said, "If you want to forget about it, that's fine. But yes, I do."
Have you ever had, like you're talking about, I've told people stuff in high school and they're like, they didn't even remember it. And I'm telling them what they did. And I remember it, but they didn't. You know what I mean? It's like, weird.
Well, I just got off with £217 by being honest with people because they'd rather they won't accept the fact that like
they're wrong.
Propaganda. No, it's not just that. It's the propaganda that they've been listening to day in day out, and also like the vaccinations.
The dumbing down isn't working. You know, it's called freedom.
Everything on so many levels. I think, all right, well, maybe, all right. Well, I tried to tell you, but if you want to believe that, then preserve your sanity because that's important. Because people don't actually want to believe they forgot something like.
Well, we're a cyborg with our phone in our hand. It's an extension of us, and without that, if the power goes off, like at the store, someone can't give you change for $1 unless they look at it on the machine.
No.
Hey, I'll give you one. This guy came in the pawn shop. I cashed checks and money orders. He goes, "I got a money order. How much you charge to cash it?" I said 10%. He goes, "It's $100. How much is that?" I said $20. Because you're that dumb for not paying attention in 3rd grade, you need to get charged extra. 10% of 100. You don't know that? You're pretty dumb.
Let me just post Frack's channel.
Oh, pardon me.
Hey, Dave.
What do people ever do?
Hey, you know Super Dave? Meep? You know Super Dave?
Well, my middle name's Dave, so.
But Super Dave in the chat's a great guy, and he has a great channel. He does.
Do you know what my problem is? It's getting better. What's my sub count? Hang on.
Ever since I met Tony, I've been climbing.
That's a good one.
Hey, I've gained like 72 in the last 28 days.
938. The problem is, do you know how subscribers in relation to who we subscribe to works? It's a ratio. Does that mean anything to anyone?
Well, sometimes people say they took subs away because YouTube finds out they're fake accounts and they get rid of them.
No, it doesn't. It's a ratio. In other words, I've got 930 something subscribers, maybe more. I can't remember. But
how many do you subscribe to?
About the same amount.
I don't.
If I try to go, well, I'm like reckless with the people I subscribe to. But if I go, because I feel sorry for people, but if I try to go higher than the people I've already subscribed to in relation to what's come back to me, I can't do it. It will say, if I click on Super David, if I try to subscribe to him. All right. It says, sorry, something went wrong. You have too many subscriptions compared
I've never
to
had
the
that.
number of.
Really?
It's because you've never subscribed to more people. Let me. Can I share it?
Yeah.
What's that? That's don't happen in Australia.
Well, in Australia, they can do whatever they want with your stuff.
Fuck yeah.
They can go in and they can do anything to your account. It's crazy.
They can hack me account. They can make false comments or take comments
take them away. Yeah, I read all that, and I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, what in the world?
Oh, they're motherfuckers, mate. And there's fuck all on the shelf. I couldn't get milk today.
Really?
And there was one bag of powdered milk, so I grabbed that. And vegetables, $12 Australian is probably I don't know what it is in pounds of US, but it's $12 for a kilo of any vegetable.
Well, that's what they've been trying to do, Spud. They've been trying to close the economies down in the whole world. Are you? I'm guessing you're in Australia.
I am, mate. I'm in Queensland. I'm in Queensland.
I know how vicious the mandates are over there, and the level of.
Hey, I'll show you how fucked up YouTube is. Look, when I came on here, I said 1,655 subs. This says 1,647 on my analytics. And if I go over here to my channel, look what it says. It says 1,640, 7 less than my.
Yeah.
So it says I lost 15 while I'm streaming. There's no way. I mean, it's like it makes no sense.
Yeah, Australia's been a bit difficult now. It's getting hard.
I think if something happens and they shut down the power grid or whatever, I think to torture everybody, they'll leave everybody's phone on, but have no electricity. I mean,
well, they gave you Bitcoin if you're one of them people.
I haven't had a bank account in 30 years.
Yeah, if I haven't got it in my hand, I ain't got money.
Hey, well, I'm thinking I'm done. 7:21 in the morning.
Oh, boom! I'm the one 420 somewhere around the world, Sassy. Let's have a rip, eh?
I'll take a bong hit on the way out.
Fuck yeah,
Sasquatch, I've got a website in mind that's covering everything. Shall I post it private or public?
Do whatever. You know me. You know me. You can put anything you want on here.
I know, but it could get you closed down. That's why I'm asking you.
I've already had 4 strikes. I've already had 4, and I'm past them all now. I don't have any.
Oh, all right. Well, if you end up getting closed down, come and see me on my channel, and I will promote you.
I've had 31 claims. I had 31 claims in one stream that I had to start over 31 times.
All right. Everyone who's listening, including our brother in Australia, because you need to pay attention to this one.
Yeah, I know. Hey, YouTube, put me in the box. 1, 2, 3, lock box.
What again?
I will not bow. I will not break. You know what I mean?
I know that song.
I will die before I deny my
That
father.
was the same melody that from the heart, Dreamboat Annie, that you were singing. Dreamboat Annie. And that's what I was listening to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm going to come back in the chat and say good day to me mate Esther. Have a good evening, gentlemen.
Thanks for coming up there, Spud.
You too, Spud. Love you.
Yeah,
love you, brother.
The tribe is strong.
Yeah, the tribe is strong.
I was thinking about the word tribe today in relation to the Bible, and it speaks about the tribes of Israel, doesn't it, etc., etc. And I thought, oh, all right, well, that's an acceptable word.
Native Americans had tribes too.
They did, yeah. But I was like, you know, those times when you just think Sasquatch.
I'm listening.
Well, that's it. I'm too tired to continue with it because I'm so sleepy.
Okay. But look how much the
I'm
world's
gonna
changed
listen.
since we've been around,
Go
and we
on.
ain't been around that long. You know what I mean? It's changed so bad compared to what we grew up with.
I know, but the point is that this whole system, for the moment, and I believe it's by virtue of the Almighty Himself, is collapsing in its tracks. That I promise you that there's going to be falls of these mandates and these inquisitions that have been going on towards the human race, because these New World Order operators are like squealing at the moment.
Well, you know,
and
when it
they're all
first
going
came
to
out, I thought maybe it was the act of God because the people weren't really dying like they said, and what it do, it brought families back together, people that hadn't been together forever, kept people at home. You know,
Yeah, but I know, and I didn't start getting worried until I thought about the control side of it. In other words, when they were going to try and force things on
yeah, it's
us.
a false flag that they it worked and they just ran with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm on about when they were going to try and like force the vaccination on us with a world ID on top of it if you didn't take it, and
They were
segregate
trying,
the two
weren't they?
sides. They were trying, and that's the point. But that if you go to the High Wire and listen to the latest episode that I just posted, and you've got time, the whole system is like collapsing.
Yeah, and they're
I
not
clocked
telling you on
this.
anything.
They're not. They're not even telling you on Fox, and they've got a level of truth on Fox at the moment. Not a lot, but a level. And the whole system is like falling fast so quickly.
Do you know who Mark
Yeah.
Levin is? He's a guy that talks a lot
No,
about the
I don't.
Yeah, I used to listen on the radio. Mark Levin, he's a Jewish man, but he used to talk a lot, you know, about true stuff like Tucker. What, you know, I don't know. He must have sold out. Do you think?
He wasn't what?
You know, he says a lot of cool stuff, but like you said, he works for.
I don't think any people on Fox are genuine, including Tucker Carlson. I'll tell you why. Yeah. Because they've either got an executive director who's in favor of the truth or in favor of the lie. And so if they're allowing certain operatives within their organization, including Tucker Carlson, then it has to be for a reason. And failing that, everything that they would be reporting, even if it was to their demise, in other words, it's like if everyone within that news anchor organization were told, all right, well, if you want to report the truth, you're going to die and you're not going to get much popularity, even though they should have because they're unlike mainstream. Then everyone who acquiesced to that agreed with it, then they could like quietly go in the night. But they're like 80% Fox, BS. And
well, they always have to have a little bit of truth in there to keep you watching. You know what I mean? I guess.
Yeah. And Tucker's doing a great job, and I don't know whether they're allowing him to speak because of the resistance, or whether the actual resistance is also part of the plan. I don't know, but what I do know is that God is in control.
Oh yeah, always. He allows everything to happen. It's all through him, right?
Yeah, put it this way: God brought Babylon down in one night, and gave the kingdom to the Medes and the Persians, in a way that they didn't even see coming.
You know, when the Jews, they kicked the Jews out of their own land and they went to Babylon, and then when they could return, most of them stayed there because they already adapted to that lifestyle of the people.
Yeah, but the faithful ones left after 70 years.
Yeah, but some of them stayed because in Babylon and war and stuff, instead of killing the people, they brought them in and assimilated them to give them a house and a job and turned them into their people, you know?
But they basically turned them into New Yorkers.
Yeah, exactly. They just like, we're not gonna make you be slaves. We're gonna let you join us. You know, it made them part of their environment.
Yeah, and that's what I've been thinking about lately. About when the time came at the end of Daniel's prophecy, because if you read that account, he suddenly became aware of Jeremiah's prophecy, related to the 70 years in Babylonian captivity under that Assyrian Chaldean Empire.
I think there's a lot of hidden stuff that people that in the Bible that people don't realize what it is. A lot of it.
Well, some of it was direct. He was basically saying, "All right, we should be going home now." And then next thing you knew, it was like King Belteshazzar was given a dream because he was so disrespectful towards God. I was actually having a party and drinking from the golden utensils that were originally designed from King Solomon's temple. That was dedicated to God Himself, and then that's when the handwriting on the wall came. Mean, Tico. I can't pronounce the word. Parison.
I have to come back and watch this whole chat again. There's so much information people have put in the chat. I'm going to write it all down.
Well, it meant your kingdom has been divided and been given to the Medes and the Persians, and on that night Babylon fell. And that's my point. If God can do that, and He predicted it 200 years before in the book of Isaiah, when He spoke about Cyrus, my servant. You have to go back into Isaiah to read that. Now, that was a prophecy. And go forward 200 years in time to King Belteshazzar. And when that actually happened, and the whole thing fell down, then people should have confidence that God is able, in spite of the dishonest political element that we live under in any part of this world at the moment.
Sometimes we're here just to observe the universe, not to understand it, right?
Yeah, but sometimes people like me actually understand it. Not fully, but to a degree. And when I'm being when I'm
I got you.
when I'm being too haughty, like I have been with you in the past, the same Almighty.
What do you call it? What do you call it?
Haughty, proud, self-assuming.
I never heard that word in my life. Isn't that weird?
Haughty.
No, I didn't know it was a word.
It means arrogant.
Conceited is what we use.
Whatever it was, I've been that
way.
Conceited
is that's what you're saying to me. Is conceited someone that thinks their shit don't stink.
And it's not specifically towards you, even though I've had my little pop.
No, I don't care. You hurt me with words. First thing they teach us when we're kids: sticks and stones. Remember?
I remember it well.
Well, they taught it for a reason.
And hopefully they did. Mine did, and yours did. But the
remember your mom saying, "Watch your tone of your voice." If you think of that, what she was really saying, watch your tone. You know what I mean? It's frequency.
I was going to say frequency as you said that.
Really? Whoa.
I was thinking about.
Hey, do you know who Max? Do you know who Max Vision is? He's going to Max Chat's Max. Well, I did. I brought him into my chat last week, and then I went to his, and I did the what do you call it? Astral viewing, remote viewing, and I nailed it twice. I told exactly what the picture was 2 times in a row. Pretty weird. I don't know how I did it, but I did.
Cool. Well, that's what you do. That's what you've always done, Sasquatch. That's why I was trying to say to you that time. I hope we don't ever fall out. And I wasn't about our egos. I was on about our spiritual connection.
I lost everything I owned to find God again. I have nothing from a 28-year marriage. Not one stitch of nothing.
I know, but I
had to lose everything to find God again. You know what?
Sasquatch. I was on about our telepathic connections that we have between.
Oh yeah, I know it. You can see it. It's been a long time. Like Jackie came into Earl's chat earlier tonight, and I said I've missed you, and she said we're attached forever, dude. She's like, we're sunk. You might as well forget that. I mean, we just hit it off like how it is.
I commented on Jackie's video tonight. I haven't replied to it yet. Yeah, I think it was 29 seconds long, and I thought, oh my god, Yeah, because a video is
There's
3
certain
words.
women like
and I said,
Genevieve.
I know, but I said to Jackie, I said, there's also 3 other words. I love you.
Yeah, I saw your chat. I saw your comment, and I ain't afraid to say that to somebody. I'm not afraid of my sexuality. I like women. You know what I mean? But some guy, you say I love you to a man, they look at you like, what the? It's like, well, they aren't honest
But
people.
I love
You know what I
you,
mean?
Sasquatch. But I
Oh, they
don't give
do
a
you,
stuff
man.
about
It's
that.
not, and I ain't afraid to say it. I'm telling people,
So
But
I
I
can
grew
either
up
get
being
accused of.
affectionate. My parents, I kiss
I
my
know,
kids every time they've left, and
the funny thing about that is, if I say I love you to you or like other males, I either get accused of being gay. If I say I love you to like the females in the chat, I get accused of womanizing or like trying to pick people up. So I can't win.
I had the pawn shop. I'd be trying to
Because I
sell
say it
a
to
woman something,
everybody. Sorry.
and they'd give me their
Sorry.
phone number because I was being nice to them. I knew something was wrong when I'm just being nice to somebody, and they give me their phone number. And I wasn't thinking that way at all. Just by being nice to them, it was like something's wrong with her. Women have been
Well,
getting
I've had a
treated
few
bad.
phone numbers, but I haven't managed to ring them back yet. Maybe one day I will, but.
Oh, I'm old fashioned, dude. If I want a phone number, I'll ask them for it. I'm just that way. Hey, what's up, Swan Villain? Like women, I went to bars a couple of times, and just when women come up to me and go, "You want to dance?" I'm like, "Did I ask you?"
If I like someone, I say, "What a date, baby!"
I've never been with a woman that I wasn't emotionally attached to. I'm old fashioned. I'm not a whore. I mean, I never slept with someone I didn't know. You know what I mean, or be emotionally attached to. I wasn't like that.
Oh, I
was just
I
like
did in my bad days. I went through a really bad phase.
I was raised in the fear of God because I knew He was always watching, and I didn't want to let Him down. You know what I mean?
Well, I was raised as a musician, so don't forget. Like I was like jamming
my
on
dad was
stage.
a preacher. You know what I mean? My dad was a pastor, so I was
Yeah.
raised in church when I came out of the womb. And my
Yeah,
mom
but
had
one
4
day
miscarriages before me, so I was, the first kid that lived out of 5. I was pretty good.
well, I'm not proud of what I did in the past, but
Well, it's not where you're from; it's where you're at. The past never changes, no matter how many times you look back.
I know, even if I can't
So why
remember
look back?
half of it,
The only way to fix
because it
bad
was.
things from the past is to add good things from to the future.
No, I look back to learn from my mistakes in the past and make sure I don't repeat them.
I'm pretty quick learner.
There's a scripture about that. All these things were written aforetime for our instruction.
Oh, it's basic instructions before leaving Earth, right?
I think it's in Philippians. It was on about the things that went in the Old Testament. That we may have comfort through the scriptures. I'm paraphrasing.
I just tell people
look
don't
at these people.
stay out of the narrative and keep your head in the Bible nowadays,
Yeah, Sasquatch, all these people in chat.
Yeah. Well, and society's changed. The Bible hasn't. You know what I mean? Well, I can stay on here when they get here. I just can't talk. Sometimes I have silent. I used to have just chats where no one was on panel. And we just
You've got to have somebody to bounce off, haven't you? You got to have somebody to bounce off.
Yeah.
I could go
when I'm not on here, I'm always alone. I never talk to anybody except on YouTube. I mean, all my friends and family are dead, and my kids are doing their own thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Sasquatch, I love you, but I'm gonna have to go.
If you want to come back later tonight, I'm gonna be doing the same thing again.
I'll come back when I see you.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna check. I'll put a message in your YouTube, unless you want to. You're not on Facebook.
Have you been about lately a lot?
Yeah, I did week 4 last. I did 50 hours, plus not counting on all the streams I go on the panel.
It could have just been bad timing on my behalf, but I haven't seen you on my live feed apart from tonight.
That's weird. You don't get notifications and shit, huh?
I do.
You might check. You might not be subscribed to me because they take people off if you don't go in there and say something to them.
All right, I can click on the three little bars. GSHTV, K Wonder, Tutor Rob, Bloomberg, Bauks, Flaws, whoever they are, Show Me Sasquatch, and Hi Wally are live right now. And that's what I normally do to see we're live. And I refresh that often.
Oh, yeah.
But
I a lot of my friends, I'm friends with them on Messenger, on Facebook, and I tell them when I'm going live,
Yeah, that's my problem. I'm too alienated from the different devices.
I'm a social butterfly. That's what I've been told.
That's probably about right.
Well, when I got divorced, I had a new. No one's going to make me feel bad about what I'm doing because I'm not doing anything wrong and I ain't hurting nobody.
All right. Squashy, I've got to go. I'm tired. I promise you, I'll look out for you.
Yeah, and I'll leave a note on your YouTube. I'll stick one on.
Just come
a comment
and pass the bloody hell out to me, and
unless you want my phone number, I'll give it to you. I ain't scared.
Well, come ring you. I'm in the UK. It'll cost me a fortune.
Oh, it's going to cost anything. Does it?
What is it? Free of charge?
On cell phone, it is.
I didn't even know. I don't even, because I don't.
When you get a plan for a cell phone, I got unlimited. It don't cost anything for nothing. You pay for it, and it lasts a month.
I'll connect with you at Hangouts one day. I know that's like free of charge, but I don't know about.
I'm on Discord. I'm on Odyssey, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Google Plus, MeWe. I do all that stuff, but I don't go on there all the time. I'm on him.
Swashy, love you. Catch you later.
I love you too, man. Get some rest. Oh, you're passed out, aren't you?
Well, I closed the window down, but I forgot I'm still on StreamYard.
It's 7:40 in the morning. We'll see you later, man. Thanks for coming.
Catch you later.
Take care, brother. We'll see. Meet the great person. Henry 420, what's up? Let me get on see if I can get him on the phone here and see if everybody can't see if anybody's blue on StreamYard. I think some people call them spanners, right? That's a good chat, man. You're on the right side. We're on the wrong side, right? Okay, Henry 420. There you go. Bam, you're blue. I think everybody else is blue. Super David in Swanville and Sean. Good shit. Let me see here. They should have been here already. I'm lucky. They get off at 6:30. As soon as I start to do something, it'll pop in. If I go quiet, all of a sudden, you know why. I avoid it. Here we go. See if this will work. Come on. I was going to play a song on the way out if it works. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everybody, for coming to.
Gravity is working against me. Ooh, and gravity wants to bring me down. Oh, we'll never know what makes this man with all the love that his heart can stand. Dream away to throw it all away. Whoa, gravity is working against me. Gravity wants to bring me down. No, twice as much ain't twice as good. And can't sustain like one half could. It's wanting more. It's gonna send me.
Can't play a whole song or struck down. But I've never erased my memory on myself, but everything comes up with the history and stuff.
It's a new song I wrote about a man. I live on a man in California.
So I'm Neil Young.
I just bought it a while ago from
This is the first time you ever played the song.
lawyers. And there was an old man that, I don't know if you have things like that here, like foreman or ranch. It's like an old caretaker, takes care of all the house and fences. I wrote this song. Old man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. Old man, look at my life. I'm a lot like you were. Old man, look at my life. 24 and there's so much more. Living on in a paradise that makes me think of two. Love lost such a cause. Give me things that don't get lost. Like a coin that won't get tossed. Rolling home to you. Oh man, take a look at my life, a lot like you. I need someone to love me the whole day through. I wanna look in my eyes if you can tell that's true.
It's only 5 degrees here right now. Below 0 with the wind chill. I don't think the heat's kicking it too good. Sick of winter already. Here we go. Another one. I did the hotspot on my phone, so my battery's still on. 64% after being on for 8 hours. Hi, commercial. Every day I'm buffering. Focusing. SRB. little thing. It takes pride and joy it won't play. What's up, man? Still here, dude. You're my sweet little baby. I'm not a little lover boy. Yeah, that's right. Hmm. Appreciate it, man. I can't believe it. Hey, it's Tupac. I didn't type anything. I suggest. Really Russian bot, spam bot. It's I would just take the phone and go out and if I do the summer, just go. I know. I grew up in the four pictures. Like Destiny. Oh, I'm right there. Before you go to bed, do you love me? We love you forever. And like. What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing you, taking me out. Got my head spinning. No kidding, I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm your memory ride. And I'm so don't know what hit me. I'll be alright. My head's underwater, I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. All of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me. I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. Yeah. What? Well, oh Lord, my God, when I'm in awesome wonder, consider all the worlds thy hands have made. My favorite. About the Coke thing, remember that? Coke thing? I like the thing, like Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found with blood. Now I see. Uh, uh, here. Bye. See you later. Sorry. I figured talk the door hit me. That door would be All right. I agree.